Okay, good morning. It is February 1st and it is 9 a.m. and this is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission continued meeting on financial assurance rulemaking. Hearings Manager Larson, if we could have the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue, Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Hackett, Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Nanjapa,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Okay, great. Well, welcome back, folks. I see attendees are rolling into our Zoom meeting. We have on the agenda today one topic, that is the continuance of the financial assurance rulemaking, docket number 2106-00097. We have set aside the day to continue with deliberations on this docket. We have received party presentations last week. We initiated high-level deliberations yesterday by commissioners. Appreciated the good work of Director Murphy in trying to capture all of that into one document, which was then shared with commissioners, with stakeholders, and with the world via our website. I think today is the day in which we are going to try to work through that document again, and as Director Murphy noted yesterday, turn some of the language blue. And what that means is to provide direction from the commission to the director and staff for potential red line edits to the current draft of the financial assurances rulemaking. I would like to preface today's deliberations with the thought that, at least from my perspective as one commissioner, we're not at the end. We are still at the deliberative stage. We are thinking with each other about the correct path forward for financial assurances in the state of Colorado. There are multiple elements to the correct path forward, and massaging one element over here might mean doing something different with an element over here, etc. And so if you hear me say, I think we should do this, that's just today. And I want to look at the thing that we're creating as a whole. I want to provide direction to the director for suggested edits to the rulemaking, so that we can hear one last time from parties about holistically, how does this fit together? And holistically, is this the correct approach for the state of Colorado? And I may be here today, but then holistically, once I look at everything, I may be over here on the 22nd and 23rd when we do final deliberations. And that's not because I'm wishy-washy, that's because I'm trying to look at everything as a whole creation. And to get financial assurances right, we have to look at the various elements and make sure that we've got them seated correctly. So those are just some of my thoughts as we move into the discussion today. Would love to hear if folks are kind of in alignment that what we do today and in the next few steps still needs a final sort of wash through on the 22nd and 23rd when we go back into final deliberations. And we look forward to hearing from stakeholder input to the discussions that we are having, that we will continue to have as we move forward. So with that, we have the PowerPoint right here that Director Murphy put forward for our consideration. I'm thinking we just walk through it sequentially as we did yesterday and try to sort of firm down the aspects that deserve some firming down as we move forward with that. I know we all spent time with it last night. I know that, so why don't we just move through that? And Director Murphy, if you want to share a screen and bring up the PowerPoint, we can start through it. I think the first element was the Orphan Well Fund and Fee.
Sorry. Yes, Chair, that is true. Before we jump into that, can I talk about two things.
Yes.
Thank you. One is going back to the federal funding situation and wanting to kind of give a quick recap of where Colorado is in that process. If I was a little distracted yesterday morning from about 9 to 1 p.m., it's because we were dealing with a lot of influx of information about federal funding that I was trying to handle, much like a duck, very calm on the surface and panicking underneath, just trying to manage all those pieces and make sure that I adequately captured the conversation that each of you were having on this super important topic too. And I also wanted to touch base on process just a tiny bit. So looking at the federal funding component first, Commissioner Njapa, I wanted to get back to your question. It is our understanding that all of the federal funds associated with the orphan well funding in the Infrastructure Act have been appropriated. So I don't think we need, as far as, I don't understand the federal process very well, but that to me says that we may not need to worry as much about ongoing appropriations to expect that the funding is there. So that was one answer. The other piece, is that yesterday the Department of Interior announced a lot of things about formula grants. Going into yesterday's announcement, Colorado understood, number one, that the $2 billion in the line item for formula grants available to all states would be allocated yesterday. Of that $2 billion, Colorado had modeled, we had modeled getting 12.5 million. And so what happened yesterday is, one, the federal government allocated 500 million of the 2 billion, so a quarter of it, saying you states are definitely eligible for this much. They held back on making a final decision about the remaining 1.5 billion, but also made projections about what states would be, what amount would be available to each state. So there's a lot of numbers moving, and that's why I don't have a model right now. We're working through that. So what we found out yesterday is that of the 500 million, the definite dollars available to Colorado are just over $14 million. That is in excess of what we have modeled to date. So we're already kind of above the line. We had expected around 93 million. That would put us around 95 million. The federal government also announced that Colorado was likely to receive a total of approximately 54 million in the formula grants. So our team is working on really how to deal with that delta of about $40 million and what it means over the course of a 10-year period and how to plan for it adequately. So those are both very good announcements, recognizing that that kind of second component, that additional 40 million, is still a little bit in question. And I think it's important to understand scale, and I acknowledge the challenging work that our federal partners have to do on this. There were, as I understand it, states submitted a total of around 129,000 orphan wells in the United States. Colorado had like 600. So in the scale of what is happening nationwide, our problem is not as significant as some of our other states, which is great. I'm very proud of that. I think that that's a real testament to the work Colorado citizens have put into this, Colorado companies and Colorado regulators. But wanted to just kind of flag that that's kind of where this is going. I know it's an integral component in with setting the Orphan Well Fund. So I wanted to try to set out where we think we're going. Long story short, it looks like we're going to get more money. We're likely to get significantly more money than we modeled. We're definitely getting slightly more money than we modeled. We're working through what that means and how to stage it appropriately. We've been planning on a $10 to $11 million a year program. And I think having a little bit of time at that level and then jumping up makes sense. So we're working through that. That's the kind of announcement component that I wanted to get to. The more process related announcement is that I think we did a great job when we recast this timeline to build in time for dialogue, for discussion, for parties to get back to you. And I tend to think that the 17th and 18th of February are going to be a great opportunity for stakeholders to talk to you about the revised draft rules. What's missing between that staff releasing draft rules and that presentation or hearing from parties is any sort of presentation from staff about the kind of entirety of the rule series. And I don't know if that's something that you all would value, whether stakeholders would value it, but I think we could, there are a couple of different approaches. One, I could have just a stakeholder meeting. People can show up or not to walk through the draft and its entirety and how it aligns with what your comments are. We could come back maybe on the 14th in more of a formal hearing process, and I can present that to you. And the reason it woke me up at 3 o'clock this morning is that staff's presentation on the 20th really focused on ideas instead of specific language. And there's a lot of additional detail in the draft rules that we haven't gone over in much detail. And I think that that's been appropriate given that we really needed to set a framework and then work through some of the minutia. So if you're interested, it may be valuable to think about convening or coming back or having some sort of public meeting on the 14th of February to set the stage for how go for two reasons. One, explain how staff's proposed draft accomplishes what you all told us are going to tell us to do later today. And to walk through some of the other rule provisions like the definition of sureties. For example, we didn't spend much time talking about that in staff's initial presentation. So wanted to flag that as something that might be of interest. And I'm sorry, I didn't think about it earlier. So with that, Chair.
Thank you, Director Murphy. Getting to the second point first, I think doing something on the 14th does make sense. You're due to release with staff the draft on the 11th, which is a Friday. And so getting that out, having folks over the weekend take a look at it, and then doing some form of presentation to commissioners on the 14th would be great. And I think folks could listen into that. I think commissioners would have an opportunity to ask questions as they get ready for hearing from others about that the end of that week. So great idea. Sorry you were up in the middle of the night thinking about it, but glad that you've developed that up, and I, for one, would be in favor of that approach. Looking around at other commissioners, Commissioner Gonzalez and then Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thanks, Chair. Director Murphy. I think I'm getting a weird echo here. Is that better? Okay. I appreciate the idea. I think any opportunities we have to discuss these, just even if it's just daylighting the new rules and offer an opportunity for initial stakeholder feedback, I think could be super valuable. So so I'm good with that. My only personal limitation is I have an appointment on the 14th, so I'd have to step away for a couple hours in the afternoon. But I'm sure I can catch up on video, assuming everything's taped. So I'm fine with that idea. I think it's a good idea. So you have my blessing.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to ask a question about the federal funds, but just on this topic, I'm away on that date, so I will just watch it in recording. But if I may, unless other folks wanted to comment on the 14th presentation, then I can wait to ask my questions. Okay.
I think we're probably good. Go ahead, Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. So the 14 million is for the first year that we are now being allocated. Is that correct? You projected initially 12.5 million in the first year for the formula grants. Did I get that right?
Kind of. I was a little bit imprecise. So if we go back to the overarching structure, there are 3 grant buckets: the initial grant, the formula grant, and the performance grants. And so we continue to plan to request somewhere between $10 and $11 million from the initial grant. For the totality of the formula grant, we projected getting 12.5, and we're getting somewhere between 14.5 and 54. But we know we'll get the first tranche of it. We'll be able to apply for the first tranche, that 14 million. It's just north of 14 million.
Okay.
Once DOI has the website up and running, and I think that we have projected starting to spend out of the formula grants in the second fiscal year, so 23-24.
Okay. Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding still, but so we don't know what we're getting in the initial amount quite yet?
We are authorized to request up to $25 million because we're a member of IOGCC. It doesn't seem like there are many. It seems like we should get what we asked for. I don't know how else to say it.
Okay.
And what we have tried to do, the challenge with the initial grants is that we have to obligate 90% of what we request within 90 days. And
Okay.
so that's why we're trying to request an amount we reasonably think we can get out the door
Got it.
instead
Okay.
of 25.
And so then the total over the 10 years including all three buckets,
Yes.
originally you projected, was it 94 or something? So now what does that look like?
I think we'd initially projected 93, and I should look that up real quick.
Yeah, I recall somewhere about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we're expecting, if we assume 93 is correct, we're expecting 95, but it could go all the way up to 140. Because there's that $40 million delta that is kind of projected to be available to Colorado, but could shift. DOI is continuing to look at the refinement of costs and numbers. And so I don't know how that will shift their allocation decisions in the interim or when those decisions will be made. It's a little fluid. And I mean, they're
Okay.
launching a $1 billion program. So
Yeah,
I'll give them some
no,
grace.
that's very helpful. I just wanted to better understand how it adjusted what we initially projected. So that's all I needed. Thank you.
Director Murphy, the initial formula money, you have to dedicate it to projects within 90 days. Did I hear you right?
The initial grants have to be, I think the word is obligated. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly what obligated means vis-a-vis the state procurement process.
And does your team have a sense of how much can be obligated during that quick turn?
We are in the process of hiring people. We've done the prioritization work or the scoring work to be able to put together contracts, and we're working with the team at DNR on procurement to make sure we're putting together master services agreements, larger scale contract options to be able to do that. Yes, Chair. And then we would monitor the spending of those funds and the performance of that work through the balance of the fiscal year.
Okay, so, and this is not being critical at all, but you just don't know, right? I mean, we don't know how much can be allocated during the initial 90-day window from receipt of the funds. I remember being director and being frustrated with state procurement. I mean, there's a lot there, right?
There is a lot there. The good news is DNR has done a really excellent job working with us and the Orphan Well program in particular over the last year to streamline that process, so long as it's still compliant with state expectations. And DNR's current control at EON has been really wonderful, thinking through how we can make sure that this is going. We're looking at all options. I don't want to have our demands be so great in that 90-day period that we foreclose procurement work for the rest of the department. There's lots of other important work that they do. If we need to bring on contractors, we're working through all of that and trying to back out, when do we need to put bids out, right? Like what are those timelines so that we're back end ready for this? It's felt like since September, this has been something that Colorado needs to be poised to adjust to. And we've been intently working in that direction to manage all of the mechanisms in that vein.
Okay.
So I think we're set up to succeed. I don't want to guarantee it because that makes me real nervous.
Commissioner Nanjapa, did you have a follow-up?
Just a quick comment for what it's worth. With my experience with the federal funds and being obligated, funds being obligated, it just means that you have to identify the purposes for which it's intended in that 90 days. But then you have, the time to figure out like the contractors and how you're actually going to spend it. At least that's the way I have understood it. So it's more, just sort of identifying maybe which projects and you know, what you think you can do with that amount of money in that 90 days. Does that make sense?
That's awesome. We've certainly taken a much more rigorous reading of it. And that's, we'll continue to work through it. Nate Pierce, DNR hired Nate Pearson to help manage a number of these pieces. So he's been really helpful trying to navigate this piece. And again, I want us set up to succeed and to get all of the work done that we can. And Dave, the good news is Dave Andrews is the most organized human being right after Jane Stanzik I've ever worked with, and he's running the shop. So you don't have to worry about me dropping the details on this one.
And I know for the record that both Dave and Jane are attending with us. So thank you guys for the great work that you are doing and that you will do. Very much appreciate that. Okay, with that, Director Murphy, are we ready to sort of start walking through our document and turning black into blue a little bit?
Yes. Ms. Larson or Ms. Amaro, can you allow me to screen share? I didn't test that earlier.
You should be set, Miss Murphy.
We're there. Hi, Pippa. It's nice that it's not only my child that makes appearances at times. Okay, so we're back on our initial slide. I'm just taking a minute to get organized for docket number 2106-00097. I reorganized the slide a little bit, recognizing what we got through yesterday and what we're here to do today. When I had initially planned out how this was going to work, I thought we'd need kind of two chunks to work on making decisions. I think we can merge 3 and 4 into one, but that's totally up to you. Just suggesting that. I've left everything in the same order. I thought yesterday went pretty smoothly. If folks want to jump around, I'm certainly capable of moving between slides. Just give me a second or two. And with that, you're right, Chair, let's jump right into the Orphan Well Fund and fee.
And I think that the initial discussion of the federal funding was helpful to set somewhat of the framework for this. As this slide captures, there was, and I'll just kind of set the stage here, but Director Murphy, you and your team had started at a $200 a well fee to generate approximately 10 million in year one. You then pivoted with federal funds to potentially a $20 a well fee to generate 1 million to cover the administration costs of the federal funds. We had some discussion yesterday between commissioners. I think there was some support around building it up, going back to kind of the $200 a well fee to build up the state fund a little more robustly, at least at the beginning. We'll definitely look to my fellow commissioners. I do fall in that camp of initially having a $200 a well fee, building up a fund that is robust to the tune of 10 million. We now know we've got 14 million coming in from the feds. Those 14 million does not go into the enterprise that's set aside. I'm in favor of enterprise or special purpose authority or whatever. And I think I've gone on record saying a couple of times that we've got AAGs looking into that. So I don't think we need to worry about the vehicle as of today. I also am of the opinion that we should relook at the fee in the upcoming years, and dependent upon use and usefulness of the monies that are created, we may not need to continue to build up additional reserves, 20, 30, 40 million or whatever with the $200 a well fee. In fact, we might need to scale it back. And it's just going to be dependent. I mean, this is all very fluid with the federal money, with our money, but I think I did hear from, I think almost all of commissioners that a important backstop to the various elements of our financial assurance is an orphan well fund that is done. My last piece of this, and then I'll open it up for others, is I would like, my direction is that, and I don't know how to do this, but for some operators, a $200 a well fee becomes punitive or becomes difficult given their business structure. And I would like to figure out a way to make it, quote, fair. Commissioner Gonzalez, you had some thoughts yesterday about having the fee use production up to a certain dollar amount, then make up the difference in the target amount with a per well fee. I don't know if you've thought through that more, but I am interested in staff talking to stakeholders about a fairness piece to this whole thing. So go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I'll jump in there real quick. I haven't done the math there because I think it's important that we start with a target and work our way backwards, right? I think that if we just start with a regime or a fee and then use that to equate to whatever that number ends up being, is probably the wrong approach there. And so, I think that perhaps, I'll let you finish with your, walking through the issues here and a recap of yesterday, but I think that we really just need to set a target for what we think this fund should have in it and when, and then we can work our way back to any kind of well registration fee combination based on production and a flat fee or any consideration of depth, all three of which I think could be viable to get where we need to go. So I haven't done the math on that because I don't know what, there's an algebra equation I need to solve for that X at the end first. So missing variable there, but that's my suggestion on kind of how maybe we can start tackling this and turning some things blue, is maybe we can decide on what we think an appropriate target would be for the first couple, maybe total, the way we think about this fund.
Okay, no, that's fair. And that proves up that I was not good in math in either high school or college. But so in my opinion, I think we should shoot initially for a $10 million fee and get it funded to the $10 million level. And then in subsequent years, it's going to be a look at how we've used the fees, how staff and the Orphan Well Fund and Mr. Andrews have used the fees to determine what the next year's fee ought to be. So that's where I'll leave at least, my thoughts on that. I think there has been a lot of, that's where we started. That's where the draft started. In discussions I've had with stakeholders from the operator perspective, I think there is a understanding that that is doable, especially if we weave into it some of this fairness considerations for those folks who may have a business model that is a lot of wells that are not necessarily producing a lot, because they would get dinged under that approach more than other operators who have lesser wells with potentially higher production curves. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple thoughts to add. I don't necessarily know if I'd like to hear what other commissioners think. I'm still trying to figure out, is the Orphan Well Fund just a safety net, or is the Orphan Well going to kind of morph into something more robust than just a safety net, i.e. it might have an amnesty program or one-time kind of amnesty program, which would require maybe some more significant funds in it. And or I've been thinking about kind of, does it, if it becomes something more like the state's insurance policy to reduce our overall risk for taking on wells as they age, I might be looking at a more robust fund that continues to grow over time if it can be protected from like legislative rating, for example, in exchange for bonding amounts, discussion about new wells, transfers, whatever. So I'm back to Commissioner Gonzalez's thought about like, what happens in other areas might affect how I feel about the Orphan Well Fund and how robust I personally would like it to be, or how I would see it being used. So just to throw some of those thoughts out, I know I'm not making it any more clear, but I've been thinking kind of how these pieces fit together and how we might be using the Orphan Fund to address different parts of the balloon that poke out.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think you heard me talk about this a lot yesterday, but in my opinion, these things, the Orphan Well program ties into financial assurance holistically as far as how I look at it with existing wells. And I think it's a necessary, but also a functional collateral to something less than 100% financial assurance in a contemplated financial assurance scheme. And so while I appreciate that the functionality of that is actually to be able to utilize funds out of the Orphan Well Fund to address orphan wells, there's also a collateral piece to that, a backstop piece that I think is important. And that collateral or that backstop piece, in my opinion, necessitates a robust Orphan Well Fund. And so understanding that and appreciating that there are federal funds that are available for a finite amount of time, I continue to look at financial assurance over the long game, right? And so I'm not looking at it in a 5-year time frame. I'm trying to look at it in a 30-year timeline or a 50-year timeline. And so, I believe we need to build up, and I think that we're going to see peaks and valleys as far as the functionality of the Orphan Well Fund and utilizing that to address actual orphan wells on the ground. But at the same time, there's a balance that needs to be maintained in there to provide the necessary collateral to something less than full financial assurance in a financial assurance tiered structure. So having said that, I do believe that we are going to see an initial peak upon implementation of these rules where we're going to daylight more potential orphan wells than we've seen historically over the last few years. And I think the federal funding aids us in addressing some percentage of those, but I think we need to contemplate continuing to build the Orphan Well Fund within the limits of what is allowable under whatever vehicle is utilized, whether that's an enterprise fund or whatever. And so understanding that and understanding and what potentially affects this significantly is the consideration of utilizing an amnesty program, which I think increases that initial peak. And so I'll maintain my suggestion that in an initial year, a funding of 10 million to increase to 15 million in subsequent years until it's demonstrated that we're in a valley and we've robustly addressed in a very timely fashion. We've built our Orphan Well program to a level that we're able to timely address orphan wells in the state, that we can relook at that and determine, what a necessary balance needs to be in that fund to maintain more the collateral aspect of it versus the functionality aspect of it, if that makes any sense.
Commissioner Nanjapa, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I think the places where I agree are that, we need to build this fund and be thinking about it over the long term. And as I said yesterday, I believe it was Commissioner Messner and others who said that, we need to think about this along with the federal funds, but also separate from the federal funds. The thing that keeps coming into my head is that, we do have some limitations on this spending of the federal funds, and we're going to have to spend those first, essentially. And so I look at this fee as a building up over time to provide the cushion once the federal funds are gone. And so I think we need, in thinking about what the equitable amount should be, to me, I'm still in the maybe $50 to $200 range per well, and there may be some factors, and there may be the tiers that would depend on that. I also liked Commissioner Messner's proposal of $50 per well plus a per foot fee. I think that's a way to get at the equitability. And so I would be generally just, thinking about how we develop the categories, or the ranges for, who spends what, or if we just go with the 50 plus the per foot fee. I think that will get us there. And then if we have the appropriate vehicle to allow that to carry over time, then we have the federal funds that we can be spending aggressively, and using whatever else comes in. I think it does make some sense to look back at what we're actually spending, but I don't know that it makes sense to readjust the fee if the majority of what we're spending is the federal funds, if that makes sense. So I think we need to be thinking of the fee as, it's staying flat maybe over the next 5, maybe 10 years. And then, there may be an increase based on what we have determined we are able to spend, and based on what we're spending from the federal funds.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. And I've got a question for you, Chair Robbins, and for Commissioner Messner. We talked about kind of numbers on an annual basis, but how much do you let that grow to? Is it indefinite, 100 million, 300 million? Like, when is too much that you have in there?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I answer that question by, it's my opinion that we revisit it yearly and we see what has happened on the ground. And we look to Director Murphy, and we look to Orphan Well Manager Dave Andrew, and we let the subject matter experts help us develop the next year's fee. Because I think it's hard to crystal ball. And I think Commissioner Messner and I probably are looking at this a little differently. I'm hearing Commissioner Messner wanting to build up a robust collateral. I may go there next year when we revisit it or not, but I guess I don't know that there's a need to do anything more than figure out what it is we're going to do for this first year. During this first year, let's see how the federal funds play out. Let's see what Mr. Andrews is able to do. Let's see the level of amnesty that may be asked for if we go with amnesty. And then let's revisit it on a yearly basis. I had sort of been along those lines all along, and that's what the enterprise would help us do.
Commissioner Messner, what were you thinking?
So I think, first of all, I think of it as a collateral, but to me, the collateral, I'm not talking about building the fund up to $300 million or $500 million. So, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, I think a couple of things. So one, I think yearly is probably a revisit of it yearly is too small of a time frame to make decisions on how things are spent, right? So I think 3 years or 5 years revisiting, I think that allows a better picture as far as what we're seeing, and then be able to react to that as far as making any types of adjustments and better understanding what trends look like. I think that just understanding that, at least over the last few years, we're doing 60 to 70 wells with $5 million. And even if you tie in the the $10 million or $14 million from the federal funding and $10 million from what could be contemplated, from a well registration fee or whatever mechanism, you're still approaching this in a very small incremental way to a situation that may require something more than small increments initially. And that's why I'm talking about peaks and valleys. And so, and plateaus for that matter, right? And so, my thought process here is I do think that, we're going to daylight, significantly more orphan wells than we've seen historically over the next few years. I think we need to ramp the independent orphan well program funding mechanism separate than the federal funding. I think they need to work together to address the situation. And so I don't know if today I can tell you what that balance needs to be 10 years from now, because I don't know how much we're going to have to spend over the next 5 years and how much we're going to have to build that fund in order to be able to address the situation, because I'm not interested in seeing a program that anticipates, addressing today's orphan wells over the next 20 years, right? I'd like to build up the program in conjunction with federal funding, in conjunction with funding associated with the orphan well program, in cooperation with the Office of Just Transition and developing, entrepreneurial opportunities to really ramp this up and utilize this robust funding mechanism in a timely fashion to address what may be an initial glut of wells that need to be addressed, and then relook at that 3 to 5 years down the road to see if there's a place that we need to plateau and then start to reduce fees based on that plateau. So I think philosophically, that's how I'm looking at it.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner Mester and Chair Robbins. I think that, I think I'm pulling from everybody in terms of where I'm landing on this. I think that it is important that we consider it separate from federal funding, at least in this initial stage, to essentially give it some teeth, our orphan well program. I think that the $10 million is kind of was originally proposed in the draft rules, and it seems like there's some alignment with Commissioner Messner, or Chair Robbins on that. I think that makes sense. I think revisiting on an annual basis may be too frequent. I don't know how much we're going to be able to learn or make those pivots. I was thinking more of a biannual basis, every other year, with maybe then a year to make that change, right? So you revisit every 2 years, and every third year is when the adjustment occurs up or down, however that looks. And I think I'd be comfortable with the amount that look like that, where basically after 2 years you're sitting at a target of $20 million, and then if in 2 years we decide that is the amount that's appropriate and we haven't used it, we haven't touched it, it's on par with the budget that we are able to implement under the federal funding, then perhaps that you take a pause, you put some sort of tolling on the requirement for well registration fees at that point. So that's kind of the way I was thinking about it. I really, I continue to say this. I really want to make sure that we're spending the money for the purposes that we put it in there for, right? The more it grows without, without an appropriate application of those funds, I think that'd be evidence that we went too big and probably had the wrong number. And so that's something that is, really weighing on me heavily as I consider this. But I like the idea of starting with maybe something like $10 million a year and working our way backwards to what the appropriate fees are, and whatever mechanism that looks like. So that's kind of where I sit on that. I think that I don't really understand the collateral purpose of it, and I think you cleared it up a little bit, Commissioner Messner. I really think that for now, until we revisit this, that we keep this money as a pure orphan well fund, right? It's to address orphan wells, and if those needs either grow or shrink and other needs develop over time, then I think we could reconsider, maybe repurposing some of those funds through a subsequent rulemaking. So that's kind of where I'm landing on this. I think we have a lot of consensus, or at least a lot of parallel thinking. Wanted to add what I had. Chair?
Commissioner Gonzalez, can I ask a question? Are you of the opinion that this biannual review? So I'm still of the opinion that I just don't know what this is going to look like in a year, or et cetera. And I guess I'm advocating that we at least get a check-in from Mr. Andrews and from Director Murphy about the Orphan Well Fund, April 15th of 2023 or thereabouts, which is a year after we started this up. Would your concept of doing biannual preclude that check-in and potential for something more?
No, I support annual updates. I want to know how this program's going. I think it's super important to what we're doing. So I support annual updates. I think when I talk about revisiting, I talk about revisiting it as a commission, as any kind of change in direction of our rules, whether it requires a rulemaking or whether we can build that in to the rules today will depend on how it's drafted. But no, I think that an update annually, and then our review as a commission, really a pivot point, a decision point on a biannual basis.
Director Murphy?
I have
And then
one
Commissioner McGowan?
one comment. It would be much easier for staff to continue its preparation of orphan well reporting at the conclusion of the fiscal year, and consistent with Governor Hickenlooper's 2018 executive order reporting expectations. I think we can build onto it. We can do other things, but that lines up with coming out in late summer. And I think really the meat of the report comes out on September 1st. So I would strongly advocate for those reporting deadlines, not April 15th. And starting in 22, to be clear. I mean, yeah, we're in 22 now, sorry.
Okay,
It's been a long 2
Commissioner-
years.
thank you, Director Murphy, for that clarification. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure that I view the potential for the Orphan Well program as collateral necessarily, but I do see it as a risk reduction tool for the state. And so I guess from my perspective, if we allow that fund to grow over time, we continually reduce the risk to the state for taking on or not being able to take on orphan wells, which from my perspective then, from my, the discussion of poking the balloon and something else pops out, that as we reduce risk and that fund builds, we might be able to figure out other tools that we have more wiggle room on, like how much we want for single financial assurance, or what we consider the risk to be and how high we need to have those bonds weighed with how much is in the orphan well fund and how robust it becomes over time, and what the risk level is for the state, I guess, is another way that I kind of view how the fund could be used as a tool.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for that, Commissioner McGowan. To me, collateral risk reduction in my mind is the same thing. And so that's along the same lines that I was considering. But I very much appreciate, Commissioner Gonzalez's point that, application of the funds is really important, and making sure that we're utilizing the funds and not just building this account, and that we're actually timely addressing the actual orphan wells that are on the orphan well list. I mean, I agree that's the primary role of this. That's the functionality of the orphan well program. And so I think that's something that does get significant analysis through the reporting piece. And so I'm okay with annual reporting. I like the idea of a 2-year reevaluation with applicability in the 3rd year. That makes some sense to me. I mean, I initially, said that the $10 million ramped up to $15 million. I think that's still probably appropriate, but I won't die on my sword on that one. But I do want us to be very conscious of the need to potentially ramp that up in a significant fashion in order to be able to address, at least from this commissioner's standpoint, an anticipated significant peak of orphan wells, and that's going to take time to ramp up to a necessary level to be able to address those in a timely fashion without having this, without ever being able to catch up, I guess is my point. So.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that from Commissioner Messer, because it is really important that if we err on the opposite side of what I was contemplating and have too little, that there could be a significant, whiplash effect with the need to generate those funds quickly. I still think that the way we're approaching this now, we build up over the first 2 years and just give ourselves a nice solid nest egg. And if it's 10 million over 2 years, it's $20 million that we're probably not going to touch for a few years. We're going to have time to build that up as we approach kind of the end of our federal funding. And so I think we're going to have an opportunity to revisit that with what I hope is enough time, to get us to the right spot. So I think it's an important consideration. And I think we built in that timing, just given the buffer that we have from this, modeled, anticipated, expected inflow of a large sum of cash from the feds to deal with the exact same thing we're talking about dealing with under the Orphan Well Fund. So I take Commissioner Messer's point very seriously, and I think that we will have that opportunity, and I hope that we're right in that regard.
Any further weighing in on this first element from commissioners? Commissioner McGowan?
So, are we putting the discussion of some sort of an amnesty program and or reimbursement to others who plug wells in our P&A list on the parking lot, or talking about them later? I'm curious where we're going to have that conversation.
Where did you put amnesty, Director Murphy?
I believe I put it in the financial assurance tiers because I was thinking of it as an outcome or an off-ramp or a whatever magical word you want to use for somebody who found the tiers too onerous. But I think the dialogue we had yesterday was maybe it fits better in the orphan well space. I may have some organizational comments about it, but I think the discussion can fit here just as easily as there, because it's not tied to a specific tier idea. I assume it would be open to operators kind of statewide.
So
Pull those details up real quick.
well, I think we need to vet through and figure out the tiering that we're going to get to, because I think the tiering is going to establish whether we've got amnesty seekers or not. And so maybe what we could do is we could hold it for now, keep moving forward. Upon the tiering discussion and solidification of what that looks like, perhaps circle back to amnesty and to Orphan Well Fund. Are folks comfortable with that? Okay, then
Chair, can I
go ahead.
ask some practical questions? And
No,
this is me
No
just
practical questions allowed.
This is me just trying to keep things moving. I think the amount of the fee is the place where we want to hold just a little bit. I feel like I've heard fairly consistent direction that says staff go work with parties to figure out whatever the amount we want to generate is fair across industry. And I feel like I could take that as direction from you all right now. I might move this bullet item about adding inventory to Orphan Well program. Maybe that becomes kind of a subpart of the amnesty conversation. Allowable spending folds into amnesty, but I haven't also heard any other conversation about process in terms of creating the Form B and annual reporting and deadlines and stuff like that. So I think we're okay with those. And what I'm just trying to do is check off all the little pieces that I think we're good with and hold on the bigger pieces, if that's okay. Okay. Give me probably 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, so roll down to tiers now.
Sure.
Okay. So to orient us, when I broke this element 3 into different parts yesterday, we have a discussion of the single well financial assurance for some or all wells. We had a number of overarching comments about tiers to kind of work through. We had what I would say kind of 2 slightly different proposals for what tiers could look like. One's broken across 2 slides. The other alternative is on the single slide 23. And then we kind of held the conversation about what to do about information coming in financial assurance plans and connecting the type of financial assurance to the tier as a kind of closing out that conversation. So I'm not sure where the best place to start is, commissioners, but wanted to lay out the breadth of options. I don't know if it's easier to take up some of the big picture pieces, which are on slide 20, or to make some decisions about the individual tiers and let that influence the overarching comments.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if other commissioners are open to this, and I'm going to apologize because it's going to create more work. But I might be interested in looking at a couple of options to see how they might play out and what they look like. And so it took me a while yesterday to wrap my head around what I think Commissioner Gonzalez was proposing, which I think is some sort of flat single financial well assurance multiplied by the total number of wells, and then the bonding amount is a percentage of that, like 10% of that total. And Commissioner Gonzalez, if I just totally took that out of context or did not understand, please tell me. But I might be interested in that concept and how that might look and what that might work out to be, and do a side by side with what Commissioner Mesner kind of laid out, which is this more tiered structure with the blanket bonds and the different wells and things like that. So, but I might be the only commissioner who's interested in that, because I thought Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal was kind of interesting, but I really don't know how that plays out and what it looks like in practice.
Commissioner McGowan, I would tend to agree. I think developing up sort of dual approaches might be helpful for us, might be helpful for parties. And of course, Director Murphy saying, please don't make me do that. Please don't make me do that.
Correct.
Commissioner Gonzalez, why don't we talk to you first?
Well, I just want to tell Commissioner McGowan that yes, she is exactly right for what I proposed. I think she had that spot on. I'm still leaving room open for determining what those right numbers are under that approach. And again, I don't know if that is the right approach. I ran some interesting calculations last night and this morning to say, hey, what would this look like under, the way we do it now, kind of with the buckets of wells, 0 to 50, 50 to 150, et cetera, and how would it look if we had it just as a flat rate? And I was using Commissioner Messer's $100,000 a well, which I don't know is the right amount either, as the benchmark. And so, the numbers that I came up with are significantly higher. For instance, for operators 4,000 wells or more, under the blanket bond groupings that were proposed in the draft rules and then mirrored in the West Slope COGA draft rules or proposed rules for tier 1, would put a tier 1 operator with over 4,000 wells at $6 million blanket bonding. And if we did that at a 10% of $100,000 a well for that same number of wells for a tier 1 operator, it's $40 million in bonding. So that delta, that application of the math has extreme implications. And so that's something that I was concerned about when I was thinking through this idea. And of course, talking through it out loud in the public forum is never a good idea, but that's where I was, that's what I did. But that's something that I do think needs some good scrubbing. And I don't know if I'm the right person to do it, or if we can hear from stakeholders on what the right approach is. I like the framework. I want to get to the right numbers. And if the right numbers just can't get there, then my proposals kind of fall back on something like Commissioner Messner was or was supporting, where we kind of bucket it just as the kind of more common regime has been in our financial assurance application.
Commissioner Gonzalez, may I make sure I understood what you just said. Just you took one example and you ran it through Commissioner Messner, which was the West Slope COGA, and the 4,000 wells turned into a $6 million bond. But then you ran it under your proposal, which was more of a flat rate, and the 4,000 wells turned into a $40 million bond.
That's correct. And of course, those numbers, right? I was running just simple math, right? So 10% of a single well financial assurance flat amount. And so if we just plug in X 10%, X in that percentage for 10%, Y in the flat amount for 100,000, that's the result. It is an extreme swing in what that amount of blanket bonding would be, which is why I'm saying I don't necessarily think that the approach is incorrect or doesn't have good justification, but I think that the numbers that we apply to that approach are very important. And so that's the piece that we need to fill in, that I think would need some more precise calculations behind it to really understand how it works for different operators.
So if that's the case, Commissioner Gonzalez, what are your ideas relevant to potentially just swinging back to the tiering that Commissioner Messner had suggested, which was based upon some work that West Slope COGA had done? So it has been vetted, right? And the numbers have been vetted.
So with regard to tier one and those buckets, we didn't get a lot of objections or a lot of consternation from a lot of stakeholders in that regard. And it mirrors, the draft rules for December 7th with West Slope COGA's proposal. And so in general, I'm comfortable with that. I was trying to find an easier solution that had a kind of a more consistent applicability across a well portfolio. That was my aim there, but that may not be as simple as I thought it was, given that we already have a regime that's kind of, the devil, in terms of, some operators in the margins are going to get either a big benefit or a potential detriment. But it's an application we're familiar with. It's an application that matches what's in the rules, the draft rules, and other proposals that have been vetted. So I am comfortable with it. Again, just thinking outside the box, or trying to find a simpler way. May not have been successful in that.
Well, and I appreciate that. And I think all of our 90 people that are listening in needs to understand that, we're, doing some of the sausage making here out in the public eye, and we're just trying to come up with the appropriate tiering that is going to work. So appreciate the thought process. I thought the idea, sounded good, but if it's difficult to figure out the percentages, et cetera, I'm very comfortable in, leaning back on where Commissioner Messner was going. With that, Commissioner Messner has raised his hand, so I would acknowledge him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll start out by saying I'm comfortable with the proposal that I laid out yesterday, but I told Commissioner Gonzalez that I had applied a similar concept to what he was considering as I was trying to kind of develop tier structures prior to today or yesterday. And I think one thing that I did in my calculations different than perhaps you did, Commissioner Gonzalez, is I anticipated in some scenarios demonstrated cost, right? And so and I'm not trying to confuse things, because I think it may be cleaner to use the initial proposal that I gave, but I think there's applicability to the percentage piece based on demonstrated costs. And I think one of West Slope COGA's examples indicated a demonstrated cost of about $50,000 per well. If you apply that to your 10% or even 20% formula, depending on whether you're 2 or 3. At least in my calculations, the numbers got relatively close to what my initial proposal was. But I agree that if you apply the 100,000, then the numbers are different, right? And so, so I guess my instinct is that if stakeholders want to push, further evaluation of a 10%, 20% for tier 2 or tier 3, then I'm not opposed to it, but I agree with Chairman Robbins that it may be in the end easier in applicability to put forward the initial proposal I suggested.
Mr. Najapa, sorry, I was looking at my notes.
No worries. I was just about to chime in. I think that I generally agree with the conversation that we're having here, and that, I think we need to look at that amount if we're going to use it in a calculation of for a blanket bond or whatever that amount of single well financial assurance. In looking back at the West Slope COGA presentation, my understanding is that was 100,000 for the location, and then 40,000 per well, and so that does make a little bit of a difference if you're thinking about a 10, 20 well pad or whatever. And so I think, I'll say what I asked yesterday too, is that it sounds like we don't have a ton of data, especially on horizontal wells, which is one of the well types that I'm particularly interested in having a better understanding on what is that actual cost to plug and abandon and reclaim. And especially given that many of those are multi-well pads, what are we really talking about in terms of the amounts? And so if we have some good information from West Slope that maybe per well is more like 40, I would just ask that other operators, come up with, what are their average plugging costs? I think, as I mentioned the other day, we know from OWN it's 12.5, thousand per well. What are the actual plugging costs that you are encountering? And not that I think we want necessarily every single operator to come forward with their demonstrated costs per se, but if that can help us better build the ranges, or perhaps based on basins or something like that, then maybe we have a better formula that we can apply that kind of goes along with what Commissioner Gonzalez was saying. All that said, I'm still also comfortable with the amounts that Commissioner Messner was proposing. And I guess I'll just ask Commissioner Messner, I just wanted to make sure that I understood with those, you had the production ranges of, for example, 60 BO, greater than 60 BOE and greater than 90 MCFE. Was there a proportion for the blanket bond that you had proposed in that? I may have missed that, or was it just in general, then you qualify for a blanket, but the amount or the calculation of that blanket was not directly part of your proposal? Did I miss it?
No, there was definitely amounts associated with each of the tiers. And so those amounts were for tier 2 and tier 3, they were the same amounts that West Slope COGA had proposed, and it was on a per well basis based on number of wells. And I can pull that up and tell you what those are if you want. But tier 1 was the individualized plan with a qualifier. Tier 2, the production ranges were as you indicated, 60 BOE or 90 MCFE or higher. Give me a second and I'll pull up the bucket amounts. And so for tier 2, the bucket amounts were 12,000 per well if the operator operates less than or equal to 50 wells, 10,000 per well if the operator operates more than 50 wells and equal to or less than 150 wells. 5,000 per well if the operator operates more than 150 wells and equal to or less than 1,500 wells. 3,000 per well if the operator operates more than 1,500 wells and equal to or less than 4,000 wells. And 1,500 per well if the operator operates more than 4,000 wells. And so that was tier 2. Tier 3. And
Well, go ahead. I was just going to say, I don't think I actually found my notes. I apologize. I didn't have them on the same page. And so I see now where you're going with that. And I recall that from West Slope COGAs. And so if it matches on the tier 3 as well, then I think I'm understanding where you're going with that. And
so where it gets different is tier 4, right?
yeah.
And tier 5. So
Yep. And that makes sense. And I liked those general approaches. But yeah, I guess ultimately for me, I think these different approaches make sense. I like the simplicity of what Commissioner Gonzalez suggested. If we can find the right single well amount that we base it on at 10%. What I'm just wondering is if these numbers make sense. You know, they were the West Slope COGA proposals, and I think that maybe makes sense for the West Slope, but doesn't make sense, you know, elsewhere, and especially for horizontal wells. So I'm just throwing that out there, just that this is what I'm thinking about and still chewing on, and would love to hear from operators on.
Commissioner Messner.
I will point out, and I mean, I'm certainly never not interested in hearing feedback, but I asked this question to operators through last week's testimony, and at least what I was hearing from operators in DJ was that they didn't have a problem with West Slope COGA's proposals, and so I'll just throw that out there.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can just to respond on that point, I not to be cynical, but sometimes I worry that if there's no pushback, that means that maybe we went too low. So I guess I want to just be thoughtful about realistic costs in these different basins. Not that I want to overburden any operator with more financial assurance than is necessary for the assurance part of it. But I do want to, if that per well fee makes sense in one basin, I'm not sure that it's necessarily appropriate in other basins, even if we have agreement on it, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, and I appreciate that. I mean, and this is how, like, my point around having to look at things holistically. And if we've got an orphan well program, it has to be a robustly funded orphan well program, because it's a necessary collateral to looking at a financial assurance model that may not be 100% not cover 100% of financial assurance, because it is incredibly difficult to continue to develop structures that are going to be applicable statewide. And so that ties me back to that initial conversation we had today around the necessary functionality of the Orphan Well Fund, where it is also funding it's funding our Orphan Well program, but at the same time is a necessary collateral or risk minimization, as Commissioner McGowan indicates, to our ultimate financial assurance tiered scheme.
So folks, are we coalescing around the Messner proposal to try on for the red line? Again, noting that we would look to get some feedback from stakeholders about the proposal, and noting that we're not wed to, if we say yes now, then it's always going to be a yes on the 22nd, 23rd. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, to your question, and again, I support Commissioner Messer's proposal. I think it's well thought out. I think it's thorough. The one change I would make is I would put the individualized plan, kind of the custom plan at the end. I think just thematically, I want to encourage folks to fall into the tiers and make it a little more clear cut for our administration of the financial assurance.
Commissioner Messner, are you okay with putting that at the bottom?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me, top or bottom. I mean, I understand philosophically where you're at, Commissioner Gonzalez. I want to make sure that it's understood that it's an achievable tier, and so I wanted us to think about two things before I think we walk away from this one that may need a little clearer direction. One is that qualifier for that individualized one, and whether that's necessary or not, whether it's the appropriate qualifier, whether there's better qualifiers. So I think that's a little unsettled. And two is in West Slope's COGCC proposal, in our existing draft rules, there are there's requirements for single well financial assurance for inactive wells. I want to put a placeholder in there because there's been proposals that would include single well financial assurance for low producing instead of just inactive. For me, the determination of whether I want to go with low producing in this proposal or inactive for all inactive wells as an additional single well financial assurance would be the determination of ultimately what our definition is of inactive well.
So to the first point, Commissioner Messner, I still have some significant heartburn with a qualifier of undue hardship. I think we should pivot more toward using this option to allow for smart, individualized financial assurance plans that are developed and that this commission can make determination that they are appropriate for the operator. So I would put different criteria around that. I would put a citation to the statute. I might dig into some of the work that actually Mr. Freeman put forward, looking at some of the work that EPA does when they do bespoke options as areas within which an operator can get some direction on how to prove to us that their bespoke plan is workable, as opposed to just pulling one of our variance criteria out. I don't have a full set of that. I would look to staff and I know we've gotten from a lot of different people various criteria. I'd be happy to work on that and provide that, my thoughts to staff on that as well. But that's at least where I'm sitting on the qualifier piece. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I've been kind of struggling with the undue hardship piece also. For me, tier one is, for me, those two pieces, which I keep reiterating, which is you're an operator that has good fiscal health and you have a portfolio of wells that are in good health, right? And I think we've talked about many of kind of the concepts or guardrails we could put around your ability to choose the individualized kind of plan route for me. For Commissioner Messner and other commissioners, I thought Commissioner Nanjapa yesterday, brought up the idea of, and I don't know what we're calling it, but like, I'm going to call it the Uber bond, but I'm not sure what we're calling it. A flat high amount that an operator could choose that path. And did we dismiss that, or is that a part of a different conversation?
I, for one, think it should be part of a conversation. I don't think it was part of Commissioner Messner's approach, but I would like to have some discussion around it.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I would be, interested to hear, especially from operators, about the amount. I proposed 50 million. I think if you divide that by 4,000 wells, that's 12,500 per well, which I don't think is terribly unreasonable. But I think, and depending on, I think we could, maybe there could be a range between 30 and 50, depending on the number of wells or something like that. And perhaps also as an incentive with that is that there would not necessarily have to be as much of a reevaluation unless there was a change, a significant change in the number of assets. So if there were a lot plugged and a lot drilled, and it generally evened out, then you could sort of keep things as is. But the main points that I just noted was that I think this should be for those publicly traded companies, so that we already have some assurance in that in itself. And again, assuming that they'll probably put up a bond, a surety bond, that would also provide some additional assurance just in the processes that the surety companies undertake to vet a bond of that type. But yeah, I just wanted to throw out there that I am, if operators can come back with, reasoning and proposals of ranges or something between 30 and 50, I would also be open to that, given that they were proposing 30 initially.
Thank you, Commissioner Nanjapa. And with regard to sort of the Uber bond, I remain fairly firmly of the opinion that we've heard a lot from operators that would be using this approach, that the 30 million is doable. It is consistent with other the only other states that are doing this. And I don't know where the 50 comes from. And I've heard nothing from operators that is doable. And so I want to make something, if we're doing an Uber approach, that is going to be workable. I think I do appreciate the publicly traded. I appreciate the fact that it's going to be a surety, and the fact that we've heard basically uncontested witness testimony that the sureties are not doing that unless there's basically zero risk. So that's where I land on that. And I would like to see us create another tier or an option or an off-ramp for that approach. Other commissioners with thoughts? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, I'm not opposed to the concept. I think that I had made the suggestion yesterday that rather than having just a normalized flat comprehensive bond, that it may have the ability to be proposed or adjusted depending on operator, depending on situations. I think that opportunity avails itself, in the individualized plan, in the tier 1 structure, particularly if you modify the qualifier from undue hardship, because I was struggling with that one myself. I mean, in my mind, I could make an argument for undue hardship and still be able to apply a comprehensive bond, individualized plan within tier 1. But it's not clean necessarily, nor is the ability to be perhaps more creative in some approaches. And so, I'm open to Chairman Robbins, your suggestions of coming up with qualifiers, including some of the suggestions that Mr. Freeman has made and some of the other suggestions you made, Chairman Robbins. But I do think that comprehensive bond does tie into a tier 1 individualized plan tier. So I'm not sure it has to be pulled and considered separately.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness that Commissioner Nanjapa put around this concept. It's a concept that I've been fairly agnostic to just in general throughout this process. I think that there's a lot of merit that it could fall under an individualized plan, as Commissioner Messner has suggested. But I think the idea here is that there's a handful of companies, right? There's really 3 that are proposing this that are, in my mind, I think are just generally financially sound. And their argument is that if they can get a $30 million surety, that the work is done, that there's no need for a financial assurance plan. There's no need, for the commission to try and tailor beyond that. And that really, you outsource that risk analysis to professional actuarial, type folks. And so I understand the idea behind the comprehensive bond, and if we go that route, I'll support it. I think the number of $30 million is appropriate, and I've thought about this differently. Like, if we didn't do a comprehensive bond, should there be a cap on total financial assurance in the state? And I was influenced by that consideration with the citations against Alaska, which I went and I actually read that statute, and California, of which I just took testimony, did not read that statute. But it's my assumption that those are true caps, that no operator will be required to put up a financial assurance above a flat amount. And so if an operator says, well, probably going to be close to that, here's my check. I don't want to track. I don't want to report. I don't want to adjust my plan on an annual basis. I don't want to, quantify which of my wells are in which production stage and how to apply it to the matrix. I mean, I think there's some merit to that request, because I think it just goes to the same effect of having a cap, of just having a top level of financial assurance. So in that regard, I think I'm pretty aligned with where Chair Robbins is. But I want to acknowledge, just the thoughtfulness in that we're being asked to take a really easy, simple, just bald-faced, comprehensive bond, and we're trying to put some thought behind it the same way we're doing with our other tiers. I think that's wholly appropriate. I think after doing that myself, I land in the same spot as Commissioner, as Chair Robbins.
So I think we're waiting to hear from Commissioner McGowan, not to put you on the spot.
Well, I think I'm the one who brought it back up again. So I think I'm definitely interested in talking about it and hearing back from stakeholders about this concept.
Chair, oh, go ahead.
Now, I was just going to say, can we, again, we're just trying stuff on for size in this red line. Can we try the 30 million cap, or whatever we want to call it, as an Uber thing on for size, and then get feedback from stakeholders over the course of the next few weeks and roll with that direction just for now, knowing that we're not fully certain or fully set? Nodding of heads up and down. Commissioner Messner?
I hate to be a pain, but I would, before we go there, at least from this commissioner's standpoint, I'd like to put that in the parking lot for a second, because I think that it depends for me on how we're addressing new wells versus existing wells, right? Because we're talking about a comprehensive cap, and I think we need to have that conversation about new wells versus existing wells before we make a decision on the comprehensive cap.
Okay, well, Director Murphy, I would suggest put quotation marks around it. That means it's still parked, and we'll come back to it, but I think we do have direction on otherwise the tiering structure. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Just a quick last comment on that is I also would like to think of this as a comprehensive bond and not necessarily a total cap on financial assurance per operator, because I think there may be other circumstances we have to consider. So along the lines of what Commissioner Messner said.
Okay, I'm gonna call on audible. It's 10:30. Let's take 10 minutes and come back at 10:40. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thanks for the 10-minute break for everybody. Everybody freshened up their water, their coffee, got a snack, whatever it may be to assist in the continued march here. Director Murphy, we've done a lot of discussing, musing around this area. Do you have enough blue here to be able to move forward? Do you want more? Where do you want to go next? What are you thinking?
Thanks, Chair. And I took a few minutes during the break to reorganize some pieces, which some of you might have seen. I moved the amnesty conversation back up into the orphan well discussion because I think it seemed like those two aligned. I know we were waiting for some decisions on tiers before revisiting that conversation. To me, I think that of these overarching comments, we've worked through a number of them with what's been proposed. I think maintaining them in this document will help us come back to and evaluate whether staff's rules or the next draft of the rules, how they vibe with these ongoing conversations. For example, the prescriptive approach versus picking production thresholds. Those decisions have been made. Whether they're the right ones or are what we can explore with the next round of deliberations. I think if commissioners are okay with me taking on the idea of trying to transition away from using the term tier to give a more even-handed treatment to all of the different options, I think I can run with that. I think I tend to like it. And then I think offsets for plugging is something that has come up in a couple of different contexts. I think that we've made decisions about it not being part of the tier criteria, but it might fit into other conversations. We've flagged the idea that we need to come back and revisit the definition of inactive and low producing. And then being able to invest in other things is captured a couple slides away when we talk about more the intricacies of the financial assurance plans themselves. So what I'm trying to get to is I feel pretty good about this slide and the direction. To me, the appropriate thing to do is probably either move back to the orphan well piece or move into the discussion of inactive and low producing, recognizing Commissioner Mesner's comments about the interrelationship of those definitions with the tiers. But there's, I think 26 other choices for anybody who'd like to pick a number. I mean, we could also just play pin the tail on the donkey and see which slide comes up next. That may not be the most orderly approach.
I don't know that I've got any real position one way or another. Commissioner Gonzalez, are you talking or?
I just said dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice.
I make a suggestion if I could, Mr. Chair. Maybe we jump back to the orphan well program. Let's sort out the amnesty piece. Then let's jump back into the inactive low producing definition, and because then that ties into the tier structure, and then perhaps go to existing wells versus new wells.
Sounds good.
So Chair, if I can step back, I think the conversations that largely interrelate on this topic are establishing the amount of the fee, establishing the amount we want to generate in either year one or at the conclusion of 10 years. Based on the discussion of commissioners, I heard a lot of interest in this being very iterative. So I would suggest that the right question to answer is, what do we want to generate in year one and year two, recognizing we'll be coming back to revisit this issue likely based on what we've talked about today at the conclusion of year two. And that then relates to the idea of amnesty, number one, and number two, what are the allowable spending of fees for funds generated? And right now, staff's draft allows that the fee may only be spent on wells or locations, orphan wells, orphan sites within the orphan well program. And so there's embedded in that as it relates to amnesty is, I think, if you want to have an amnesty program, making clear that by going through amnesty, you add it to the orphan well program, lines up the expectation of how we're spending these funds with the flexibility of the rules that you all may be exploring. I don't want to go down the rabbit trail right now of like the grant and reimbursement program and how that would work, but I think that that's another conversation about allowable spending. So I think that to me tees us up to this conversation of amnesty. I would say yesterday I heard more interest collectively from the five of you in a concept of whole amnesty. It's everything or nothing. An overarching, a bit of disagreement about whether to claim the financial assurance in some or all situations. And whether it's a one-time or ongoing opportunity. It seemed mostly an interest in being a one-time opportunity. And I agree, most importantly, with the last point, that it should require an application to the commission for a commission decision, which also may give you all flexibility about claiming financial assurance if you want to leave that as a case-by-case decision. So I may have overstepped my bounds in walking through some options here, but sometimes I can't help myself from framing what I've heard.
Thank you, Director Murphy. I think you hit on a number of the different components there. I actually like the last one, which is that it is an application. And that would then give us the flexibility to look at a case particular in determining whether to pull financial assurance or not. I'll just go ahead and spout out the rest. I think it's one time, 6 months within effective date or something like that. You make application, you come to commission, you plead your case. Commission, the rule would give the commission the opportunity in its discretion to pull the financial assurance or not. I think I sort of like the concept that there would be an affirmative, you're not doing business in Colorado again if you're taking advantage of this situation. And sort of the reason that I'm in support of this is that it's not to reward, it's just to acknowledge that we're going to be revealing or daylighting orphans. And the alternative is going to be a lengthy enforcement process that's going to result in the same thing. Those are my initial thoughts. Commissioner Najapa had raised her hand as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with the application process and having that sort of evaluation. And I think I also mentioned yesterday that while I had previously proposed a partial option, I'm now of the mind of all or nothing. The one thing that I kind of raised yesterday as well is, and I don't know if this is just part of the process of an operator deciding that they're going to go into amnesty, is that I'm just thinking about is there anything we could encourage to, so that other operators could take any wells from that lot of wells that may actually have some economic viability. And so maybe I'm asking more for staff to sort of contemplate how that could work, or whether that would be, is that just something that is just expected, and we write in the SBP of the operator that's going to go into amnesty that you were expecting that you're doing everything you can to sell off assets or do whatever you can ahead of putting in your application or something like that. But I just want to acknowledge or note that, number one, the amnesty program does save a ton of staff and, just administrative time, as opposed to an enforcement process that leads to orphan wells. But the one issue that, I keep kind of coming back to and trying to figure out some sort of solution is that the wells that come into the orphan well program through our enforcement process so far, as I understand, don't also convey us the title or ownership or any of that stuff. And so we don't have a way to sell off those wells. So to the extent that can happen ahead of time, and I'm not even opposed to just an operator indicating an interest, an external operator coming in and saying, I'm interested in these wells, and I'll put up the full cost bond on these wells to remove them from the program, if there was a way that we could do that with agreement from the operator that's going into amnesty. So I guess I'm kind of thinking, is there maybe an option that allows for sort of a consent from the amnesty entering operator with other operators to allow for the sort of assumption of the title and then posting with us the single well financial assurance, so that then we potentially reduce the total number that are coming into the program, the orphan well program, but are doing all we can to kind of see what other options there are to reduce what's actually coming into the program, and to see if there's better options for those wells that might actually be economically viable.
Chair, may I?
Yes, and then I would recognize Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks. I think Commissioner Najapa, this ties into kind of the broader point you raised yesterday about how do we acknowledge that there are external forces, my words, right? External forces that could help eliminate expenditures from the orphan well program. And you've also acknowledged the challenging place in which we as a regulator sit, and that we can't convey operatorship of the wells from a mineral development standpoint. However, it seems to me, and as I've been thinking through this particular process, the advantages are, as you've said, it reduces the enforcement process to a more straightforward application and decision. But if the commissioners do elect to pursue the idea of kind of a one-time opportunity, we would have a specific deadline for those applications or this scenario. We could allow a period of time for other interested folks to become aware of what is potentially available and engage in those conversations with the selling operator to kind of facilitate the private transaction that would need to occur for it to work within our system. And so what I'm trying to get to in a very long-winded way is I think that there's a way to accommodate it by building the right administrative process. And maybe that's, a 3-month horizon. I'm not really sure. That's a place where I would clearly want a lot of feedback from industry about how this works. When I've had conversations about operators pulling wells off the Orphan well program before, there's usually an interest in having some sort of like due diligence period, or can this well operate, or what are the issues? So there end up being some really interesting intricacies in the conversation that to me have challenged it coming into fruition historically. But if we build a process around it, perhaps we can create space to have that opportunity, or to not foreclose it unnecessarily, because it's easier from my perspective if we avoid getting them to the orphan well list than if we put them on the orphan well list, run them through the program, and then somebody comes to pull them off. So again, super long-winded response, but I think we could probably build the process.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Murphy. And I think you make some good points. I've been thinking a lot about the ability to transfer to other operators, and really all the title work that goes into it, the transfer of rights and the access to those rights that I think is a really big hurdle. And I'll talk about that here in a second when I get there. In generally, I'll go through the list that I made over here. I think there should be an application. I don't think it should be automatic. It should come to us for a decision. I think that's important because it makes sure that that we understand who the operator is, we understand why they're doing it, and we can kind of set the expectation about this is kind of waving the white flag, and you're out of the state, which is kind of the next point for me, is that I do think that if someone is claiming amnesty, it should be for all of their properties, and that they should not be allowed to operate in Colorado after that, or at least have their full-on certificate revoked. And if they do want to operate in Colorado again, they got to come talk to this commission before that. So I may even leave just a little bit of access for a secondary determination from this commission in that regard. So in terms of claiming financial assurance, I think that's part of the penalty for amnesty, right? If you are asking to walk away and you have some financial assurance, I think those dollars should come back to the state to be applied towards the orphaning of those wells. I think that because we're going to have these applications come to us, and we do want to potentially encourage or allow for transfers to other operators, I think that if you have an operator seeking amnesty, obviously they're not a ghost operator. They haven't left, just in the middle of the night. They're here. They're coming before us. They're making an application. If they have the if they're interested in transferring those wells, then perhaps if they transfer those wells to another operator that does have financial assurance with this state, that would be an opportunity they get their financial assurance back, but only through a transfer into an operator as part of the amnesty that would essentially cover that financial assurance. Let's see. So I think it is related to the Orphan Well Fund, Orphan Well Program, in that when these wells do become orphan, they're going to enter that program. And so we need to account for that, the management, the prioritization, the operations, the contracting of those operations going to run through the Orphan Well Program. I don't see any other way of how that's done post amnesty. Let's see. Okay, so now getting into the idea of transferring wells or allowing operators to take wells out of the Orphan Well Program. I think that it would be really, really difficult if you had an absentee operator who had a lease, had rights to that lease, orphaned a well, and then another operator with no other rights, no negotiations with that lessor, no transaction, no papering up of that transaction in property records and in county title. It'd be really, really hard for anyone to take over that well and be able to do anything with it, right? You don't have the rights to pay, you don't have the rights to produce, you don't have access if there is a split estate in that regard. And so I think there's just a huge hurdle of challenges. Although I like the idea, I think that it's a challenging thing to execute. And so I think that where this would be available is where you have the amnesty seeking operator transferring over to an existing operator or even a new operator, and they can assign those leases. If they can assign those leases, that papers it up right, and there shouldn't be any issues in that regard. I think there's two timing components here, right? So I think it should be a one-time ask for amnesty, and I think that we should limit that to a certain window post the application of our rules. And I don't know what that is, maybe a year, maybe end of 2022, but I think that should be time bound, that access to amnesty. And then if there is a transfer or an assignment of leases or an interested operator coming in asking to participate in that amnesty process, that there should be some time allowed for due diligence of those wells. I don't think that would take too much time. I think a typical PSA timing that includes wells would be like 90 days. So that would be something that if we went the direction of an amnesty seeking operator being able to transfer their wells and associated leases, I think a 90-day window would be appropriate in that regard. I think that covered all the bullet points, and I hopefully didn't skip over or blur too many of these ideas.
Other commissioners desiring to weigh in? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Commissioner Gonzalez. I mean, I think what I heard you say is that you would suggest kind of external transfers only. So, I mean, prior to the amnesty, prior to the wells being transferred to the state, essentially, there would be some opportunity for transfer outside of the process, external to the process, but not necessarily internal to the process once the states receive the wells. Or I might be mischaracterizing that. I mean, I don't know about the transfer thing, to be honest with you, but I mean, certainly external to the process, I think is fine. Internal, it seems like a headache.
I don't know about external or internal in the way you're thinking about it, but I was thinking about adjacent to the process. Basically, I just don't see how an operator can pull a well out of the orphan well program. If it's been orphaned, you have an absentee operator. I just don't see how that happens. It doesn't compute in my mind. I've tried to think of scenarios. I just can't reconcile that. Now, if you have an operator seeking amnesty, that's not an absentee operator. That's an existing operator who has a voice, who has their ability to continue to participate in the process. And that's where I think that as part of that process, where they're saying, hey, I need amnesty. I can't afford it. I'm not going to operate in the state anymore. I've got 25 wells, and 5 of these wells are attached to and I'm just giving an example here, X gathering system. This other operator next door, they're also tied in. They can fall into their contracts. They can take these over. For those 5 wells, I'm seeking amnesty into my ability to transfer them, which is really just a free transfer. It's not really an amnesty, but I think that could be a component of partial amnesty or a component of full amnesty when we think about it that way, is that if an amnesty seeking operator, a non-absentee operator, has the ability to make those transfers, I don't know why it has to be part of the process, but I think that it could be part of the process and perhaps could even be influential into our examination of amnesty if you have an operator who's gone through the efforts of finding a buyer and finding someone to take care of these wells, and so they don't reach our orphan well program. I kind of think that's an avenue that should have some consideration. And I think just generally in talking through it loosely, that I would be in support of that type of interaction with amnesty and an ability of another operator taking over one of those wells.
Does that selling operator, the one that's going into amnesty, have the ability to financially benefit from that transfer?
I haven't thought about that, but I would think if they're orphaning the wells, that if they want to financially benefit, they should probably do it before they apply for amnesty. If they come through the amnesty program, I think it's really just about a reassignment of assets, of property rights, and of operatorship, as opposed to a purchase of those things, if that makes sense. So if I'm an operator that has a buyer and I can get some benefit for it, and then I'm planning on going through amnesty, I'm probably going to go to that buyer. I'm going to do a transaction. And then I'm going to come to you and say, hey, I've got 20 wells and I'm about to orphan because I'm going to leave the state. Can I get your permission to do so kind of, through the appropriate process, I guess?
Yeah, I
How
mean,
we can stop someone from benefiting prior to an amnesty application.
as I think about it in that light, that gives me a little bit of heartburn, right? Essentially what you're allowing an operator to do is shed their good assets for a financial gain, or transfer their assets, their good assets for financial gain, and then shed their bad assets to the orphan well program for a financial gain. Maybe that's just what we expect in this situation. And so, I'm not saying that I would oppose an amnesty program, but that gives me a little heartburn. Yeah.
Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, no, I agree with you wholly in that regard, Commissioner Messner. I think that is really the exact type of transaction that we're trying to avoid in a lot of our transfer rules from mission change and as proposed in here. I don't know how you stop that, right? That's a private transaction, and the only thing we can stop is the transfer of operatorship. And if we say, hey, we're going to stop the transfer of operatorship to these 5 wells that would go to this other operator, then those just stay with the amnesty seeking operator. They're going to be orphaned anyways. So I think it's just part of how it works. I don't know.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate this discussion. And I think, from other testimony and things that we've heard, I don't know that doesn't already happen in like Chapter 11 bankruptcies, where there's restructuring and, the bad assets go to this company that then is just going out of business and is orphaning those wells, and this company gets the good ones. So I think those things are already happening, but why not save ourselves the process and be able to get, and especially if this is a time bound, I think, I don't know if I guess we did talk about 6 months or a year or something. I would be okay, even if it's a year from when the rules go into effect, to allow for operators to figure out if there's another way that they can be viable. And if they can't, then, but after that 1 year, that's the last chance. But I think that, we're getting these wells already through those kinds of things that are happening in other business transactions like bankruptcy. So.
Anyone else desiring to weigh in on this topic? Not seeing any. Director Murphy, are you getting necessary direction on this topic?
Chair, recognizing that this draft is to certainly make big steps forward in terms of framework, but that pieces may continue to evolve. It seems to make sense to me that we do include an amnesty provision. As I work through it with staff, I don't know that it really fits in Rule 211. I think the conversations fit together, but in terms of notifying operators what their options are, it may fit a little bit better into the 700 series. I kind of want staff's perspective on where to put it categorically. But to develop an also, we'll probably have to have some 500 series connotations, and I'll need help from Ms. Larson, of course, with that. But to build an administrative process that results in a commission hearing, I think at this point in time, based on what I've heard, it would be a process in which financial assurance would be forfeited. Again, that would be up for debate when we move through it. And then to kind of try to build in a 90-day time period from submitting the application to getting to hearing in the event there is some interest or opportunity to engage externally with folks who might be interested in acquiring said assets. Does that kind of work to at least frame the issue to get us from today to whether we think about it the 14th of or the 17th or the 22nd of February?
That works.
if I can be so bold, I would probably take us at this point in time to the subject directly above amnesty, which is allowable spending of fees generated. I really should rewrite this. Sorry, it's really allowable spending of revenues generated by the fee. And I think, as I've said before, whether it's through amnesty or enforcement or discovering a well that no longer has an operator associated with it, to me, the way staff has structured the rule is appropriate in terms of limitations on how we can use those funds. In that they must be used on orphan wells and sites. When I think about, is this the right next topic before I jump into more of the meat of it?
It's fine.
Okay. When I think about the grant or reimbursement program, I understood commissioner comments to continue to be in the vein of a grant or reimbursement for some third party performing work at an orphan well site, at an orphan well or an orphan site. And so to me, again, that would be within the permissible uses of it. I don't think it matters to me whether we're paying a contractor to do the work or reimbursing, a local government or some intrepid person or a company and engaging in it. But I think that is the most important question to you.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, I think how this may have come up was during the discussion of the 211 hearing and when a well is no longer used or useful, and kind of this tension perhaps related to land use development. And so in this case, if I'm understanding correctly, we're only considering a grant or reimbursement program for someone who is P&Aing a well that's already on our orphan well list, not reimbursing somebody who's gone through negotiations with an operator to P&A one of their wells.
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
So when I was listening to the presentations from the Brighton, Thornton, and not quite sure what the other municipality was tied up in that group, but listening to that group and thinking about this idea, I was thinking about it specific to relevant local governments, to the local government who has, really just, they have better means and more regulatory structure and coordination potentially with us in order to execute on that. And so I am a proponent with a relevant local government seeking reimbursement for actual costs on plugging an orphan well in their jurisdiction. I'm not quite sure how I feel about having just kind of anyone be able to say, hey, I went out and plugged this orphan well and give me my money. I think that there would need to be a much more defined process in that regard, where they would have to register as an operator or a contractor or something in that regard, where there's some oversight and some connection to the agency to create that relationship and set those expectations on the front end. So really, as I was thinking about it, I was thinking about a limitation just to relevant local governments. I think to contemplate beyond that will require, in my mind, a much more detailed process.
Gonzalez, would you, if I could follow up real quick, would you want that to be through some form of beforehand application so that we're aware of what it is that's about to happen and the local government knows going in that they're going to get reimbursed?
Well, I think that's a real important component of it. To give the relevant local government the kind of certainty that they're going to spend this money and they're going to be able to get it back. But even more important than that is the coordination with our own orphan well program, right? You don't want Mr. Andrews sending out a crew the same day that Commerce City sends out a crew on the same well. I think that coordination is extremely important, and that there should be potentially an application by a relevant local government to pull it off of the orphan well program, and then with that, maybe an estimate of cost, and then reimbursement based on actual submission of receipts, that type of thing. I'm not quite sure what all the details look like, but it's kind of the way I was envisioning it.
May I?
Murphy, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to take us back in time to 2018, and I've already talked about this executive order earlier today. But as part of that executive order, staff was very specifically directed to prepare. At that point in time, the idea was an operator could get credit from its mill levy if they plugged and abandoned or reclaimed orphan wells or locations. As staff worked through how to do that, it became clear that the way to navigate state processes on it was to set up basically a grant program. And so that we have created that structure. And that is the structure in which I think that this naturally fits. And I hear your point, Commissioner Gonzalez, that it shouldn't be any human being. Like I shouldn't be in charge of plugging a well, believe it or not. But I think that there's a way to make sure that we have the right sideboards on doing it, and keeping in mind that the purpose of our orphan well team is to set expectations about the quality of work being performed and then monitor that work is performed to that expectation. And all of this is a long-winded way of saying that I think we have these tools largely in place today. And I'm not sure that, I think that this would be a good conversation, the statement of basis and purpose about making sure we continue to make people aware of this opportunity in this program. We've seen an operator step forward recently to pick wells off the orphan well list of their own volition. And we want to continue that work and facilitate it. And I think we have the path. And I will absolutely check with Dave Andrews to make sure he agrees with me.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Just a quick question on that. I mean, I think you just answered it, but so that the recent picking up of orphan wells by Civitas, is that through that mill levy reimbursement program that was established through the executive order?
We looked at going through that path, but because Civitas is not seeking reimbursement, right? They're seeking to simply perform the work on their own dime. We separately negotiated an agreement with Civitas to perform the work. And so we have kind of three different flavors of how orphan wells could be plugged outside of the orphan well program, sending it through the contracting process. One is the method that we just talked about with Civitas. Two would be a reimbursement program that I talked about a minute or two ago. And then the third is we have, as part of, negotiated administrative orders on consent to resolve enforcement processes, had operators perform plugging activities as an offset for penalties. So I think it's good to keep in mind that all three of those, I think, will continue to be available to us as we're looking at post-financial assurance rulemaking world.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just another related question, if I
Yeah,
may.
go ahead.
So I just to be able to also better understand, so if there was an entity that wanted to become a contractor, they would have to go through the state system and register appropriately, and to be considered a contractor that you could call upon for plugging jobs, correct? Okay.
That's correct. I think we have the right direction on amnesty and allowable spending. Do we want to Commissioner Nanjapa, I think this was on this slide 5, avoiding adding inventory by industry picking up wells. I think that gets folded into the discussion we had about amnesty and working language into the SPP. And I think that you specifically wanted feedback from industry stakeholders on that point. And so if that's the right direction on this topic, I think I would suggest that we're back to setting the amount we want the orphan well fund to generate in the first and second years discussion. I hope we've closed the loop around most of those other things, around most of the other pieces that are related.
The only just quick clarification on that was, I mean, I agree in general about avoiding adding inventory, but I was talking about a step potentially in the enforcement process. So if we're already in an enforcement situation where we can see the writing on the wall, can we, add a step for getting consent from the exiting operator, to put up their wells, I guess, for other operators to remove and prevent from going into the orphan well program, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Nanjapa, it does. Sorry, Chair. I hope it's okay for me to dialogue and, subject to, I think that's language we could add to the SPP. I would be hesitant to formally add it to a rule in our enforcement process because I don't believe those rules have been noticed. But I think that's a space we can add. And again, that to me is a lot about communicating with or across industry about what is in process. And there are really different types of enforcement processes. And this really implicates only one fairly narrow one, but I think that we can build that concept into the SPP and start trying to connect with industry, rekindle conversations on this topic with industry. With that, do we want to take up the issue of what do year 1 and year 2? What are the funding goals for year 1 and year 2 for the orphan well program?
Sure. I don't know that the amnesty discussion changes my thought about the goals of that, because I'm not sure that it's going to be, I don't know how much of that is going to be happening. I think, or the discussion, well, actually what I meant was about allowing local governments to get reimbursed. I just don't know how much that's going to be happening. I'm still comfortable with proceeding for the first 2 years at 10 million and then reevaluating, as Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned, on a biannual basis, and then looking at the following year with an annual update from your group, Director Murphy, within this year. What did you said, like September 1st? And then the only other, slight component to that is if there's a way to establish fairness in that fee for those operators that have lots of low producing wells that are a good business model. And I don't have an answer on that. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to acknowledge that, I think that we need to understand that in year 2, when we evaluate this, that there is the potential that we are going to need to ask for more based on what's happening on the ground, based on what's happened over the last couple of years, based on further clarity around federal funding and so on and so forth. And so from this commissioner's standpoint, I just want to put that expectation out there that a year two piece doesn't necessarily mean that it's goes down or stays flat, but has the potential to go up. I mean, I still think it makes sense to just acknowledge there's going to be a bubble at the beginning. So address it sooner than later. But, you know, if I also understand I may be the only one. And so if the commission is at 10 million a year for the 2 years, I mean, I'm not going to vote to oppose that, but I just think we need to be really aware. So I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Murphy, I know I've asked this before, but I just want to just really understand. So, you know, obviously in previous years, we've been spending around 5 million for orphan well closure with the influx of funds. I know you're building a program and growing, you know, the staff and the capacity, et cetera. Do you think you can reasonably spend, or what is the amount that you think you can reasonably spend on an annual basis, understanding that there's some ramp up and that this may change over time as you continue growing with the ramp up?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. With the work that Mr. Andrews, Mr. Ellis, and their teams, or a number of other integral team members, have put into preparing us for the influx of federal funding, I feel relatively confident we will be in or around $10 million a year on the ground spending. Yesterday's news about an increase in opportunity of federal funding has shaken my confidence ever so slightly about what that looks like. And it's why we're thinking about trying to get to 10 million for a year or two, and then thinking about bumping up again. It would give me a significant amount of anxiety today, you know, the first day of February, to try to transition and say, no, next year we're not going to double our program, we're going to triple it. And so that's where I'd like a little bit of time. I like the idea of a 2-year check-in to help us calibrate on all of those fronts. And I think this is a great question. And it's certainly one that the legislature asked me during the SMART Act hearing that was a little bit uncomfortable too. So I do feel like we're well poised to be able to spend $10 million a year. As I said, I'd be uncomfortable going much beyond that, given the amount of planning that's gone into getting to where we are today and the work that needs to be done to make sure that, you know, one, we have the wells in the system in a way that can be appropriately let out for contract, and two, then putting together the request for proposals or these larger scale contracts in a way that's meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. And I know you've said that as well before. And I guess, you know, just correct me if I'm just not thinking about this properly, but I'm still thinking about like how much can actually be spent on the ground, as you noted, and knowing that there may be a ramp up and maybe over time you can add some additional staff capacity, rigs capacity, et cetera, where, you know, the industry in itself for this whole purpose might grow. I guess I'm thinking that I'm in agreement with other commissioners that we build it as a $10 million program based on the fees that we are collecting, knowing that we have federal funds and that we'll be expending those, you know, especially in these first few years, knowing that there's also potentially some uncertainty with those funds and how much we get each subsequent year. And so if there's a way that those funds can carry over and continue to grow and then become, you know, the supplement to whatever federal funds, or as the federal funds dry up, then we have, you know, we have those additional funds to spend. But it sounds like in combination with the federal funds, you know, there may be years that we will have 15, 20 or upwards of that. And if we have the ability to spend it, then that's great. But I guess I'm of the mind that we keep a fairly flat fee. I don't object to looking back in a couple of years, but I think we probably won't really have a better idea of how much we're spending until probably maybe 3 or 4 years in. And so, you know, I don't think there's any harm in looking back in 2 years, but I think again, just set the expectation. And I think that operators should be planning on in my view, a flat fee that is probably going to remain the same over at least the next 4 years and then might change after that.
Gonzalez?
Yeah, I'll just chime in here. Again, I'm in agreement with the suggestion from Chairman Robbins. I think $10 million a year is a good target to start with for the first 2 years. You know, and just I'm sure this is the way Commissioner Najab was thinking about it, but the way I think about it, it's not a $10 million program, it's a $20 million program that we're creating with this rule right here. So we're creating that cash of $20 million on the front end. And then we're going to be able to see, you know, hey, we're going to put our money where our mouth is in terms of using the federal funds. And if we get to a pace and the inventory of orphan wells after a certain amount of time will justify a continued effort at that pace, then we essentially know what it's going to take. And it may not be in the first 2 years, and maybe, you know, the next iteration after that. My hope is that with the influx of federal funds and with operators plugging wells in their own operational timing and structure, that we'll be able to cover a lot of this influx that we're trying to daylight on the front end, and that in conjunction with the financial assurance that we're applying through this rulemaking on the back end of it, we're going to have a lot of those wells covered, and we're going to have the orphan well fee that's designed to kind of cover that excess and be that backstop. So I think $10 million a year for the first 2 years with a revisit after those first 2 years is appropriate.
And muted. Anybody else want to weigh in? All right, I believe we've generated direction in blue.
I agree, Chair. And just closing the loop because it's not reflected on this slide.
Take your time.
Thanks. The fee calculation will work with stakeholders on trying to propose something that's kind of that I think starting with Commissioner Gonzalez's proposal makes a lot of sense in terms of some amount generated by a fee on production and the balance made up by an annual well fee. And so we'll work on that. And I know that stakeholders will have lots of comments and thoughts about it for you on the 16th and 17th. We talked about allowable funding. On the process side, you know, staff will continue to report annually on revenue, spending, project costs, progress. Based on this conversation, it might also be helpful to add in the scope of the orphan well program, like what's so I may add that in. And then I think that rounds out the discussions. And if it's your pleasure, do we just want to jump into the federal well discussion? We're kind of on a roll, right?
We are on a roll. Let's move into federal well discussion.
So I have 2 slides on the federal well discussion. One is the overarching question of continuing the status quo or creating a path to consider federal wells. I tended to hear a pretty significant interest in not continuing with the status quo, but a lot of, you know, diversity or exploration around what the path to consider for federal wells is. And that intertwines very closely with this question of how does the federal process impact the timing or manner. And I guess if we want to assume that the answer to the question on slide 9 is yes, we want to find a path to consider federal wells in the COGCC's financial assurance process, we can turn to slide 10 and really focus on the manner of implementing that direction. And if I've overstated everybody's position on considering federal wells in our process, I will roll us right back to slide 9.
Yeah, no, I think you summarized kind of where we're at. with it. And I think that sort of the two schools of thought would, both of which are right or neither of which are wrong, is do we put within our rule something that is, I think we all are sort of talking around sort of the substantial equivalent sort of thing, is that we would assess your financial assurance at the Fed level, and if it comports with what we require, then you don't need to do more. If it's less, then you would need to do more. And then I think the question is that effective immediately, or is that effective at some time frame after the feds have relooked at their rules and regulations, which they're planning on doing, I understand, this spring. And if it's the latter, then what is a date for that becoming effective, giving a chance for staff, BLM, and operators to sort of work through the new federal regime, our regime, and come up with methods of implementation. And then I think there was also discussion, if it's the latter, that there would also be a hard backstop, so that if for some reason the feds fail to act or delay out their work, then ours becomes applicable at some point in time in the future. Having said all of that, I was a fan yesterday of the latter, which is, let's put something in the rule now. Let's make it effective at some date with a hard backstop. Let's make that date something that is indeed a backstop. In other words, we should recognize that it's taken us almost a year to do our financial assurances rulemaking. I can't imagine that the feds are going to be any quicker. And so, is a year out long enough? Frankly, probably not. It's probably more like 18 months. I also am a fan of making the effective date that 18 months out, or at implementation of the Fed rulemaking with a 90 days beyond that. So that gives the time for staff, the operators, and BLM staff to work up scenarios on how this is going to become effective. So as I said, nobody's right, nobody's wrong. Those are my thoughts. Does someone else want to weigh in? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm in the camp of a delayed application, and I had thought about it in the terms of the sooner of 90 days following the BLM effective date of their rules, or I had 1 year following the effective date of our rules. If we think 18 months is more appropriate, I think that's fine too. And then as a backstop to anything that is not covered, if this doesn't work out in an equitable way for federal producers, I think that this would fall under one of those unique circumstances that an operator could come apply for an individualized financial assurance plan, seeking a discount based on other financial assurances. I think that's something that I brought forth yesterday as an idea in terms of that list of considerations. And so perhaps that gives a little more comfort that even if we have some clumsiness in the coordination between the two financial assurance regimes, that we can hopefully address that if needed in an individualized plan, and use that other financial assurances coverage as one of those consideration factors.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm trying to understand why we need to wait until the federal process makes its way through. So if I'm understanding kind of the concept that we've been talking about, the state's kind of the floor, and we want folks to be covered, and we want them to have to be in our model, right? And if what we're saying is, if you as an operator are required to have $100,000 worth of surety bonds with us, and you have federal wells and they're at 50, you're going to have to bond up with the state for the remainder, the 50. That's true today versus it'll be still true after the federal folks go through their process. And so I'm just trying to figure out why. I don't know if you have some other insight into why we need to wait until the federal process plays through, because either way, they're having to determine how much their assurances through the federal process, and anything that remains that falls short from the state requirements has to get made up through a state process. So unless I'm not catching something.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner McGowan. I'll kind of walk through my thinking on that. Is if we use that analogy of $100,000 for a round number, if you need $100,000 in financial assurances and you are currently bonded 50,000 under the federal regime, as I understand it right now, you're not required to do anything further under states financial assurance, and we're talking about changing that with these federal rules, because that was kind of the status quo position that Director Murphy had come up with. But coming back to the example of $100,000 and $50,000 already be covered, you need to pony up the additional $50,000 to get to that $100,000. Well, if the feds then in 3 months, and let's say you do that on however many wells extrapolated across your portfolio, and the feds increase theirs to $75,000. Well, now you've got $125,000 in bonds, and total bonds between the state and the federal wells that then have to be unwound through a reconciliation process and a release process, that I think operators are concerned with the challenge of doing that. And so that's one of the reasons why I've considered this delayed action, or this delayed application. So we can say the expectation is that you cover that delta, but we understand there's going to be some changes. So instead of having to implement that now, then unwind that and reconcile it, let's just wait and do it right the first time. And so that's kind of my thoughts on the delayed application.
Commissioner Gonzalez, my thoughts as well. I was just going to say that, what we're contemplating here is a sea change in financial assurance in the state of Colorado, and there is going to be a lot of activity creating new financial assurances plans. And it just seemed to me that we ought not make those operators have to go through the process twice, which is probably what would happen if we make it effective now. But I also appreciate sending the signal that we are going to apply our financial assurance rules to federal locations. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just quickly share my opinion. I tend to agree that I'm okay with the delay and signaling in the equivalency. And I could do 18 months. Even if we did a year from implementation of our rules, it would be 14 months. So I would be okay with that as well. But don't know, as a couple of months makes a difference if we don't have to do this twice, which is I think is important. I understand the challenge of having to do this twice. And so, the idea of 90 days beyond implementation of the BLM rules, or either a year or 18 months after implementation of our rules, I get that.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
I'm generally supportive of just all that's being discussed, and in particular the whether it's 12 months or 18 months, and then and 90 days following the completion of the federal process. So I think I'm again just in agreement that I don't think we want to do this twice. I think also based on our tiers, we may have some other considerations about how we're handling federal wells within those, or whether we aren't. But I think other than that, I'm generally supportive of this sort of notion of waiting and then applying our rules as we discussed.
Director Murphy, with that, I've heard from 4 of us that we'd be okay with the delay, and 12 or 18. I would advocate for 18, hoping for sure that BLM gets it done earlier, and then we just revert to the 90-day. But that does accommodate the fact that it is going to be a significant undertaking, as is evidenced by what we're doing here in the state of Colorado.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure that my lawyers will fix what I've written to actually conform to what you say. I do realize that in my enthusiasm on topic 9, I did gloss over whether we consider it the process or to me, it's the how we address federal wells that you all have touched on in different frameworks. Is it the Alaska approach? Is it, coming to the commissioners and trying to line up A to B and what we feel comfortable with? It's hard for me to envision a really straightforward way for staff to do it, given that we don't know what the federal rules are going to look like and how that's going to line up with our process. And so I need maybe a little more guidance about what the expectation is in this arena, recognizing that we will receive a lot of input from stakeholders. This has been a hot topic on how to refine it over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to go back to why I think it might be a good idea to just fold them into our process now, which is all those operators will know what their state financial assurance requirements are going to be. And then when the federal process kicks in, they'll easily be able to figure out what the delta is, whether or not the federal assurance is more than what the state was requiring. And so they go down to back to zero with us, or it's less than, and they have to decrease the bond that they have with us. So I don't know how many operators have federal wells and or just federal wells for which we're not going to have an assurance discussion with them for 18 months and not know where they might be fitting into, if it's a tiered structure, this tiered structure that we're going to adopt. And so if we're heading, I personally think it should be the difference between the total and the end goal, what structure were you under with the state, and what's the difference between what the feds are requiring. And if the federal amount is more, then you don't have to have assurance with the state, right? If the federal amount is less, you owe the change, the delta, in state assurance. But this is all going to be messy regardless, because they're going to also have to figure out what we would have approved as a commission for what structure or tier they would have fit under if we wait 18 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is kind of what I was trying to get at, in that, if we're talking about a comprehensive bond or blanket bond structures, do the blankets already cover all the wells, the federal wells, if you've got both federal and non-federal, or even if you already have federal? I don't know that we've had enough discussion on, are we excluding federal wells from even blankets as we're contemplating these different tiers, or not?
The way we've been talking about it right now is that it would stand that if you have federal wells, you fall under the federal paradigm, not the states.
I mean, I know that's been what has sort of been proposed, but if we're talking about these large blanket structures, how do the federal wells fit in? Are they not counted in the well count? I'm just trying to understand what we are contemplating in saying that they're exempt for the next 18 months or whatever.
Another sort of thought process here is we could have the federal wells. So an operator with federal wells apply for what we call the bespoke, I can't remember if it's tier 1 or tier 6, after the effective date of the BLM rules. And then we can work it out that way, is thought number 1. Thought number 2 is I would really encourage Director Murphy to reach out to those operators that have federal wells over the next period of days, et cetera, to see if we're all kind of in the same space. We just want to create something that's workable, right? At least that's kind of what I'm hearing. So those are 2 thoughts. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me make an attempt to, what in my mind would simplify it. So we've got a current scenario where federal wells are exempted. So there is no financial assurance requirement from the state of Colorado for existing federal wells. We're contemplating a new financial assurance model that would ultimately anticipate there would be financial assurance that would be required for existing wells, for federal wells. So what this timeline that we're talking about, this 18 months, it would default to current state, right? So federal wells would be exempted for the next 18 months after the implementation of the rules. The financial assurance requirements for those federal wells would be that there would be, the federal government would be associated with those. And I think in that realm, I mean, I think there's two things, and I agree with Commissioner McGowan that this is where it gets confusing. I think you can either allow that operator to be current state for the next 18 months for all of their wells, and then apply the full new financial assurance regime at the end of 18 months, or you're going to have to do the math twice, right? And that would be through the blanket bonding mechanism for the existing wells that are not on federal leases, with whatever the associated tiers and buckets are. And then you'd have to do it again at the end of 18 months, once you know what the federal requirements are. I don't think either of those are a problem, but I do acknowledge that most of the operators that have federal wells have both private and federal. And so, to Commissioner McGowan's point, there is the potential of having to do this twice irregardless, but there is not necessarily that need to apply substantially equivalent twice, because you're just exempting that federal piece for 18 months. So you're just applying the math of the blanket bonding mechanisms associated with the contemplated tier structure once, rather than having to do the substantial equivalency twice. Does that make sense?
I think you laid that out well there, Commissioner Messner. And again, as just one commissioner, I'm comfortable with that. And I think it's the correct approach, knowing that others may be in a different spot, which is fine. Commissioner Messner.
I laid two things out there, so I'm not sure which one you were comfortable with, but one thing was to exempt all of an operator's wells for the next 18 months, and the other one was just to exempt the federal wells for the next 18 months and apply the tier blanket bonding to their existing private wells starting.
It was the latter that I was in favor of.
Okay,
is build up. I mean, their financial assurances for their private wells would need to be built up. You don't get a free ride for 18 months for the private wells. But then once the Fed regime comes into play, then there would be a second rebuild bringing in the federal wells into play. And my understanding too, Commissioner Messner, is consistent with your understanding, is that most operators that have federal wells are also operating in a manner in which they have private wells. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Agree.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Messner's analysis and his second proposal. I don't think this eliminates doing it twice, but what I think it eliminates is that with the second iteration is additive, right? So you're going to add on that delta as opposed to having to reconcile and unwind. And I have a lot of concern about kind of the lack of formality or firmness on the bond release process and how that may work in terms of reconciling. And so I just want to make sure that we don't unnecessarily hold more financial assurance than we need to, or that we've created from our rules for an unnecessary amount of time. I just think that it's easier if we just say your state wells or your wells that are non-federal, or those are covered now. And then when we revisit it, you're going to add the other ones based on whatever delta that is.
Commissioner Messner, I'm assuming that you're comfortable with that as well, since it was your iteration. Commissioner Nanjapa, Commissioner McGowan, do you want to weigh back in?
I'm comfortable with the sort of second proposal from Commissioner Messner that you all are sort of coalescing around.
I think I'm in the minority and it's okay.
Okay. Okay, Director Murphy.
Chair, the piece that I either have missed or don't have is how do we look at the delta? Given the range of exploration ongoing, I would recommend taking your suggestion of operators filing for an individualized plan at the termination of what I would call maybe a grace period for federal wells, to allow the stakeholders to explore out what it means to evaluate the difference between the federal program and the state program. And that it is a bit of a placeholder. But to me, it feels like a good place to allow a fair amount of flexibility.
Director Murphy, I totally get it, but I think that's sort of kind of what the 90 days is for, is to, because it's hard to figure out the delta when we don't know where the BLM is going to end up. And so, you know, and I'm happy to appoint one of my commissioners to help assist in that stakeholder workout. So it doesn't just fall on staff, but I think that is what the 90 days would be.
But Chair, we need a rule to guide action, right? Unless we're going to do another rulemaking to codify that. That's where I'm confused. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Nanjapa.
Did Commissioner Nanjapa want to weigh in? Sorry, I
wanted you guys to finish your dialogue, but I did have something along these lines that I wanted to ask about.
well, and thought that I had sort of read sort of my musings of a rule into the record. I can happily send you my thoughts on that, Director Murphy. It is some language around substantial equivalence.
I would love to record it again, if that's the direction of the commission.
So I typed something up. I have it in front of me. Do you want me to read it, or do you want me to email it to you, or what's the best approach?
Let's read it.
Okay, so within it's kind of long. It's a whole like paragraph and a half, but I'll read it anyway. Within 180 days following the Department of Interior's publication of the Federal Register of Final Rules updating the Federal Financial Assurance Program, or no, within 90 days, because we stopped on 90, or whatever 18 months after April 15th is, and I can't do that math, whichever is sooner. Well locations located on federal lands will become subject to the 700 series rules. In applying the 700 series rules to federal facilities, the commission will defer to the financial assurance required by the federal government unless the director or commission determine that the federal financial assurance is not substantially equivalent, in which case the director or commission shall determine the necessary additional financial assurance due the commission. In no case shall the commission require duplicate financial assurance for a well, oil and gas location, or oil and gas facility, which gets to the double bonding piece. And I know there's going to be some SBP language around all that. But it was something like that.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, hold on. I was just going to help Julie with, or
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Murphy with this. In which case the director or commission shall determine the necessary additional financial assurance due to the commission. Okay, now Commissioner Najaba.
Apologies, I thought you were done. Okay. So I apologize if I'm being dense. Okay. Would we, in evaluating what the federal rules end up being, allow for operators to roll the federal wells into a blanket bond, where if we're basing it on number of wells, then it just, if they were at X per well, then now they're at this per well, if it, increases and would that be part of our calculus on substantially equivalent? Or, I guess I'm stuck a little bit on, how do we deal with operators that are preferring a blanket structure or qualify, based on what we've discussed in the tiers, and the coverage of federal wells.
Commissioner Messmer?
So if the operator with the federal wells qualified for one of the tiers that included blanket bonding, the blanket bonding tiers have an associated dollar amount per well. And so that's the associated dollar amount per well and the required financial assurance for that well. And so the operator would be responsible for the difference between that amount and whatever the federal government requirements would be per well. So for example, if an operator with federal wells qualified for a tier that had a requirement for 12,000 per well, right? And the federal government, had a requirement for 10,000 per well, then the operator would be responsible for 2,000 per well, right? However, if the federal government had a requirement for 30,000 per well, then there would be no additional state, there would be no state requirement. However, from this commissioner's perspective, that well would still be counted in the well total by the operator as far as determining, well, no, that well then would be exempted from the total required in their blanket bonding scheme, right?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's kind of what I was thinking was meant. And so I guess if you're already in a 50 to 100, tier, let's say, or tip 50 to 150 or whatever the boundaries were, and without your federal well count, you're at 51, and with your federal well count, you're at 99, let's say. So you're still at the same amount, then we are, so then it depends on what the federal amount comes to, but in that case, perhaps there's no difference. Is that, sorry, I don't mean to get too far in the weeds, but I'm just trying to understand how this works.
No, there is a problem there as you apply that, because if you're applying a less than, then give me a
So
second.
then you might have to subtract the wells, right? Like if you're at, I see, this is where I'm getting stuck and figuring out how this works. And I think we kind of heard this in testimony that it's not a simple addition subtraction, in some cases, because in some of the cases, the federal wells are also dealt with per location, as I understood it. And so I, again, would love to hear from the operators on the West Slope that are dealing with this. But yeah, I mean, if we're going to use a categorical designation of what your blanket bond amount is by number of wells, and you stay in that same blanket, then what do we do? Anybody else have any ideas, or I'm just struggling with that?
My ideas are, as Commissioner Messner pointed it out, is they're going to come in, they're going to get the financial assurances necessary for their private wells, and they may use one of the tiers, or they may do a bespoke approach, right? And then when the effective date hits, there's a 90-day window within which they talk with staff and with BLM, and they try to figure out what is the next financial assurance that's going to be needed. It could be contained within the tier. It could bump them into the next tier, or they could do a different approach with a bespoke approach. But all of that's to be determined based upon a non-existent BLM rule as of right now. That's going to be changed. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. And I don't know that we need to solve this language right now. I think that we signposted to stakeholders that we are strongly considering and almost, I think, uniformly on board with the idea of a delta, an idea of state wells or wells under our financial assurance regime, including federal wells. I don't know that in any of our filings or any of the testimony, we heard anything other than full cost bonding for all wells, including federal wells, exempt federal wells, right? So we found this space in the middle. Now we're wrestling with how to reconcile that. Perhaps this is one of those opportunities where we signpost, this is where we're at, this is the way we're going, find some language that works and bring it back to us for consideration.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Gonzalez. And I anticipate that we will have some robust discussion with those that are impacted with federal wells over the course of the next few weeks. Director Murphy?
I think I have enough direction to put rules out there for additional input and rumination. I know it's just past noon and this is hard work. I think that there is perhaps a little bit more to do in this space around local governments or state land board on this topic, based on the discussion yesterday, but we could hold that for lunch or I'm not quite sure.
I think that would be good. I know I could use a refresh break, including some food. Hearings Manager Larson, I think you're with us, trying to get a sense, and or Director Murphy, do we want, I know we've still got a lot of work to do, so I don't know that we get the entitlement to a full hour. Do we want to do, say, 40 minutes?
Mr. Chair, the agenda called for the lunch to break at 12:30. I know we're at a good spot to break now. Would you want to come back at 12:45 or 1?
I'd vote for 1 o'clock. That gives us 50 minutes. I see nodding of heads and thumbs up. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Good work. Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is February 1st. It is 1 p.m. and we will continue with the financial assurances rulemaking, docket 2106-00097. Hopefully everybody had a chance to take a break. I took an opportunity to go for a walk and therefore I did not eat my lunch. So I will be going on and off with video so that you do not have to watch me eat. And I may be puppy sitting in a bit. So that's my life. With that, we think are ready to dive into the topic a related topic to the one we were discussing. Director Murphy, do you want to lead us off?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I took a few minutes after we broke to try to organize slides a little bit so we won't lose as much time waiting for me to move stuff around. As I said before we broke for lunch, there were a couple of minor pieces to finalize on the federal well component. I tend to think that the topics or issues addressed on the slide 11 in front of us right now is largely encompassed within the direction that you've given staff on how to incorporate federal wells into the process, recognizing that that's a fairly fluid topic. So I took the liberty of suggesting that the language on slide 9 kind of closes a loop on this, in that either the director or staff can determine that the federal funding is insufficient and can bring a request to increase financial assurance for an operator that has federal wells. With that, I would suggest we jump into a slightly ancillary topic that we talked about yesterday around how do we consider local government or state land board financial assurance requirements. I think that there was a pretty robust discussion and some very important exploratory questions about, are they bonding for something different than what we bond for, and recognizing that these bonding requirements, especially at the local level, can change rapidly, and for an operator with operations in multiple jurisdictions can have a lot of permutations on it. It's hard for me to set a really clear path on how we would address those rules. I think perhaps a statement of basis and purpose comment that, you know, we need to consider that and understand how that works. And maybe this feeds into the need for an individual financial assurance plan. And if an operator sees true conflict between the regimes, we have had bonding alongside state land boards requirements for as long as I've been working with the commission. And I don't think that those come into conflict. So I'm less concerned about land board. And the local government piece will only be quote unquote double bonding if a local government moves into an arena in which we are also bonding, which feels unique enough at this point in time or novel enough for me that it's appropriate to think about either, as I said, with SBP language, and given the flexibility afforded by an individualized financial assurance plan for an operator so affected. Commissioner Robbins, you are not the only person dog sitting today. Sorry.
Director Murphy, on the issue of local government, and this may be a question for AAG Davenport, for us to take into consideration that component. I mean, I think it's easy if it's a kind of a bespoke plan, because we can take that into consideration, but do we need to have language beyond just SBP language addressing this topic in order to be able to interrelate between local bond and the state bond, or do we think we need rule language here?
I think rule language would probably be the most direct and but certainly be binding way to address it. It may be able to be done by the SBP, and we can give it a shot in the SBP and see how it works out, if that's the commission's pleasure.
And is it just something as simple as commission allows operator in pursuit of its financial assurance to provide perspective on other local jurisdiction financial assurances, and commission will take said into consideration? I mean, is it something as, I mean, that was really weaselly, but I mean, is it not that difficult a topic?
Yeah, I think it can be taken care of. I mean, I think the rule would need to give the discretion to take that into account. And then the SBP can clarify that that is one of the things that the commission will take into account.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think I was one that daylighted this issue yesterday, and I wasn't thinking about having as extensive of a rule for federal wells, whereas we've contemplated for federal wells, because that's more of an imminent process, where this is more of an unknown and is going to apply differently in different jurisdictions. So my suggestion is similar to what Director Murphy had come up with, and it sounds like the lines that you're along the lines that you're thinking as well, is basically, hey, either this is going to be one of our considerations under a individualized plan, or this is going to be something that's basically it. That the consideration would be, if you have other financial assurances under an individualized plan, you'd like credit for that, and that comes before us as one of those considerations. I'm indifferent as to whether that's in the SBP or if we just leave it silent and that's included in those other considerations.
Any of the other commissioners want to weigh in?
Well, I think that I can work with our AAGs to make sure we craft something that's understandable and charts a path forward with this direction. And with that, I mean, this was a nice little order for one of the bigger topics around defining inactive and low producing wells. That's a pretty substantial topic. And then turning to single well financial assurance is another super big topic. Hopefully the definition of out of service wells is slightly less robust of a conversation. I'm not sure. I mean, we had a lot of discussions yesterday that, as I understand it, the staff 12.7 definition of an active well may be sufficient, but may also need to consider a days of production threshold, I think is what I heard yesterday. Depending on how some of the other rule provisions have sorted out. I hope that in defining the tiers, we have at least accomplished some of the other work that needs to be done. I would look to commissioners to see if there are other decisions that need to be made before we can come back to looking at the definition of an active well. And I guess the same kind of comment applies to low producing well, although and so I think with that, I would drop off and see if the best place to start this conversation is with a discussion of an active or low producing or out of service or single well financial assurance. Commissioner Gonzalez, it's dealer's choice.
Who wants to pick? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to start with inactive. And I think I expressed yesterday my concerns about the inactive piece and the kind of minimizing the potential misuse of inactive wells in order to be able to kind of dodge the need for increased financial assurance, even in our proposed financial assurance structure. And so understanding that, I mean, I think a production threshold has some value. And I appreciate Commissioner Nanjapa's proposal of utilizing Texas's definition, which I think would meet that production threshold and kind of minimize the ability to game the system to shield themselves from needing to provide the necessary financial assurances. I don't know how that would affect other ways that the definition of inactive is utilized. And so I would ask that question.
If I may. We do tend to think of inactive. Let me start over, Commissioner Messner. My recollection of the rules is that the only place the definition of inactive is tied to an operational requirement is in the flow line series. So putting in a production threshold here would mean that rule needs to be changed, quite frankly. It's in the 1100 series. I can't remember which one. I know Caitlin probably knows off the back of her hand. And so I think that the question that I would ask, and it's probably because today's work hasn't been completed, but to me, we haven't used the term inactive in other financial assurance contexts. And so if we're not, I want to, again, make sure we have a purpose for including that threshold that ties to a regulatory outcome as well. In that, I mean, like I said, there are other decisions that may be pending yet today, but I don't know that we have a specific regulatory direction on integrating the term inactive into a financial assurance context. The other component that is kind of out there in the dialogue that I heard yesterday is, are operators kind of moving in and out of shut-in or temporarily abandoned status without consequence, which is slightly different from, I think, what one of the purposes for including a production threshold in the definition of inactive.
Commissioner Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree that another reason for a production threshold would be that oscillating between shut-in and temporarily abandoned. But I do think, at least, I hope I've communicated that in the financial assurance structures that I proposed, that I did propose to utilize Western Slope COGA's consideration of inactive wells as a requirement for single well financial assurance, across the tier structures. And so, so that's where it ties in, the financial assurance regulatory piece.
Apologies for misremembering that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Andrapa.
Thank you. I guess maybe a couple of questions. First, more broadly to the other commissioners, have you been thinking of the tiers and the well counts as inclusive of inactive wells or not? And I guess, one thing that I sort of threw out yesterday is I think, in my view, it should not be considered in the well count, and there should be a piece of the financial assurance plan that specifically addresses inactive wells and what's going to happen to them, with some time boundaries. So I'll maybe throw that out first as a first question. Yeah, go from there.
Messmer, then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll go ahead and read Western Slope COGA's proposal, so that I think it makes it clear how the inactive wells get addressed in the tier system. But for tier 2, I understand there's a proposal to flip things, but just to make it easy, tier 1 is the individualized plan for right now. So in tier 2, for inactive wells, the operator's blanket bond will cover inactive wells up to 10%, excluding out of service wells. The operator must provide single well financial assurance for any inactive well exceeding the 10% threshold of the operator's approved Form 5B inactive well notice pursuant to Rule 434C. And then in tier 3, it's the operator's blanket bond will cover inactive wells up to 5%, excluding out of service wells. The operator must provide single well financial assurance for any inactive well exceeding the 5% threshold on the operator's approved Form 5B inactive well notice pursuant to Rule 434C. So my proposal would incorporate those 2 elements from Western Slope COGA's proposal.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I was just trying to figure out, as we're figuring out the financial assurance piece and how inactive wells might fit in there, also making sure that are we not going to differentiate between an inactive well versus a well that's been put on the out of service or plugging list, because an inactive well might not necessarily be in that same boat. And I know that we, up to now, have been excluding the out of service wells from consideration for the tiering, correct? Because they're not going to require financial assurance. So And I guess Commissioner Messner, I would have to slow down and try to understand once again, the different tiered structures and how the. So are you saying for tier 1, you could have up to 10% of your wells inactive? Or is that not what we're saying?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Messner.
Yes, the proposal, well, for this is where it's getting a little bit confusing, but so tier 1, I'm saying tier 1 is for right now the individualized plan. Okay, so tier 2, then that would exclude, correct? So 10%, you would be allowed 10% of your overall wells to be inactive before you had to do single well financial assurance. That's the proposal. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. 10% for tier 2, 5% for tier 3. Out of service wells wells on the out of service list would not be included on any inactives, nor would it be included in any overall well count.
So I'm supportive of somehow reflecting, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, go ahead.
I'm supportive of somehow including or recognizing the number of active wells in an operator's portfolio, because I think that is indicative, perhaps, not necessarily, of risk, maybe. And so I'm supportive of reflecting it somehow as part of financial assurance. And now I know we're messing up Director Murphy with apples and oranges and operations versus financial assurance. But for me, it does seem to have some sort of a role.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that it does have a role in terms of tiering or grouping. I'm not quite sure what the substitute for the word tier we're using is, because every well that's not out of service counts towards that production portfolio, right? And in that production portfolio, if you have inactive wells with zero production, then that's necessarily going to skew you towards the other end of that distribution that's going to require you to have higher financial assurance or be in a higher, lower tier grouping, whatever we call it. And so that's how I think it's reflected. And then there's the additional financial assurance that's required if you have above 10% of your portfolio being inactive wells, in which case those all go to the single well financial assurance, very similar to the way it operates now. And so I think that's how it's captured. It's basically, it's captured under the realm of what used to be a low producing well kind of designation in financial assurance. Now it's just taking that word low producing well out, calling it that 0 to 2% or that 2 to 15%, wherever you fall in that distribution and your associated tier or group. That's the way I look at it. I think I've dialed that in a little bit.
Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I think that's helpful. I mean, this one's a little bit tricky for me to kind of figure out where I think makes sense. To a certain extent, I think that counting inactive wells as it relates to determining an average overall portfolio production level makes some sense. On the other hand, I think that if you exclude the inactive wells from the count, then you are treating them as either returning to production, and so then in a couple of years they'll be folded into the total well count, or you'll be putting them on the out of service list, in which case they'll get plugged, or you have to bond up to single well financial assurance. So I'm kind of thinking that perhaps we think of those separately as part of a plan, and then in the review of the plan, after, like, if it's a 3-year time frame or something for those inactive wells to either return to production or to be put in the out of service or to bond up, or whatever the decision is, that then you kind of reassess the overall well counts and the tiers and the amounts based on that. This is a little bit, as I understand it, again, what the Texas model has, there's basically 3 options if your well is designated as inactive. I guess I can't completely speak to the fact of whether or not it's counted in how they determine their overall financial assurance, but I would just throw that out, I guess, as a supposal, to use Chair Robbins' terms, as something that maybe we could consider. And again, with the idea that if it's inactive for some legitimate purpose, that there's still a time frame associated with how long it can stay inactive, and then before it either needs to go into one of those other categories of, so again, I'll throw that out as a supposal, but I think that is, for me, where it does kind of tie back into, overall financial assurance / operational requirements, et cetera, and what we, how we kind of view these wells. But I sort of feel like there's a value in focusing in on these wells in particular to push, an operator to, as I was saying yesterday, do or die, with these wells.
Commissioner McGowan.
Sorry, Commissioner Nanjapa, I think I'm not quite catching what you're supposing. So do you think that inactive wells should or should not count toward the well total when you're looking at what tier within the tier, what your well count might be? And if you could answer that first, then I think I would like to add something.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if I may. So, and I apologize, gosh, I need to stop my brain because I think I put too many ideas out at one time and I confuse everybody, so I apologize. So I was kind of contemplating both. Personally, I believe it should not be counted in the well count that puts you in a particular tier. And the reason is because specifically for this category of wells, these inactive wells, then there's a specific set of actions tied to those wells. If they're returned to production, then they get counted in the well count. If they're not, then they, continue down the pathway of either bonding up while you're waiting to decide what the next step is, or putting them into the out of service list.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a little bit of a different way of thinking about it, I think, which is the out of service list wells for me don't count towards your total because you've made a commitment to plug them. You were getting them out of production. There's some benefits to joining the out of service well club. You get on the list, it doesn't count toward your well total within the tier structure. But the exchanges, I've made a commitment to P&A them and get them out of the portfolio. And an active well, I think a shut-in or temporarily abandoned, which are included in those totals, for me should count towards your well per average daily per average well total or whatever. You have not made a commitment yet. You might toggle back and forth. You might make a decision, you might not. And I don't know how many of those types of wells you might have in your portfolio. You want to take one of those and put it on the out of service list, then you get the benefit of it not counting towards your well total. So I guess that's kind of the way I was thinking about it, but I see what you're saying as well.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. I think that you're really close to what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say a little bit differently. And Commissioner Nanjapa, I appreciate your concern with this. I think it's already addressed. And I think that what you're proposing may actually be less protective and less stringent than what's currently being contemplated. And here's why. If you just look at 434C, we have all of the protections built in terms of here's what's required when you have an inactive well. So if you don't want the inactive well to be classified as such, you got to bring it up to production, you got to plug it, or you got to put it on the out of service well list. And then, of course, I propose an off ramp for a directed determination for that inactive well status based on other uses or long-term plans, what have you. Now, if you exclude those from the tiering structure, then every operator that has an inactive well or an inactive wells in their portfolio is going to skew to higher production, meaning it's going to pop them into a higher tier or a more beneficial tier. And if that's the case and they're excluded, then they're not as incentivized to take those inactive wells, to deal with them and to take them out of their portfolio in order to designate them as out of service and to get that benefit. And so I think having the inactive wells in there skews the portfolio to the more stringent tier because it accounts for that zero production. And then the demands of through our rules and what we're requiring of operators with inactive wells are all captured under 434C independently. So basically, you're subject to that financial assurance under your blanket bond up to 10%, and then single well after that. And so there's incentive to take care of those, bring them to production, get your production up, skew it back to the tier you want to be in, or remove them through out of service. And I think that gets to what you're trying to accomplish, really the way that it's set up currently. So that's the way I've been viewing it. But I'm interested in hearing if I'm off base on looking at it the way you're looking at it.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think, yeah, I think, that makes sense. And I was sort of, this is where I was going with the understanding if these are included in the count, that it, it does kind of skew you into a different tier. So then maybe separately, then I'll just throw out there if that the other proposal, I guess, that I had thrown out yesterday was again this time bound idea for if it's inactive because it's offset or it's shut in or temporarily abandoned for some other reason, that there should be a time limit for how long it can remain just sitting in that inactive state. I'm curious what other commissioners think on that.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, I would agree with that generally, but I think that the circumstances and the reasons why it might be inactive could be so unique and subjective that should be determined on a case-by-case basis with this kind of inactive plan. I'm not really quite sure. I guess the Form 5, I'm not quite sure if I have that interaction correctly, but whatever form where you have to put all your inactive wells and commit to their status and what's going to happen with them is where I think it'd be appropriate for the staff and the operator to determine a time certain. And then if that needs to be amended, perhaps there's some more scrutiny applied to that.
Commissioner Messner.
Yeah, I think a couple of things on that. I mean, assuming that there's single well financial assurance associated with that inactive well, which I think is being proposed at this point. And so the risk to the state is minimized. And that well at any time at that point is subject to a 211 used or useful hearing, and the point that Commissioner Gonzalez made as well, as far as another element there. I mean, I think there's checks and balances there. To me, the single well financial assurance is the big one. And so, and the fact that they have to pay a single well financial assurance associated with that, I think encourages them to either make it used or useful, right? Or put it on the out of service list.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and that's helpful to me. And I'm still chewing on a couple of pieces, but I think that's helpful. So I guess just for Director Murphy's purposes, I think I'm in agreement that it makes sense to include them in the count. And then with the way 434 interacts with what gets determined with those wells, kind of places us in a good position. I agree as well with Commissioner Gonzalez's, noting that perhaps those determinations of why a well is inactive can be determined case by case, and I guess I'm still advocating for some sort of time-bound component. I agree that perhaps that's best determined by the staff. And I also agree, as I also previously raised, that there's also these other issues, the force majeure kind of situations that may require a wholly different approach. But I guess that kind of is captured in the case by case that Commissioner Gonzalez was noting there. So so I'll just say that my main question was whether or not we include them in the well counts for the tiering, and I'm saying yes. I did have a separate question for Director Murphy. I saw that you unmuted, so I wanted to make sure you didn't have any question for me, but I had another question for you.
I'm going to go first, if that's okay, and just point out that we really did raise this as something to be talked about in the context of what information is gathered in a financial assurance plan and in that annual reporting mechanism, which I think will give us information to help inform those decisions, Commissioner Nanjapa, and flexibility in a case-by-case way. So I just wanted to make sure we put a pin on that, because it's a different way to approach the concern that you're articulating and have updates kind of through time. Staff, of course, reminded me that, staff does have a tighter oversight of wells that are temporarily abandoned because of the Form 4 process that comes in around them. That's not as true for shut-in wells. But just wanted to complete that thought. And that now, Commissioner Nanjapa, I'd love to hear your question.
Thank you, Director Murphy. So and if this is just something that you can just point me to the reference, but I was just curious, you mentioned the flow line component that relates to our operational considerations of inactive wells.
Yes, it's 1101A3.
Okay. And I'll just go look at that on my own, but I just was curious. I wanted to take a look at that too.
Yep.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, Director Murphy. At one point, there was a proposal that would utilize the term idle well instead of inactive well, and have a production metric somewhat similar to that Texas definition of inactive well. And my only question is, I'm not hung up on the idle well versus the inactive well, but if we, in this rulemaking, changed the inactive piece to idle, would that eliminate the need to do an additional rulemaking to adjust the flow line rules? So it's just a question.
Commissioner Messner, you're actually asking a question that I was trying to decide whether I should offer, but I would take it maybe in a slightly different approach. And if the production thresholds in the Texas definition are appealing, maybe create a new definition for idle well that integrates those definitions or those thresholds, and let that drive some of these conversations. Recognizing that in some ways, the challenge to me about what we're talking about and including production thresholds in the definition of inactive is, what is the downstream impact on the definition of low producing? And are we rendering that other definition superfluous, redundant, and how do the pieces fit together? And I hear very clearly that a number of commissioners want a production threshold by which to evaluate some financial assurance consequence. After my work on this, I'm a little bit anxious about integrating it into the definition of inactive, which is why staff's final draft broke the two apart and left inactive operational and put together low producing. So that might be maybe a third rail between these different positions, recognizing that an inactive well would be subsumed within an idle well definition keyed off of Texas's definition or thresholds. And then does that idle well definition provide you all the latitude to work out the consequences that are appropriate?
Commissioner Messner.
So two answers to that. I mean, I think number one, for me, it would. Although I understand then we're splitting hairs between an idle well and a low producing well, and those two different definitions are pretty close, right? As far as production metrics go. I mean, the other proposal that has been proposed in this rulemaking by different parties is to utilize low producing definition, you know, in place of the inactive well wording within the tier structures, right? And so have that 5% and that 10%, but rather of inactive wells, have it as low producing wells, because we already have some you know, a definition for that doesn't correlate into other definitions. Although I will acknowledge that by utilizing the low producing definition, you're encompassing more wells overall. And so that's why I was trying to split hairs there. And I'd either make a modification of the inactive well definition to include a production threshold or the consideration of an idle well definition. So those are two things to consider there, two ideas.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. And you know, in the proposal that Commissioner Messner, that you put forward that mirrors West Slope COGA with the additional tier, we're basically saying that a low producing well is just a tier 5 well, right? Under your proposed tiers. And so there's not really a need for that definition of a low producing well, because you're already in that tier 5 status in terms of a presumed single well financial assurance with an individualized plan in that tier. And then even within that tier, you're still subject to the inactive well 10% threshold and above for single well financial assurance, assuming that, you know, that it doesn't get worked out in an individualized plan. So that's why I think that actually the rules as they've kind of morphed over these last couple of days towards this tier structure eliminates the need for a low producing well definition within a financial assurance structure. I think it's beneficial in other considerations throughout the rules, but just in terms of the tiering and the application of a general financial assurance structure, I don't know how necessary that is. And I think that it actually works out pretty well the way we consider the inactive wells, A, under 434C with their operational requirements, and then B, with the additional financial assurance that we're requiring under the financial assurance regime, scheme, structure, whatever. And so that's why I'm having a hard time reconciling the need for even talking about low producing wells at this point if we stick to that plan tiered financial assurance structure 1 through 5.
Commissioner Messner.
Make sure I understand. So are you suggesting just to stick with the inactive well definition in the tier structure, because the Western Slope COGA proposal clearly does have that inactive well piece in there, the 5%, the 10% within the tier structures. And so again, my goal here, like, I don't have a problem with the inactive well being included in financial assurance. My problem is that the existing definition of inactive well creates this possibility that people will cycle in and out of an inactive status, or not necessarily cycle in and out, but have some production level in there, in order to be able to not have to pay that single well financial assurance for inactive wells in the financial assurance structure. Does that make sense? And so that's where my production metric, I think, becomes important. And so whether that's idle well or low producing well, I'm just coming up with a way to minimize the gamesmanship possibility, right?
Right. So I appreciate that. I kind of understand where you're coming from there. I guess my first question would be, why wouldn't we just include a production threshold in the inactive well definition, still call it an inactive well in that way? Now, I'm not in favor of that, because I don't think that's because I don't think that's going to help, right? I think if you set it at 1, if you set it at 5, you set it at 10, there's going to be someone taking their wells up from 4 barrels to 6 barrels, from 9 barrels to 11 barrels. They're going to find a way to work their production in a way that's beneficial for them. So I'm not quite sure that we'll find the right threshold that's helpful there. I haven't had a lot of chance to digest the suggestion of the Texas definition, or really to scrub it to read like the actual language. But I think that's something that has promise, and I'd like to send it back for for further review from stakeholders. I just fail to see the need for adding additional definitions that I just feel like we're already covered in kind of all these scenarios that we're thinking about, right? If you're gaming an inactive well, you're still in the tier 5 or whatever tier it is, the lowest tier, based on that production level, right? And so that captures low producing wells. And if you want to add a production threshold to it, I would just suggest that we do it within the inactive well status. Again, I'm not proposing that. Just it makes more sense to me structurally when I think about it that way than just adding a definition that's going to have a much more limited application. If that makes sense. I'm trying not to ramble here. I think we're trying to get to the same spot, but I think we're thinking about it in different ways.
Can we write gaming the system into our rules?
Wouldn't that just generate a bias, Chair?
I mean, yesterday I thought we did speak to the director having discretion to be able to call an inactive well, even if it did go up or down or something like that. And I saw a whole bunch of hands raised, and I'm not sure who did it. So raise again, please. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm aligned with Commissioner Gonzalez on this one, which is I think what we're worrying about is if the folks who are turning on occasionally to avoid the inactive status will actually produce more than the definition we have for a low producing well. And because I just don't know how much they're going to produce when they do that. And so for me, it just seems easier we pick a definition for an active and we figure out how we're going to use that definition. And then we do the same for low producing. And I think that we've made it really clear during our deliberations that we're trying to create some sort of avenue where the commissioner or the director can bring something to us if we think that someone's purposely trying to do something to avoid, adequately assuring their liability.
Commissioner Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I read the existing definition, they could produce a coffee cup of oil and be producing, right, in order to be able to not have to pay the single well financial assurance. And so that's an issue for me. And so that's why I'm suggesting a production threshold and arguably a very, very low production threshold, right, in order to have some sort of basis. That doesn't mean that they can't be able to make a showing that it is used and useful, economic, and still be able to produce that well or keep it in an inactive status. We're just talking about it in this particular instance as far as the requirement to provide adequate financial assurance for that particular well. And so I'm okay leaving it as an inactive definition. I'm just acknowledging that we're going to have to go back and make it an adjustment in the flow line rules, which is okay too. My only suggestion for idle well was to not have to go do another rulemaking, but we can do another rulemaking.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
All right, I'm gonna go out on a dangerous limb here, and I'm thinking about this in just want to think about it just a little bit different way. The production I think is easy to game, right? Whatever level we set that at, I don't think that solves our problem. What if it's tied to sales instead of production? Does that change anything? And this is a question that I do not know the answer to. Does it change anything if the operator is required to not sell a drop of oil or a drop of gas as opposed to produce, meaning that they can produce, they can, it's going to have production less than essentially a viable volume to sell, because there's going to be a certain threshold in which the operator has to produce enough to meet whatever their line pressures are in the gathering system. or make it economic for them to have a truck come and pull the oil out of their tanks. Now, this is all speculation on my part. I'm just trying to think of a way to maybe bridge the gap of what we're thinking about here. So I don't want to open up something that's too far off, but if that's just something for stakeholders to think about, and maybe I'm close, maybe that's a way to bridge the gap and really have an effective way of avoiding gamesmanship, because I don't think a production threshold does it.
Director Murphy?
Thanks, Chair. Our current definition, COGCC's current definition has a sales threshold. And staff has been concerned about how that can be. I've been very intentional about trying to strike any reference to sales in this draft because of concerns about selling off the tank and then allocating back to wells, and a couple of other concerns that are not replete or not categoric across industry, but it does create some interesting challenges for us to account and understand. And this for me is all based on the understanding that producing wells from an environmental standpoint have feedback that they have integrity, whereas wells that are not producing don't. And so that's why when wells are not producing, we move into integrity management requirements, right? And so that to me is kind of a background component of this whole conversation, and why the definition of shut-in and T8 are important when we move into the inactive space. So like I've kind of strayed far from where we started, but staff has had concerns about using sales as a threshold for inactive. I mean, a potential path forward is to think about either integrating the Texas threshold into the definition of inactive and letting stakeholders respond, and see how that kind of unfolds and what well counts it covers. And, we'll work hard. If that is the direction from today, staff can work hard to figure out how to unfurl some of the other implications of doing so.
I like that idea. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a last thought. I really, again, appreciate the discussion on this. I would just throw out to the operators that, in reacting to this potential threshold in the inactive definition, also kind of coming back to us with what tier that puts you in with the current Messner proposal that's on the table, and how that sort of affects your overall structure. I think I'm assuming that folks are going to be thinking about this anyway, but I think especially as it relates to this, this consideration of this threshold within that definition, I'd be really interested to hear from operators on not just the definition itself, but how it affects your tiering.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I was kind of had a half hand up there. I didn't want to leave this conversation too early, but I had another point to add to the inactive well discussion, and that was the timing required for plugging a well once it becomes inactive. It's listed in the draft rules as 6 months. We've had other folks suggest much longer time periods than that. I'm not suggesting a huge time. I'm not suggesting we go to the high side, but I do think maybe closer to 12 months or a year is more palatable. One of the situations that I'm considering when I say that is if you do have an operator who comes in and is contesting the designation of an inactive status to their well, and there is a dispute between staff and the operator, it comes to us, we say, no, this is inactive, you got to plug it. Well, that could take 6 months, and they could already be out of compliance. That's a clearly written rule that may be subject to enforcement that I think could get in a sticky situation. And so coupled with the testimony we heard that operators need more time to get through the entire process of approvals and planning to plug a well, in addition with potentially unintended consequences on the compliance side of just the appeal of that designation and how long that could take. My suggestion is that we would say that an inactive well has to be plugged within 12 months unless the sub bullets are met. So 6 months to 12 months in 434C1. So that was just something that there had been discussion on prior. I just want to make sure it's stated in this conversation as well.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe staff already explained why they originally chose 6 months in the draft, but I would be curious to know why staff thought 6 months was an adequate amount of time.
Director Murphy?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Commissioner. My recollection is that it actually dovetails Texas's plugging requirement for inactive wells. And I think also I want us to keep in mind that the definition of inactive kicks in after 6 months of being temporarily abandoned or 12 months of being shut in. So to me, it's really a 12 to 18-month period of time to make a decision.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez, your thought on that one. I mean, I don't know. I'd be tempted to leave it at 6 months and hear additional testimony on it if that seems to be problematic. I understand what you're saying, but I think I'm good with the 6 months. And I also wanted to just clarify. I know we're saying, I know I've been saying this Texas definition. I haven't actually looked up the Texas definition, so I just want to be generally clear. What I'm saying at least is, is one BOE or one MCF per day for 12 months, right? And so that's kind of, whether or not that's the Texas definition or not, that's kind of my understanding of what Commissioner Najapa said for the Texas definition. And so, yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
I just want to clarify that proposal so I can contemplate it appropriately. Are we talking about an average of 1 BOE per day, or every single day has to produce a BOE? An average, I think I see Malin average. All right, cool.
Commissioner Najapa?
I was just gonna, I'm sure everybody's gonna be looking this up anyway, but I do have the Texas definition still pulled up, and it's got a couple of different things. It's considered inactive until it has reported production of at least 5 barrels of oil or 50 MCF for gas each month for at least 3 consecutive months, or until the well has reported production of at least 1 barrel of oil or 1 MCF of gas each month for 12 consecutive months. And that's what returns it to production status. So in other words, if you're under those thresholds, then you're inactive. But I can send this URL that I'm looking at, but it's, hopefully you guys all got that. It's Title 16, Part 1, Chapter 3.15.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, and I think we may be getting close to a point where we just got to send this back and work on some language on it. But I think that the text definition is a little more palatable. I'm just I'm noodling just first impression of thinking about 1 BOE per day, 1 MCF per day. On average, that contemplates a 365 barrel producing well over the course of a year. Could be pretty substantial production depending on the cost of that well and other considerations. So first blush, perhaps your suggestion, Commissioner Mester, on those thresholds may not be palatable, but I want to give it some more thought, and I want to hear from stakeholders on it.
Director Murphy?
Can I include the 1 BOE and one MCFE so we can have something that's concrete for me to put into rules and concrete for stakeholders to respond to? They'll have the benefit of this robust dialogue. And also I need probably like 3 hours to figure out what the Texas definition means. So I need a little bit of analytical time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair place to land for now. And, drop an asterisk in and, at the bottom of the page in a footnote, say, also consider Texas or something. I don't know. I mean, we're just trying to get feedback. And what are other commissioners' thoughts about the 12 months versus 6 as noted by Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner McGowan?
It sounds to me like it's actually longer than the 6 months. There are other things that happen first under the definitions of shut in and temporarily abandoned that make it longer than that, just that 6 months. So I think I am comfortable leaving it as is unless there's some compelling testimony we hear later about why it needs to be more than that.
I think I'm in the same boat, and I think I heard Commissioner Messner was in that place too. And Commissioner Nanjappa's putting a thumbs up and a shaking of the head up and down. So why don't we leave it as is and, inform our 97 participants that we're looking for further thoughts on that topic. Director Murphy.
I'm muted. I said fantastic. I think one of the questions that's still on the table for me is this process about petitioning a well on or off of the inactive definition. And I don't know if that's something where commissioners are just would like to see what it looks like and we can write it up. And then we can get feedback and you guys can make a decision about it, or if you want to have a discussion about whether it's worth writing up or not.
What are folks' thoughts? Commissioner Gonzalez?
I proposed it. I think it's an important consideration. So I would like to see there to be an ability. I think that this, if the staff sees someone gaming the system, they can pull it up and designate as inactive. And I think already built in, the operator already has a mechanism to request that designation be removed or treated differently as to the specific wells under a Form 5B. Do I have that right?
I don't understand that, Commissioner, very well.
Well, and maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe I'm not reading that rule appropriately. But basically, what I'm getting at, what I think is appropriate, is that there are times when a well is inactive for a very valid reason, and the operator should have an opportunity to defend that reasoning and to remove the requirements of an inactive well. And I think there's times when a well that doesn't look inactive based on a bright line rule may effectively be inactive, and I think the staff should have the opportunity to make that designation. So I think it's just a two-way petition between the operator and staff on whether or not they are seeking a designation or a removal of the designation of inactive.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with that inclusion, although I can't get my head around a reason that we should pull a defined inactive well off of the requirements for an inactive well, because at minimum they would just have to pay their single well financial assurance if it was inactive. But anyway, I mean, I'm okay with at least including that in this particular draft and then hearing some testimony around it. So.
Yeah, I think I may have been confused and just I'm confusing some things within that 434C rule. But yes, I think Commissioner Messner identified it, that it's not a petition not to be inactive. It's saying that if you want to keep it inactive, single well financial assurance, that's almost already contemplated in our tier structure anyways. So perhaps I will just leave it for the staff to redesignate if they see a reason to bring it to us. And I think there should be some due process in there. Just an idea, throwing it out there. If no one likes it in the public or the stakeholders, and I'm the only one, I will back down, no problem.
Murphy, I believe you've got direction on that front.
I do, and thank you for the dialogue. It helps me better understand what you were thinking about it. I got down a rabbit trail thinking about the Form 4 and the temporarily inactive component and couldn't quite come back to the rules that I actually proposed 2 months ago. With that, I think that, as I said earlier, Commissioner Nanjapa, your questions about, is there a time limit on how long the well can be inactive? I think we can fold that into the conversation about what's collected in financial assurance plans. And that kind of gets at this issue of the upward limit on how long a well can remain inactive, even if there is single well financial assurance posted for it. So with that, I'm going to suggest we turn to the next slide or definition, which is the definition of low producing well. Commissioner Mesner, I'm waiting for you to remind me of what I've forgotten already, but I don't think we've contemplated staff direction on that keys into the definition of low producing well. And so I think one of the questions on the table for me, at least, is whether we need this definition given the addition of a production threshold into the definition of inactive, or whether there's a different utility for this definition that I'm not yet aware of. I recognize the Rule 211 conversation about when local governments can request it may tie to this, but we could also insert a production threshold at that point in time too. So just a couple of thoughts to kick us off.
Commissioner Messner?
Director Murphy, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think we've begun to whittle it down to a point that there may or may not be need for a particular definition. I do believe that it ties into the Rule 211 conversation. You know, we put a production metric in the tiers. It's actually slightly different than the existing low producing well definition. We've got a production threshold, a contemplated production threshold for inactive. I mean, am I missing anything as far as what we've utilized low producing definition for? Because if I'm not, then I hear you. Perhaps this isn't an issue. Perhaps in the next draft, we just leave it in there just to allow stakeholders the ability to comment in it. And then if it ends up not being particularly needed in whatever the final draft is, then we can contemplate removing it, is one thought that I had.
I've been hearing from others. I think that thought has merit. It also means that the director and staff doesn't need to do anything with it at this point. And we can just see if anybody else comes up with a use for it. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there is one other potential utilization for this now that I'm thinking about it, and one that I'm not suggesting, but there have been some stakeholders or at least some conversations around using it in contemplation of transfers. And so I will throw that out there.
Yet another reason to leave it in for now. All right, that one was done within 60 seconds.
I would like the opportunity to make the correction in the definition. And otherwise, they will.
Average over the year.
Yep.
You just have to have something to turn blue.
Makes me feel it's like a checklist, right? I'm very rarely checklist oriented, but today I am. I would like to note we're on slide 15 out of 32, and we've already accomplished a number of the other ones. So we're doing great, guys. Definitions on out of service wells, plugging list, out of service location. I think again, I don't think we had a lot of discussion about this yesterday. One of you did flag the very important piece of acknowledging the West Slope COGA issue around wells remaining pressurized and wanting to accommodate or account for that narrow component, and then making sure that the definitions conform to the program that we develop. And with that, I could probably write up that direction and call us good on this slide. Next, to defining single well financial assurance and what it means. Again, yesterday we got pretty far on this, it seemed at that point in time, but everybody slept on it and made a lot of other decisions in the interim. But there were two tentative directions coming out of yesterday's conversation for staff, which was leaning to around $100,000 per well with optionality to adjust up or down for demonstrated costs, recognizing that that's a more feasible administrative approach that is fairly representative of what it would cost staff on average to plug or reclaim that well, recognizing staff's data set is more limited than perhaps industries. And then the second component was assessing how to collect additional data about real costs to refine our approach going forward. Over the evening, I did hear from staff on a couple of points that I think might be helpful to consider, which is hopefully at the conclusion of next fiscal year, so June 30th, 2023, staff will have the experience spending approximately $10 million, which will help inform this as well from what our actual costs are. And anyway, so with that, I'll stop talking. Or I can just say, we'll take that direction, unitalicize it, move to the next slide.
I was going to say, it must be like 2:09 in the afternoon and everybody's post-mortem from lunch. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. And I was actually just trying, I was writing down some notes here that I wanted to capture just to make sure that I got this right. So I'm not quite sure if I'm addressing the exact question you asked or what we were discussing on this slide of the many things on this slide, but I was going to make a comment on the amount of single well financial assurance and that per well basis in the blue italicized down there. And a point that I think I failed to consider yesterday in our discussion of this is that a flat rate works fine when you think about a single well pad. But when you start thinking about a multi-well pad and the distribution of those costs across the wells on a pad, I think that's where it gets, it could be skewed, you know, very far away from actuals and from estimates. And so one thing that I would suggest an amendment to a flat rate or to the flat rate that Commissioner Messner suggested yesterday is perhaps considering something for a single well pad flat rate. And maybe $100,000 is the right number, maybe it's not, but that seems like a fine place to at least start the discussion. And then if you have a multi-well pad, and I think this is pretty easy to break up, then it'd be a flat rate for the pad, and then a flat rate for every well on that pad. And so that kind of takes the concept of just a single number and accounts for the fact that it could be one well on a multi-well pad. And I think that's an important consideration. So I was just kind of jotting that down and trying to get my thoughts out. That's as far as I got.
Commissioner Gonzalez, is that not the approach that Westlope COGA took when they were trying to work through this? It seemed like to me they had the 92,710 as the sort of per location, and then they did a per well downhole sort of approach, and then they added it up to come up to get to a number, or maybe I've got that wrong.
No, I think that's exactly what they did. I think they had a per location of like 9,500 or 95,000. I don't remember what the exact number was. And then they had, you know, a fixed amount. I think that mirrored the numbers in the draft rules: 3,000 feet or less, $10,000; 3,000 feet or more, $30,000. And then the West Slope or the Peon specific number was also $30,000. So I'm not quite sure where those numbers diverged from the draft rules, but I think the concept is the same. So perhaps we could mirror that language and then find the right number. But that's basically what I was thinking about. Hadn't gotten that far to remembering what I had read and where it came from.
And I also think that Director Murphy, your staff number was a per location number too, was it not?
The staff's matrix had a component that was per acre
Okay.
as well. Perhaps it was harder to understand than West Slopes COGCC because I think a lot of folks didn't realize we were trying to include that nuance.
Well, Commissioner Gonzalez, I appreciate you bringing this up. Upon reflection and sleeping on it, I'm wondering if the flat of 100 is a little miscalculated, in particular on multi-wall pads. So I don't know exactly what to do with it, but I appreciate the more nuanced concept that you're bringing in to the discussion. Do others want to weigh in? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I think I need more information. I'm not quite sure what Commissioner Gonzalez is getting at, which is, are you saying, Commissioner Gonzalez, that in additional to the per well, single well financial assurance, that this flat fee that we might be picking, when you have multiple wells on a pad, we also need to add to that a per site reclamation amount to it? Or are you saying that if there are multiple wells on a pad, that per well amount needs to be reduced? I guess what's the end goal?
I'm just trying to account for the fact that one well, a single well pad, is going to have a higher reclamation cost per well than a 16 well pad, because that reclamation cost or that total pad reclamation, remediation, whatever it ends up being, is spread out across all those wells. So if you had a fixed amount for a single well pad and you had a fixed amount that you applied to every well on a multi-well pad, I think that you're disproportionately putting too much anticipated and estimated costs on each one of those wells. And so when we thought about this, just a flat rate per well, I wanted to make sure that we're accounting for the fact that there is essentially a discount or a discounting factor in that each well on that pad spreads out the cost fractionally of the total reclamation cost for that pad. Does that answer your question, Commissioner McGowan?
It does. And yesterday I brought up the fact that West Slope, they had thought this out, right? The different kinds of depths for the P&A and then a flat amount for reclamation. For them, it was regardless whether it was one well or multi wells, they just had that reclamation amount that gets tagged on per site. And I guess I'm okay with the $100,000 flat fee right at this point, as a compromise between, are we too high, are we too low? There's a difference between what's going on the West Slope versus DJ Basin versus Eastern Plains. And if you think that you're lower, you can come and demonstrate that to us. But I'm very open to further conversation about it.
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner McGowan, were you using that still in the per well context or in the per site, in a per site context? That 100,000.
So for me, I'm comfortable with $100,000 per well, regardless of how many are on the pad. Oh, I don't know.
I just wanted to make sure I understood. There's this opportunity for you to come and talk to the commission and tell us that we're wrong, but I also get the concept of every single well, if they're grouped together and you're going to plug them all at the same time, that's a one reclamation cost. My understanding also though is sometimes you P&A a well separately, you only do 5 out of the 10, then you come back some later time for the remainder. And so what does that look like? Or does that even matter? I don't know.
I do understand what West Slope COGA was trying to get at, and I think it's a good point. Just trying to figure out what the magical number then looks like.
And I'm
Yeah,
still,
thanks. Oh,
go ahead, Commissioner Najapa.
sorry, I appreciate that, just kind of further explanation. And I also kind of, as I was thinking through this last night and, noting that West Slope had it was the 100,000 per location and then the per well on top of that. Depending on the production and the tier structure that we've proposed, we've got these blankets that will sort of address that in a different way. But when we're talking about the lower production tiers, I think that's where we're really getting into specific single well financial assurance cost. I know we're not talking yet about new wells and transfers, but I think, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm rethinking $100,000 per well, but I'm wondering if maybe we can make some brackets on, maybe if it's a single well pad, and if we're needing to specifically look at, full cost, there's maybe a demonstrated cost component. But if it's like a 10 well pad, maybe that is 200,000. And if it's a 20 well pad, it's 300,000. I don't know. I'm also just kind of struggling with this a little bit, but it did occur to me that when we're talking about these multi-well pads, $100,000 per well gets up there pretty quickly and may not reflect actual plugging and remediation costs. But I'll look at Director Murphy to see if there are any insights from staff on, or from, information that we have with respect to closure of a multi-well site.
I'm checking my G chat, which is very enthusiastically providing me support right now, and what a great team we have. Our sample size was relatively small, and I think most of our locations were one well on one pad, plus or minus associated equipment. So I don't think we've had to address many multi-well sites, which is great. But we may not be the best data source for it. And I really value the exploration all of you are putting into this. And it also is making me a little bit anxious about trying to put together something without more structure or guidance from you in the following 2 weeks. And whether that's, telling stakeholders to, come into the room and Dr. Alvord and West Slope COGA go figure this out for us, that's fine. But it's going to be hard to implement. I think we've given you the best data and information that we have, whether you look at modifying the flat fee costs from the June draft. Obviously October was just a narrative standard, which nobody liked. Well, nobody liked anything that I've done on this, so it's great. Or the kind of matrix approach that staff proposed in the December draft, that they're all different kinds of fruit when I think about what West Slope COGA provided, what staff did, and then what WRA did. But what staff's 3 drafts are probably like looking at a steak and a salad and ice cream. Apparently I'm still hungry. So anyway.
So, I'd like to weigh in on this. I think you're onto something, Commissioner Gonzalez, and I think that we need to reconsider the just 100 flat per well, in particular with regard to multiple wells, because I'm looking back at staff's draft and they had the downhole plugging component at either 10,000 or 30,000, depending upon the depth. And then staff's draft, I think they were at like 90, but that was the reclamation portion. It seems to me that if you're trying to average it out, the truer cost gets close to some math formula of how many wells are on the site divided by 90, added to, say, 30 or 40 as just a base downhole cost, and you get your number. Now, I don't know how workable that is, but that's, and I also think it's kind of critical that we get closer to an accurate number, because if we don't, Director Murphy's going to get flooded with individual come in and figure out the actual number. And Director Murphy's already said that's undoable in and of itself. So I don't know where to go with all of that, but those are my musings, and I'll put a question mark at the end of them. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think a couple things here. I mean, one, remember that this was an attempt to simplify things, right? And so I won't do that again. So we do have a data set, and I think that that data set is off of our orphan well program. And I think that we also need to consider whatever dollar amount we're looking at here as a baseline, based on what ultimately it may cost us to plug and abandon things, right? And so that's one consideration, because in any of this, we create the ability for an operator to provide demonstrated cost, right? I think that we have data that's being provided by staff that indicates that, at least for single well pads, that it's pretty darn near $100,000 per well for a single well pad. I don't discount this contemplation of multi-well pads and how this might affect things, right? So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. So I guess I started the conversation yesterday with saying I was trying to make an attempt to simplify things, but I was perfectly okay with how staff was approaching it in the existing draft. And so I know that there may need to be additional discussions on that, but if staff thinks that's an appropriate way to get to an accurate number for single well financial assurance in the existing draft, then I can be okay with that. And I won't try to simplify this, right? But those are my initial thoughts, right? But as I calculated staff's draft, which was a per well, not a per acre in the draft, the numbers I was getting to in potentially utilizing staff draft was still around $100,000 per well, right? Now, if there needs to be an adjustment in there to make it a per acre or something like that, then I'm open to staff's suggestion on there. But as I looked at staff's draft, because it was a per well escalator on the reclamation piece, the reclamation matrix, as I applied the downhole and the reclamation matrix, generally speaking, I was getting up somewhere in the $60,000 to $100,000 range on a per well basis. And so that's how I was trying to simplify it, right? But I'm okay with going back to staff's draft if that's easier for staff to handle and more accurate.
I'll let others weigh in as well, but I appreciate that, John, Commissioner Messner, and I appreciate your kicking this off and trying to come up with something that was simpler. I would tend to agree that we would potentially be prudent to leave it with staff's draft, but also tell all of our stakeholders who are all listening, and there's 97 of them, to address this back to us so that we can make sure that we're getting as close to the mark as we can, and perhaps have folks talk back to us a little further about the single well versus multi-well, et cetera. What are other folks' ideas? Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate all this discussion. My concerns always about a matrix approach, or looking at the soil type or whatever, is that it seems complicated, and that we'll have to figure out an amount for each and every site that's going to be then unique and different. And maybe that's okay, but it seems incredibly time intensive versus picking something simple like a flat amount and then perhaps just making some sort of an adjustment if you have multiple wells on a pad. But if staff thinks that they have the capacity to work through, because in the draft we have, right, the per feet, the two options for per feet, and then for reclamation going to the matrix. And so I guess my thought is how burdensome will that be for staff to figure out? And because it's in the draft, maybe they don't think that it's that burdensome.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be a little off the wall, but one thought that kind of crossed my mind is if we look at the different amounts in the reclamation matrix and average them, then you have maybe a rough average. I know it's not a true average because it's not, there's going to be a different number of sites that have different, of these types of characteristics, but on average, just based on this matrix, it comes to about 60,000 for the reclamation costs. And then if we go by what staff has proposed with the, the various depths of either 10,000 or 30,000, I'm wondering if maybe then we think about the 80th percentile that had been proposed by certain stakeholders. And so, roughly that average comes to 57,000. So if you round to 60,000, add, in the case of a well that's greater than 3,000 feet, then you add the 30,000. So you're at 90,000, and then you take 80% of that, which is, let me do my calculator here, 72,000. So I would throw that out as a slight revision. And I think we could also, I would be willing to consider in a multi-well pad situation, maybe taking that per well amount and going even a little bit less than that to come up with a per site total. But I think, anyway, that's just one idea of how we can look at it. But I agree with what Commissioner Messner said, and that I kind of was playing with numbers too, and kept coming around $100,000, but that was still not accounting for an entire location that might have multi wells and what exactly we can do there. So I'm wondering if maybe there can be a range that gets proposed of, if it's this many wells on a site, maybe the base cost for the site for reclamation is using this average of 60,000, and then the per well is calculated beyond that at some proportion of these numbers based on the depth of the wells. So that adds a little bit more math for Director Murphy, but I'll throw that out there mostly for the stakeholders to react to.
Everybody's looking at their notes. I think I'm still kind of in the spot that I was in about 5 minutes ago, which is let's leave it as is and direct all the parties that, you've heard us talk about this. We want to try to get to the right answer, but it's difficult and we're not there, and we just recognize that, and get back to us with comments on staff's draft or comments, whatever, however it may be. The subject matter experts are those that are our stakeholders that are out there. Commissioner McGowan?
Yeah, I like that idea, Mr. Chair. They've heard us conversation what we're struggling with, and it would be really nice to maybe get some further insight. I like that idea. I'm a fan of trying to keep it simple so that we're all not doing too much math and too much arguing with each other about what things mean and how much of what there is or isn't. So I'll throw that out there from my perspective.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate that comment from Commissioner McGowan as well. And that I'm, you know, one thing that does strike me though is that we have heard some really concrete numbers, you know, from West Slope COGA, 40,000 per well, from OWN, you know, 12,005 per well. You know, to the extent that those details, again, I think I asked this yesterday too, you know, the operators should know what their average plugging costs are. And maybe the one unknown is the horizontal wells. So I would really like some actual cost presentations and some proposals of how that then ties to what we designate as single well financial assurance, maybe based on basin or type of well.
Commissioner Messmer.
So I'm okay with the proposal to leave it as is. I mean, I still think there's a way to simplify this. I think that, I mean, I heard from certain operators that they just want a flat fee. Whether or not it's accurate, they want a flat fee because it's just easier for them to have a flat fee in their calculations and determining what their financial assurance is. I mean, I think I acknowledge that that flat fee may or may not be particularly accurate. And I think there's the ability to propose a demonstrated cost. And so I'm not sure it really benefits me to have a bunch of presentations as far as what demonstrated costs are for different areas around the state in determining ultimately what our baseline financial assurance would be, because I think they have the ability to propose a demonstrated cost in determining what single well financial assurance is for those particular operators in those particular situations. I think a lot of stakeholders have put a lot of effort in trying to figure out what are appropriate mechanisms for single well financial assurance. I mean, we've heard a lot of them through last week. We've heard 80th percentile. We've got, you know, a per acre versus a per well. We've got, you know, a site and then downhole. And so, I mean, I think we generally know where operators are at on this. And so I go back to, I think that we need to base this on what our known costs are from our Orphan well program. We need to apply that as best we can to what single well financial assurance needs to be. I think staff has made an effort there. I think if staff wants to make an adjustment to that in a proposal, I'm open to that. But I think if there's suggestions out there for developing a simpler way, a flat fee, then I certainly would be open to that. And so I'm not trying to discourage creativity, but I mean, I think we've already heard a lot, so.
Commissioner McGowan.
Do we as commissioners in general agree that the one little tweak that we're trying to address is multiple wells on one pad and the reclamation and trying to figure out commensurate reclamation cost? So maybe that we want folks to hone in on that piece only. I think that's really the only piece we're struggling with. Is that correct?
I would agree with that, Chair.
Okay. I think we beat that horse. Do we want to move onward, Director Murphy? It's 2:35. We can tackle one or two more and then take an afternoon break.
Listen, I have all the confidence in the world that we can work through the hearing process and then take a break. So the two components of the hearing process are the interrelationship between 211 used and useful and who may request to use in useful hearing. I think that the scope of conversation around the definition of used or useful is really focused on what is an identified future beneficial use and whether to call out geothermal more specifically or not. There is a more robust discussion about under what circumstances a relevant local government or surface owner can request a hearing for a commission determination about whether a well is used and useful or a location is used and useful. relevant to this, I want to keep in mind what we've proposed on inactive is to include a production threshold. We're also proposing to maintain the definition of low producing right now. This is the one space where if we go with the Brighton Group recommendation that I think low producing would be used. And then the second conversation about the hearing process is who is appropriate to participate in a financial assurance plan hearing formally as a party versus by submitting public comment. So with that, I'm going to run us back to the top to what I think might be the easiest piece, which is, do we need to modify the definition of used or useful to either specifically identify or more clearly articulate what future beneficial uses are, and especially as it relates to geothermal?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Director Murphy. I am comfortable with the language as proposed in the draft rules. I think that the future beneficial use is pretty open-ended to include most of what we've contemplated and probably more that we haven't contemplated.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
I agree as well. And I think there could be, perhaps some examples in the SBP to just kind of articulate that a little further.
I agree with that as well. Thumbs up. Commissioner Messner, thumbs up. Done.
Slightly less probably simple of a decision now is around, again, what is the standard or expectations around a local government, relevant local government or surface owner requesting a hearing for the commission to determine whether a well or location is used and useful under Rule 211.
Commissioner Messner.
I think I had mentioned it yesterday, but I'll just reiterate that I'm in support of the Brighton Group's definition as they proposed in their closing. Yes, last week, yesterday, I don't remember when.
Yeah, it was in the Brighton closing on Friday. Commissioner Messner, I have that language in front of me. I went and just picked it up again. It does still refer back to certification of the well has been in low producing status for a minimum of 36 consecutive months. Does that change at all given some of the discussion we had earlier, or are we still, you still in a good spot? Are we all still in a good spot with that?
And from my standpoint, we can leave it in there for now, understanding that we may make an adjustment and put a metric in there. So, but I would leave it as is. I know that there was a suggestion to clean up the consultation piece, and I think Chairman Robbins, you had made a suggestion in there, or maybe Commissioner Gonzalez, I can't remember, to kind of define level of engagement. And I think that's good too. That I'm good with that adjustment. So
Yeah, I think we talked about like a good faith consultation or something along those lines, as opposed to just a certification. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I think that I may have been the lone person in this, in kind of how I was looking at this, and I won't go too deep into that because I can read the room in that regard. I do think that with our amendment to the inactive, or our contemplated amendment to an inactive status that would include some production threshold, that perhaps I'd like to relodge my my position that I think that it should be tied to an inactive well and not a low producing well, in terms of what triggers it. Again, for all the reasons I mentioned yesterday, I would like to avoid even the semblance of we're going to take on hearings that may not have the merit behind them. And I think that that is an appropriate threshold to trigger when someone can bring one of these hearings before us. So that's one point. And then again, I'm comfortable with, or should I say, I'm a proponent of the good faith consultation. And then I had posed a question about perhaps should standards differ between a relevant local government and a surface owner. I don't know that answer, but I still think that question may be something that I could that I would be willing to entertain from stakeholders if they wanted to address it in their closings. I think that we had some debate on the timeline. 3 years was the original, 12 months was the Brighton proposal. Commissioner Nanjapa, I think, had suggested 18 months. I would offer a middle of the road compromise at 24 months, although I do think, again, a higher standard is important here. So that's my 2 cents on the matter.
Commissioner Jump, I'll get you in just a sec. Commissioner Gonzalez, if I'm reading the Brighton one right, they actually did have 36 months.
And I appreciate that, Chair. I had that pulled up electronically and I haven't been able to find it here, but 36 months is I think the right answer. But I want to honor the other commissioners' suggestions and see if we can find the right spot to land. So.
Okay, Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, no, I Commissioner Gonzalez, I actually agreed with you on inactive. And I think there's just a number of reasons in knowing that, you know, the whole sole purpose of the hearing is to evaluate used and useful, but to maybe just sort of tighten up the situation in which that's brought to us. However, I was also then suggesting a shorter time frame, so it would be in that inactive status for, I was proposing 12 to 18 months. So that's where that time frame came in, with inactive being part of the consideration. I do appreciate Commissioner Messner's comments yesterday. I don't think we should limit standing, but I do think if it's a low producing well and there's a concern or a threat, there's a number of other avenues, like a complaint and or a discussion with the director, and the director can bring it through G10, I think it is. And so I think there's some other avenues if there are other considerations, but when we're specifically evaluating used and useful, I am a little bit nervous about letting low producing be the baseline.
Commissioner McGowan, then Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious to know if Commissioner Messner has a slightly different thought process about adding in low producing if inactive is going to now have some sort of production level definition in it, potentially.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a couple of things. I think it ultimately depends on where we land on the production threshold with inactive, and so I'm happy to revisit my thoughts once we get that draft, and once I hear a little bit of feedback on that draft around where we'll ultimately land on inactive. And so I'll hold that thought there. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but also I keep struggling with the heartburn around low producing. I mean, it's a criteria to create an opportunity for a local government, one of the only opportunities for a local government to be able to bring the question of used and useful to the commission. And just the review, the high bar of used and useful, I think naturally creates any potential abuse for it. And so I continue to just struggle with this low producing worry. But I will reserve, the ability to modify whether I think inactive is appropriate based on ultimately where we land on that inactive definition.
So what's our direction to staff then on this point? I'm going to go around the room. Commissioner Gonzalez.
I think the direction to staff is just to honor Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestions. Thumbs up. I think my direction to staff is going to be leave open the LPW, low producing well, or the inactive as kind of a filler, depending on which way we go with the definition of inactive, and I think that could be an easy substitute in our final deliberations. And then, you know, with that status, I think that a longer time frame is appropriate. I'm not trying to limit standing. I'm trying to appropriately define standing in this regard. And so I think the direction is, hey, we're going to have some sort of way to allow a surface owner or a relevant local government to come in and to ask for a use and useful hearing. Let's figure out the right way to do it. I think we're limited right now to how long it's going to be and to whether or not it's inactive or low producing. So I think that's a pretty narrow set of considerations for Director Murphy to fill in.
Thank you. Commissioner Messner?
I don't know if you're still asking, but I'm still good with the Brighton definition for right now. And I think it is important just to make sure everyone's clear that the Brighton definition does have 36 months in it, right? So that is the one that I'm okay with. So
Okay. I think I'm okay with that too for now, and let's see what folks come back to us with after they've had a chance to digest it a little bit further, knowing that we've got the potential to go to inactive and or the potential to go to 24 months or something less, and then we can arrive at the perfect solution on February 23rd at 4:59. Director Murphy.
I just wanted to make sure Commissioners Najap and McGowan were good with using Brighton inserting consultation and moving on to the next slide. Which brings us to the final, major element within, or major component of element 8, the hearing processes around what parties are appropriate to participate in reviewing a financial assurance plan as a party versus as a public commenter. Right now, staff's draft draws upon existing language that accounts for operator, surface owner, relevant local government, CPW, CDPHE. I think that we heard a lot of different thoughts yesterday, so we might need to just solidify those into something to move forward with, recognizing we'll probably get lots of comments about it too.
Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was maybe your suggestion to, if we're including relevant local, okay, understanding that these financial assurance plans are often going to be statewide, that the relevant local government could come forward if they have a concern about components of the plan that relate to the wells in their jurisdiction. I think that makes sense. I think it was Commissioner Gonzalez that also noted maybe surface owner and owner, mineral rights owner, I guess is the reference there, would not be included as a party and would be, would be able to, just as anybody else would be able to come forward in public comment. I think it was also Commissioner Gonzalez's comment that, I think we should have oral public comment in that instance as well. I'm fine with hearing from folks and if there's something, important that they want to raise, happy to hear it. So I guess that's where I land is basically a combo between what you proposed, Chair, and what Commissioner Gonzalez raised.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yep, I am on the same page as Commissioner Nanjapa in that regard, which basically reflects the second sub bullet in there. So I think that we have alignment there.
Okay, so are we in agreement then that the participants are the operator and commission staff, and that CDPHE, CBW, relevant local government for wells within its jurisdiction are potential parties, surface owner, mineral owner are not parties. They and others can provide, are encouraged to provide written comment, but are allowed to provide oral comment. And that's our spot. Anybody want to weigh in more? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Just a question. I think it came up, we were discussing maybe notice in something like this. And I can't recall if we've already got that covered, and especially as it relates to, surface owners. I think probably the other parties would already be notified, but so if a hearing such as this is coming up, who's covered in the notice?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would perhaps provide to the director direction that figure out a way to notify the people that ought to be notified. And I would encourage operators to provide perspective on that as well.
I might have confused myself in doing this, and maybe this is something I should follow up with AHE Davenport about separately. But the question of whether commission staff is a separate party from the commission, or whether commission staff is supporting the commissioners in these hearings. And I would need to go back and read what we've written on that topic, but I might want to come back and clarify that when we come back to this
That's a good
on the
point.
14th.
Do whatever is most helpful for staff in terms of, assisting operator in getting to a approvable financial assurance plan that we can then look at.
Great. I will work on that and make sure that we're in the right space legally. With that, commissioners, I think we've concluded that element. We do have a big one coming, I think two really monumental ones coming up around single well financial assurance and then transfers. But I think we're just doing a great job working through these issues. And I think the chair had suggested a break earlier, and now might be a great time to follow up on that.
All right, maybe take another 10 minutes, come back at 3:05. Flies. We are back on the record, and 2106000097 financial assurances rulemaking. Director Murphy, where do you want to take this fine commission next?
Me unmuting first, and then let's, I think, jump straight into the discussion around I don't know if you want to frame it as separate from or in addition to the tier structure. Are there instances in which single well financial assurance is appropriate for some new wells? For some wells in Colorado. I think we talked about 3 different categories yesterday: new wells, existing wells, and then wells that are in proximity. I have people in my notes. What I meant to say are residential building units, schools, or I think those are the two categories that are also within a disproportionately impacted community. Those are my notes from yesterday. And with that, Chair, I would hand it back to you.
Okay. I have some thoughts here, but looking to see if someone else wants to lead off with thoughts. All right, well, I'll lead off with thoughts. I prefaced sort of, I can't remember how much I said this yesterday, the days are all blending together, but in my opinion, there's this balance between what I heard from Commissioner Messner yesterday, which is sort of changing the paradigm and requiring full cost bonds for new wells, with what I find to be true, on the other hand, is that we've changed the paradigm. We are creating a new financial assurances regime that is the most robust likely in the nation. It involves a lot of different elements, from an orphan well backstop to the tiered approach that we're coming up with, to incentives for plugging and abandoning. There's a lot there. I also believe that new wells that are being drilled by our operators are the least risky of wells within the state of Colorado. And I was appreciative of the approach staff took in the last draft, which was not requiring an immediate full cost bond for new wells, but instead requiring single well financial assurance for new wells drilled after the effective date, if they are proposed to be transferred, because that's the moment when, in my opinion, they potentially become risky. And it's not during the initial stages, et cetera. And so I thought that was a fine, nuanced place to land. I also found compelling, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, I was trying to find them, the numbers that would be associated with full cost bonding new wells for all wells drilled between 2019 and 2020. And I think the numbers were like 75 million in the DJ Basin and 225 across the state. And I find that compelling as well, because that money would be essentially not available for the other uses. I also note that some of our larger companies have been plugging and abandoning thousands of wells over the course of the last few years. And I believe that a requirement for bonding fully immediately would likely disincentivize that activity that is very important to the state of Colorado. So I may be in the minority on this, but I do think that we ought to carefully weigh the concepts of just moving directly to single well financial assurances for our new wells. So those are my initial thoughts, and I probably said all that yesterday, so apologize if I repeated. Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I hear you, and I appreciate your point of view. So I'm going to ramble here a little bit and just kind of talk a little more philosophically about kind of the way that I'm thinking about this. I mean, I think of the paradigm shift, and I appreciate that the work that we're doing and what we're doing, and I don't disagree with you, but I think it comes in two stages. And I think that we're developing a mechanism and a tier structure for existing operations in the state of Colorado, and that's a good thing. And there's some challenges with that, because these operations, these business models were put in place, under a certain expected financial assurance model. And there's been and there's a wide variety of ages of wells and depths of wells and basins and so, I mean, that's all to be taken into consideration for existing wells, which is why we're ultimately creating what I think will be a very functional financial assurance model. But it's based on kind of this hodgepodge of existing situations that we have across the state. And so I think it's imperfect, right? It's good, but it's imperfect just because of the situation that we're facing. And so it's got, orphan well programs, it's got, and fees associated with that. It's got, a blanket bonding structure. It's got a bespoke option. It's got a pay and play mechanism. It's got, different timeframes associated with different stuff. It's got inactive bonding, inactive well bonding, where you have to bond up for single financial assurance. We're contemplating other single well financial assurance for transfer of wells. And so, I mean, it's this complicated system that by necessity we're developing, and I think it will be good. So I'll preface my statements with that. So the paradigm shift to me is that we have an opportunity here to kind of reimagine how single well or how financial assurance is handled for oil and gas operations in the state. And really, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to just wax poetic here, but it creates a level of certainty for a business that depends on certainty as far as what it's expected to spend and how it can model a business around that. And so, in my opinion, it's a dual opportunity here for an opportunity for a known cost associated with new wells that's developed, starting now moving forward, that carries with that well through the transfers, through the different business models for each stage of the life of a well, whether that's the early stages of high-end production down through the mid stages, all the way down to the stripper well stage. We've got this certainty that carries with that well that a business model is able to be created around. And so that's the premise of my thoughts around this. And it does require like that business model around oil and gas operations in the state of Colorado to kind of transition or rethink how that is approached. And so I understand that's a big ask, but I think that when we start looking at numbers of what it would cost to do single well financial assurance for new wells, and you look at the cost of what we're putting in place today for existing wells, whether that's fees for orphan well program or single well financial assurance for inactive wells or blanket bonding mechanisms, and all these different things that we're doing now, my guess is that in the end, single well financial assurance for new wells will ultimately cost less than the mechanisms that we're putting in place right now, because as we get more and more wells into a single well financial assurance mechanism in a situation where they live with the well, we're able to eliminate some of these necessary backstops that we have in place right now, like inactive well bonds, like orphan well fees, like significant amounts of blanket bonds. And so that's the way that I'm thinking about, and to me, because we're talking about financial assurance, and we're making a big shift right now, this is that opportunity to kind of reimagine it into the next step. And so that's my philosophical approach to this, because I really do, as I put numbers to it, as I think more about it, I mean, I think ultimately over the next 30 years, 50 years, this system will be better for operators. It will also be better for the state of Colorado. And so that's kind of why I'm thinking really hard about this, why I think this is a good idea. So I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Nanchapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess just a question for Commissioner Messner. I appreciate all of the thought and the considerations that you just brought forward. unless I missed it, I didn't hear a number, or are you sticking with the 100,000 from yesterday?
Oh, I mean, I think it's whatever we determine in single well financial assurance, right? And so,
Okay.
I mean, I think that's up to us to ultimately decide with additional stakeholder input, because no one loves my $100,000 idea. So,
But you're advocating you're advocating that we should consider single well financial assurance for new wells.
yes.
Okay. I think I am as well. I have rethought the numbers a little bit. I think, you know, I just as we discussed before, I want to get some feedback from stakeholders, but staff's draft proposes 10,000 for a well less than 3,000 feet, 30,000 for one greater than 3,000 feet. And I think that perhaps we could include a per pad amount along with that. But so in my view, if you're talking about a 3,000 foot, greater than 3,000 foot well, so you're talking about, you know, 30,000 per well. And if it's a 10 well pad, let's say, then you got $300,000 for the wells, maybe an additional, this is where I'm kind of thinking of, you know, the average reclamation as I, you know, just kind of roughly went across all the different types, or you could look at the matrix itself. And if it happens to be a sandy soil area, you know, then you go with that, sorry, the non-sandy soil area, then you go with that 25,000. So you still kind of apply the matrix and the staff draft provisions. But so again, in a 10 well pad, then you're talking about $300,000 plus, let's say 25,000, so 325,000. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm okay with a runway with that. When you look at production, one well, $80 per barrel. Let's just say they're right at that threshold of $60 per, 60 barrels per day on average. Over the course of 1 year, that's 1.7 million. And so if we're giving you a runway of 3 to 5 years to pay $325,000 for that new 10 well pad, I'm not sure that's an unreasonable ask. So I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Commissioner Nanjapa. I didn't hear in your production calculations if you accounted for capital expenditure and how that net amount may play into that, because it's not just a gross amount. I don't know if you said that I didn't misheard it or didn't hear it.
I didn't, but you know, thank you, Mr. Chair. My thought is that if I'm talking about $325,000 over the course of, say, 5 years, and one well on a 10 well pad is making potentially 1.7 million gross in a year's time at a minimum, then I think expenditures can be addressed, royalties can be paid, you know, loan payments and et cetera. Investors, you know, can get some of their return on their investment. And this is a pretty small, I didn't do the calculation of what proportion that is, especially if you run that out, that 1.7 times 10 wells times 5 years, you know, it's a tiny fraction. So I'm kind of the mind of Commissioner Messner, but just revising that $100,000 to a more reasonable figure that is, you know, that we already have based on data as put forward in staff's draft.
I appreciate the response to that, Commissioner Nanjapa. You know, I think about it in terms of the production curve. I think about it in terms of the expenditures for drilling these wells, and my experiences with DJ, which are the more expensive wells here in the state. I don't know that it's a tiny amount, but really that's neither here nor there in terms of my position on this, and my position hasn't changed since yesterday. And so I'll just reiterate it here that I think that new wells transfers, all wells with the exception of inactive wells, should be treated under the operators, well, and including inactive wells, because it's got that 10% plus threshold there. trigger in our anticipated or at least contemplated tier structure, is that all wells are treated according to their risk, and their risk is associated with their production level and their vintage. I think new wells are extremely low risk when they're first drilled. No one's going to orphan a well on the front side of its production curve. I think as the well gets older, it gets put in the, it has its appropriate impact to the portfolio. I also think that if you had a portfolio of low producing wells and you drill one new well, that new well could produce, without a single well financial assurance component on the front end, enough funds to cover your plugging obligations for your other wells, right, for the rest of your portfolio. So in terms of the way I'm approaching this, I haven't changed my perspective in terms of what I think is the appropriate approach here, in my opinion, which is that we treat it under an operator's designated financial assurance tier within our contemplated financial assurance structure, which I think provides substantial protections and truly addresses the risks that we've talked about throughout this process. So that's kind of my overall 2 cents on the matter. Now, I'm just one vote. It appears to me like I'm in the minority here, and that's okay, right? I'm just offering my perspective, and that's all I can do. I think if I contemplate what it might look like under a single well financial assurance for new wells, it generates a couple more questions for me. When is this financial assurance paid? I know there's been some contemplation about financial assurance paid at the submittal of the permit. Not all permits get drilled, so I have some heartburn with that. I think that needs some more fleshing out. And then the types of assurity, are we contemplating a cash bond here, where basically the operator's paying in cash, or are we contemplating an additional, essentially a secondary or a complementary surety bond to whatever blanket bond an operator likely has? And I'm saying likely because I think the operators who are drilling new wells are likely to be in a blanket bonding tier. So a couple of things that would certainly need to be fleshed out if this goes further. I think additionally, I think about this in terms of risk. If we say, a new well drilled after a certain date or after the effective date of these rules, and then its risk is addressed at transfer, I think that's more appropriate than just flat single well financial assurance for new wells. But again, my position still stands for both new wells and transfers, that we built a mechanism that doesn't quantify, but that accounts for the risk of an operator, risk of an operator's portfolio, the risk of an operator's wells throughout the life of those wells. And I think that is adequate and appropriate and offers substantial protection. So it's my position there. And I shared it again, so.
Commissioner Messmer or Commissioner McGowan, whoever wants to go next. Why don't we hear from Commissioner McGowan first, Commissioner Messmer, and then we'll go into seconds.
Well, I think I've said before, I don't like to be the last person to go when we have this kind of like really meaty discussion, because they're the ones I feel like I'm the most conflicted about. So I will tell you that I have said multiple times, it's easier to save money when you're making money. And that seems to be an appropriate space and time when you are a new well to prepare for your eventual retirement. Does that have to happen in year one? I'm not sure that is the case. I definitely don't necessarily think that it has to be a cash bond that you're putting money away each year. I mean, if it's a surety and it covers the same amount, I think that I'm fine with that. So that just even from a personal perspective, like I've been saving money since my very first little piddly admin assistant job. And because I want to be able to retire and I want to do it responsibly. And I'm just going to use the analogy again, and it might not be the best one, but like all these little wells are like little employees, and we should be, an operator should be looking at their portfolio and figuring out how they're going to retire them all, how that portfolio all works together. That being said, I agree that new wells are not what the commission is most concerned about. Those are not the wells that are coming to us in these bankruptcy proceedings. Those are not the wells that, so if we're just talking about the well, the health of a well, those aren't the wells necessarily that would have the highest risk, which is separate from the risk of an operator and who owns that portfolio. And so now I'm gonna waffle over to the other direction, which is I think there are a lot of other tools that we are implementing as part of financial assurance that are greatly reducing the risk for the state to end up with orphan wells on its hands. So if, for example, we're going to have a robust orphan well fund that isn't just this, it's capped at $10 million and you can never go above, but it is more of collateral for the state and more than just a safety net. And maybe we use that overall to reduce assurance for people, and we are less worried about whether or not the new wells have to be responsible for all the old wells. If we're going to be more robust about at what point in transfer which wells have to take on single well financial assurance, we once again are reducing risk. And so, for example, I might be willing to think differently about the risk of the whole portfolio if every well upon transfer has to be fully bonded, with the exception of trading equal acreage, those kind of set aside issues that we've been talking about. But that's different than what we have in the staff proposal right now, which is low producing, and I think inactive, and new wells that are drilled after April of 2022 or something like that. I think there are maybe other things that we could put in place that will balance out this paradigm shift. It is a paradigm. I think a lot of things that we're putting in place are paradigm shifts for financial assurance and how we've been looking at it in the state of Colorado. So I know that's not helpful, and this is the place I've been in several times as a commissioner. I think that there are really good points of view depending on how you want to eat the elephant. But the new wells are not our greatest risk. And maybe there is a way for us to balance out something or what we're asking for to reduce overall risk to the state. And there are other tools that I think that we're starting to put in place that do that. That being said, I'm super conservative about saving money, and I like the idea of a new well, like that's making all this money. That's a good time for you to bond up, or if you want to, long pathway for a cash bond, which I know the operators who are drilling really don't prefer, because that's their business model isn't just setting aside of funding to sit or cash to sit somewhere. And I understand that. So sorry, it's unhelpful. And so I'm not sure where to go from here. And maybe it's going to be kind of what we did before, which is this is not perfect, but we're going to put something out there for people to give us feedback on again. And I guess from my perspective, maybe we need to talk about like, what are all the other things that we're putting in place to reduce the overall risk for the state to end up with orphan wells on its hands. At some point, that new well becomes a well that we want bonded up. And to Commissioner Gonzalez's point, maybe that's how the tier structure is going to deal with that well, maybe. We're not going to know until we start implementing all of this and seeing what comes out at the other end. So sorry, I know this is not helpful, but this is what this has been the hardest piece for me.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. I think the one point you made is that there are lots of valid points across the spectrum here. I appreciate that. Commissioner Messner, I think you raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And there are a lot of, what did you say? Eating an elephant? I hadn't heard that one, but apparently there's a lot of different ways to eat an elephant. And so I hear what you're saying. So, I mean, I still think, a couple of things. So just to answer a couple of Commissioner Gonzalez's queries. One is, I contemplate a 10-year runway as far as when that single well financial assurance mechanism would be required to be in place, or at transfer if that happened before the end of 10 years. as I look at business models that are built around kind of a new approach. I mean, I envision the the stepping away from some of the surety bond mechanisms and going more towards third-party investable trusts that carry with the well through the life of the well, that enables that financial mechanism to be reimbursed to operators at each transfer through the line, but that the surety of that continues with the well throughout its life, so that you don't get to the operator that in our existing tier structure may need 20, 30 years in order to be able to pay into a sinking fund, in order to be able to develop the necessary financial assurance to retire that particular asset, but it carries down through the different transfers that happen historically. I hear more and more about operators wanting to be more conservative in their approach, want to be more cash-based, want to leverage themselves less. And so, I mean, I think that this concept ties into some of that. I think that the responsibility ultimately to plug and abandon, reclaim, reclimate those wells does happen when the well is drilled. I'm not saying it has to happen right after the well is drilled, but it happens when the well is drilled. The risk is low from a standpoint of orphaning, but the obligation to plug and abandon that well begins at the moment that you drill that well. And so I think about that and the chain of operatorship, and the reason that certain entities like the federal government ensure that they have the ability to go through the chain of operatorship for financial responsibility. So do I think it's possible to continue to maintain a system similar to what we're contemplating here over time? Yeah, I mean, I think it works, but it's so complicated, and I think in the end just causes so much uncertainty, and I think so much additional expense, more so than a transition to a single well financial assurance for new wells, understanding that there's going to be that it will cause some cash flow challenges in that initial transition, but as you're starting to shift things, I don't know how to solve that one. So I'll kind of leave it at that.
Commissioner McCollum?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Mesner, are you envisioning then that you're, when we say bond up, you want a cash bond or a trust?
I don't think it has to be. I mean, the SB 19-181 asked us to consider a trust that lives with the life of the well, funded in the early years of that well, which is why this is where I got to where I am. I considered that, right? And I mean, as I'm looking at it, it seems to make the most sense to do that. But can you accomplish the same thing with all the different financial mechanisms that are available, in financial assurance that we're considering now? I think all the mechanisms need to be available. I think the two things, it needs to be able to travel with the well. And a surety bond can, you're just creating an additional surety bond for the next operator through a transfer. Or it could be, an interest-bearing third-party account that carries with the well as well. So, I mean, I think that's a business decision for operators, right?
Commissioner Najapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I just appreciate all the dialogue. I agree with a lot of Commissioner Messner's points. Yes, as I said yesterday, a new well is the least risky but it also provides us the greatest opportunity to have that well fully covered in a reasonable amount of time. I'm okay with extending it beyond 5 years, you know, per what I was initially saying. And I'm okay with, you know, a surety, or, you know, to Commissioner Gonzalez's question, you know, I think it could be perhaps a new category in the rule that's a new well surety. I don't know. You know, in addition to whatever the operator might have in some other blanket bond. But I would like to see that sort of, you know, move through with the life of the well. I also agree that we are developing a really robust structure, and we have, you know, fairly good consensus on the full cost bond at transfer. And I recognize that, and a lot of stakeholders will also recognize it. In my conversations with them, you know, I wasn't advocating this initially, but I think as I've thought about this in terms of the longer term potential, you know, trends and declines in the industry, a lot more mergers and acquisitions, a lot more, you know, changes that, you know, we just can't even predict going forward in the future, that I think it's our greatest opportunity to capture that full cost when the income levels are high. And by the way, I just did the math while we were talking through all of this stuff, that amount that I was noting, which was 1 well's production on a 10 well pad, that 325,000 would be 1.8% of the total gross revenue on that well. But there would be 9 other wells on that pad. So, you know, I think, again, that's something to think about, especially for giving a 10-year runway. I think this is a way to, over time, just kind of further increase protections. I think, as this has been thrown out previously by other commissioners too, that, you know, if you do a trust, or even if you do a surety right away, then you don't have to pay that orphan well fee, you know, for those wells in question. I would also be open to, you know, some sort of discount on the total based on overall plugging and reclamation that an operator might be doing. And then just on one last point that I think Commissioner Gonzalez raised about a lower producing operator that might be putting in a new well, you know, I think there would be different considerations, you know, along the lines of what we have for our currently proposed tier structure, at least, or what we're all contemplating, that, you know, there could be exceptions in those cases for a longer runway, but also, you know, if we're talking about an operator like OWN, you know, we're talking about 12,500 for 1 well, and you know, perhaps a new well in that field can get there also within 5 to 10 years. So I think there's a lot of different considerations out there. I'm more than willing to talk with, you know, operators over the coming weeks, and definitely want to hear back from them. But you know, I'm always open to holes being poked in my ideas. But I think that again, it's that idea that it's our best opportunity to capture those costs up front when it hurts the least.
Well, Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I mean, it's clear we're at loggerhead here. And, I'm not prepared to move off of my position, but, I think we're going to have to pick one approach or another to put in the rules, understanding that we're going to have to make a decision between one or the other. Or this could be, I'm going to make Director Murphy pull her hair out, but this may be one opportunity to put two things in there and hear testimony on it. One is to new wells should be addressed in the existing contemplated mechanisms we've talked about, and another one would be the contemplation of single well financial assurance for new rules, new wells. I understand that some of that may affect some people's opinions on transfer. I don't know if it does or not. But maybe we need to put both of it in there or just pick one, understanding that the other one's still on the table and we're ultimately going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think I appreciate that, Commissioner Messner. I think we do need to make a decision. I've heard firmly from you and Commissioner Nanjapa. I've heard firmly from myself and Commissioner Gonzalez, and I hate to put Commissioner McGowan in this spot, but I've not heard firmly from Commissioner McGowan. I still believe that the approach that is not the approach that I think is appropriate is not taking into account the unintended consequences of what would happen with that. I mean, if you just run the numbers and we require single well financial assurances, and if we had done it for 2019 and 2020, that's going to be $1 billion every 8 years if the same thing were to play out. That just seems like that's an awful lot of money that could be put to better uses. I'm not done yet, Commissioner Nanjapa, but I will get back to you in just a sec. And so for all the reasons, I think that we have, and I guess from my end is yes, I do believe we created a new paradigm, and I think that it is protective. And so I still sort of am of the opinion that we need to look at things that are risky, and the new wells that are being drilled are not risky unless and until they're transferred, and then perhaps they are at that time. And so I would really, if we're gonna put two things out there, really want to hear from folks about the impacts, intended and unintended, of single well financial assurance, whether it's over a longer runway or not. So that once we get to final decision-making capacity on the 22nd and 23rd, we're fully informed so that we can make the responsible decision for the state of Colorado as we've building up all these multi-tiered approaches to all this. Commissioner Nanjapa, did not mean to cut you off, but I was. So I will recognize you.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, and I also didn't mean to cut you off, but I had a question on the point that you were making at that moment, which was the cost over the past few years. I was trying to look back at this in my notes, and I don't have good notes on this, but was that based on the staff draft numbers, or was that based on, I think that presentation occurred before the 100,000 that was thrown out, but do you recall, is that based on the staff draft numbers and matrix?
On the 92 from the staff, right. And so obviously if you're advocating for something that's less than that, then it's less than $1 billion every 8 years.
Right. And I think, so, in what I was noting, and especially most of those wells that were plugged are the shallower vertical wells, if I understand correctly, so would fit in that $10,000 category. So it'd be more like a tenth of that. So I think that's important to consider as well.
Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Gonzalez.
So two questions. One is, I mean, I appreciate those numbers, Chairman Robbins. I mean, I do thought hard about this. I think one question I have is, I'd be interested, and I don't know if anyone can answer this, so I'm just thinking, but the amount of money that was paid into surety companies over that same time frame, right? And or in cash bonds and or in those elements, right? And so that, to me, that's the crux, right? That's the model would be eliminating some of the existing spends and having it in a more simplified version. So, but I hear what you're saying. I hear the challenges of it. I'm thinking hard about this. But I think my other point is, I mean, I believe I heard yesterday you indicate that you are in support of full cost bonding upon transfer. We're creating a 10-year runway for potentially new well, single well financial assurance. At least historically, transfers happen, at different times, right? But I mean, they're going to happen at some point. And so really you're still requiring single well financial assurance. You're just creating a bigger runway. And so I'm not sure what the difference is as far as impact between creating a 10-year runway and requiring it upon transfer. I also think it potentially accomplishes the same thing, but without the certainty involved with knowing that you had a 10-year runway associated with new well, single well financial assurance. So it's just kind of a thought.
I'll respond to that. I appreciated the staff draft upon transfer because that is the moment in which riskiness starts to expose itself, right? And so we wouldn't let the transfer happen absent a full cost bond going with the well. It also acknowledges an operator's business model that might be that they are a good, appropriate operator. They have a good tiered assurances, and they don't want to they don't transfer their wells, and they take care of their retirement obligations. I think those operators that are doing most of the drilling in the state fit that category. And I don't think that's going to change as we move forward, given how we've seen the oil and gas industry evolve over the last few years. And so I still think we're providing very serious protection under the new paradigm, and we are allowing the incentive to operators to keep doing the things that they're doing, such as using tens of thousands or millions of dollars to plug and abandon wells within the state, which is something we really desire to incentivize. Commissioner Gonzalez, I think you raised your hand.
Yeah, I appreciate all this discussion, and I think it's always fun to play with numbers. So I had put together a calculation that really kind of translates pretty easily. And it's basically, if you associate single well financial assurance to new wells, you're assuming that's the cost that it takes to plug a well. So for every well, every new well you are doing single well financial assurance for, that's the exact same amount of money that you would otherwise pull from the budget to plug an offsetting well. 500 wells at $100,000 or at $100,000 per well over the course of a year, it's $50 million. If you drill 500 wells at $100,000 a well at single well financial assurance, that's $50 million. And so if you think about that, I imagine it'd be difficult for an operator, and again, we're just using round numbers here, but to come up with essentially double their plugging budget and then add that to their expenses for drilling new wells and it not impact how many wells they plug in a year. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to reconcile about finding the right spot with this single well financial assurance and financial assurance in general is how do we continue to allow the use and encourage the use of an operator's budget and not take so much away from that operator that they can't leverage that same level of budget and wield that towards actually taking wells off the landscape. So that's just a different perspective to think about, the financial impact of it, outside of the $1 billion it might cost over 8 years. And I haven't run the math on that, but I'll trust Commissioner Robbins has some basis for it. So that's kind of one extra point I wanted to throw in there.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Murphy, could you I think staff gave a presentation or talked about this already. Could you have staff please share how many transfers have happened over each of the last 5 years. And you might not have it. If that's too hard, you let me know offline. What I would like to see is how many transfers occurred. And of those transfers, which were kind of like acreage swaps versus transfers that might, if we were to have these rules here, they would have, I don't know if I'm being clear about what I'm trying to get at, just kind of like how many transfers are happening each year and how many we could catch. So here's what I'm kind of thinking, and I just could be way off, which is, might I, to reduce overall risk, prefer that existing wells that get transferred, which are going to be older than the new wells, have a requirement for single well financial assurance, which is going to start reducing the overall risk to all the state's portfolio, which would mean, I guess I would be looking at any well that gets transferred, unless it's like acreage, for example, any well that gets transferred, which would, I think, depending on how many wells get transferred and on an average each year, would start significantly covering a large number of wells that I think are higher risk than a new well. I might be heading down the wrong path, and if I am, you should tell me.
Commissioner, I'm trying to pull up the data. Well, by trying to pull up, I'm trying to connect with Jarrett about this question, and I don't think we have it available right now. I'm trying to track down what we may or may not have presented.
You don't have to do it right now. I'm just thinking it might help me think about some things.
Okay, let me see what we can dig up. I don't know if it, I think I've tried to put two options on the table that I feel like are different paths forward, but neither one has a majority of positions. So I think there are a couple of options. We can leave the draft rules as they are right now, recognizing this is a very robust place that commissioners are seeking feedback. We could pause this discussion while I try to get a little bit of information, Commissioner McGowan, and move on to something slightly less, something that's neither single well financial assurance nor transfers. There are other topics we could wrap up today, which is a little, which would be delaying coming back to what the commission's direction is going to be on this. But those are a couple of options, at least as I see it, to keep something happening.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree, Director Murphy. Let's just leave the blue as you've got it. I would point out that the second component that Bill and I are talking about also should have single well financial assurance at transfer. So just so that we all know that that component is there, because that's a critical component to my thinking on that. Does anybody want to add to either of the options so that we can get everything on the table? Commissioner Messner raised his hand.
So just to confirm, Commissioner Gonzalez, I don't know as you're there of single well financial assurance for all transfers, right?
That is correct, Commissioner Messner, but you know, at this point, I'm kind of putting my position out there and picking my battles. If this is where it ends up going and it's open for consideration, I'd love to hear back from stakeholders over the next couple of weeks. So my position's clear all the way through, and I think it's consistent. But I'm comfortable with what the direction that we're giving Director Murphy in terms of what to consider.
So I mean, I acknowledge that this is a difficult topic, and it is a fulcrum of the discussions that we're having here in some of the financial assurance rules. And so I would like to give us some grace as far as, you know, better understanding each other's positions, understanding that some of us are in a little uncertain and not try to like overly push this right now. So I would support like going on to something else, working through some of the additional rules and perhaps revisiting this after a slight pause at the end of our discussions today, or even if necessary, going into tomorrow morning with this particular discussion, if it's helpful for some people to think about it. I know that I'm vacillating, Commissioner Robbins, between, you know, where I'm at, which I still think is the right path for Colorado, and whether or not the transfer piece potentially covers that, because I mean, I think we're splitting hairs by a couple of years as far as what, you know, when single well financial assurance ultimately gets applied, right? And so, so I'm just thinking about that right now. So
I appreciate your thoughts on that. And I want to take up I want us all to take up Director Murphy on moving to a different topic. The one thing I would rather not do, though, is not make a hard decision either this afternoon or in the morning. I think we just need to make that decision because it is super critical to the overall structure that we're putting around all this. And so I'm not excited about the concept of leaving this blue direction in place for 2 more weeks, because I think we're just going to, I don't think that's helpful to the process. So I would take you up on your concept of let's move to a few other topics and then maybe break and give folks the night to think about it. And then, you know, happy to come back in the morning. What are other folks' thoughts about trying to move forward? Commissioner McGowan?
I don't think I'm going to be in a different place by tomorrow morning, just trying to work my way through some things. And so I think what Director Murphy has down, which is, I think what I see are kind of two paths in blue. One is requiring single well financial assurance for new wells, whether it's right away over a period of time, X amount of time. And one which is, oh, and then you added and, so I'm not sure, and wells drilled after upon transfer, which I don't think anyone has proposed yet, unless well, maybe they have. Sorry, I'm not sure what we have in blue here then, now that I'm reading it.
If I can recap, so staff's current draft recommends that wells drilled after the effective date, i.e. new wells, as we've been referring to them in this conversation, are required to bond up if they're transferred after they've been drilled. And so I think Chair Robbins' proposal is that new wells are not new wells, i.e. wells drilled after April 15th, 2022, are treated like every other well when it comes to assessing what financial assurance is due through the financial assurance plan until they're transferred. But a well drilled after April 15th must be bonded up on transfer. I think Commissioner Gonzalez has said he doesn't love it, but he might be able to live with it if that's where consensus is. And I think Commissioner Najapa and Commissioner Mesner want single well financial assurance for new wells that could be bonded up over a period of somewhere between 3 and 10 years is my recap. But if I'm putting words in people's mouths, please correct me.
I understand. I think that I would be okay with those two alternatives going out and having a discussion around it with folks who are listening in, understanding that I am also curious about what happens to reduction of risk if we consider all transfers, not just new wells after 2022, all transfers, including low producing, et cetera, but not requiring it for new wells. And that doesn't have to be one of the blue alternatives here, but I would like folks to think about that, what that might mean. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, appreciate everyone's steady participation in this topic. Director Murphy, do you want to throw us a few easy hanging curveballs that we can hit out of the park with one bat that we're all attached to?
How about out of service wells? I'm a little tentative on this. We it seems like most people think this is a pretty good idea, and I think we put out a number of issues yesterday that all work pretty well together. I don't think that I perceived a lot of inconsistencies in direction yesterday. Except maybe on the idea around whether a well could be taken off the list and returned to production. And so I tend to think I could take the direction, if we want to talk through that piece, I could take the direction to say, go work with stakeholders to integrate these concepts and come back to us with something between staff's like very prescriptive, hard to understand October version of the rules on out of service and very discretionary version in December.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I am recollecting our conversation yesterday, and that's not necessarily the case, I feel like we're all aligned in that some sort of a time commitment or time frame in which to plug your wells if you're on the out of service list, because you are getting the benefit of not having to put up financial assurance. I think we all agree to that concept. So I don't think we need to, I don't feel like we need to ask stakeholders about it. I am supportive of I'm going to say it's the October draft that staff had, which was if you put it into the queue before a date certain, you had until 2030 to get them plugged. If it was after that date, you had 3 years to get it plugged once it went on the list. Am I remembering correctly? I was okay with that. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I feel like we're pretty aligned on there needs to be some sort of a time commitment since you're allowed to get on this well list. And perhaps we are not aligned on what happens to a well once it gets on the out of service list, but I feel like the fact that there's so much, I realize that there's great benefit for the state and that we're potentially going to get a lot of wells that are going to get plugged, but the exchange is we're not requiring financial assurance for those wells. And I'm just not sure that, I feel like if you think you have a well that's productive and could be sold to somebody else or transferred to somebody else, you should take care of that before you put it on the out of service list. And we shouldn't put those things back into the queue. And that's kind of related to the conversation we had this morning of, I don't know if it's our responsibility to figure out how beneficial a well is. That should happen before it gets into a system in our system where we're saying, we're done, it's time to shut it down. But that's just kind of how I've been thinking about it.
Commissioner McGowan, in response to that too, I thought we heard from one of the operators, perhaps it was Noble, that articulated a need for 8 years to be able to keep doing the out of service in an appropriate time frame. Could be making that up, and I don't have my notes in front of me, but I just throw that out there for party consideration or commissioner consideration.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
I guess I think that that's a special circumstance and they could come to us and ask for a variance. You can ask for variance for everything. If everybody else should be tied to the rules, let's not extend it to 8. 2030 is a long time, I think, to figure out what to do with your wells if you get them into the queue early.
Commissioner Nanjappa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I generally agree with Commissioner McGowan. I believe on that point that you just raised with, I think it was COGCC, well, maybe that in the Noble group, I guess, it had to do with the number of wells that they were going to be bringing into the out of service list at one time. And that's why they needed a longer runway, I guess, so to speak. I would be comfortable though, in general, having a shorter time frame and or something that scales, which is what I guess you have written there in the first bullet, based on the number of wells that are entering. I'm also not very comfortable. I like the ideas of, building in something, or at least, encouraging as part of the SBP language for operators to be thinking if they're going to put something into the out of service list, or, the amnesty program, the same kind of conversations we had before, to figure out if there's any other beneficial use, any other operator that might want them before you do that. But once it's on that list, I think that should be a final designation.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So I think with regards to the timeline, I think I recall that 8 years being tied to something that Koga said, Ms. Ryan, and I don't recall if that was in response to inactive wells and the plugging under 434C, but that's kind of what I had a recollection of, and I thought her comment was, what about 3 years? And that 3 is better than 1. And, that's an obvious statement, but I think that was the context in which I remember that. Now, in regards to the timeline, I thought that the Oxy Noble Chevron group had a timeline that was somewhat similar to the timeline put together by Mr. Sura. And so I don't remember exactly how analogous those two were, but I imagine if you have someone from the conservation community and someone from the industry community pretty close together, then maybe that's a good place to start thinking, especially when you have a couple of those operators who are almost certainly going to dominate the out of service list and really leverage that rule. So perhaps that's an easy spot to identify a couple of stakeholders to shore up a better position there. So that's on timeline. I will stop there, and Commissioner McGowan just got a question. Comment.
Did you, do you know off the top of your head, or do you remember what that proposal was, just so for giggles and grins?
I wish I did, and I'm not going to attempt to go through my paper to find it right now, but
I'm supportive of that. If you, I agree with you. If you have two different groups both agreeing on a timeline, then yes, I agree.
Commissioners, I believe it was, if you have over 250 wells or something like that added to the list, it is kind of on that 8-year scale. But Commissioner Gonzalez is right. He's captured my anxiety and what really shaped two very different approaches in October to December around getting the scale right for an operator of 30 wells who puts 2 on is very different from an operator of 4,000 wells that puts 1,000 on. But this is solvable to me, very much so. And I think starting, as you have all said, with where the Oxy Noble PDC group and Mr. Sura are, I think is a great launch pad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe I missed something, but I thought Director Murphy, you said at the beginning that perhaps you should just take this list and work on it with stakeholders and come back with a set rather than having us deliberate on it right now. So I'm a fan of that concept, just throwing that out there. I think we kind of deliberated this yesterday. We kind of got a general idea of what needed to be on the list and a general idea of what what needed to be considered in the rules, but there needed to be a little bit of stakeholder input. And so I would concur with your initial thoughts on that.
Chair. Go ahead. Yeah, I concur with that as well. I think that I had a bunch of independent concerns under this rule, and I may have added a lot to this list, and everything that I had on my list seems to be on this list. And so if the rest of the commissioners are comfortable with the exploration of these topics from stakeholders, I felt like we were pretty close on it yesterday. So I concur with Commissioner Messner's suggestion.
Excellent. I think I kind of forgot this carried over to 2 slides, if I'm perfectly honest. I think I don't know if we want to talk anymore about the DI community component, whether it relates to prioritization or whether it relates to notice or engagement prior to plugging. Sorry, my dog's very excited to say hello to me right now. I'm not having some sort of strange muscular moment. Again, I think I've heard the context. I think we can continue to work on this. We'll necessarily nail it, but I think we can continue to, really dig into the issues. Okay.
I'm seeing nodding heads, so.
It's 4:12 and I'm just taking it and running with it, guys. So better be careful. Yes, Bill. Sorry.
Well, I think the only thing that I wanted to add to the prioritization is just a strong level of, I don't think that deference is the right word, but some sort of coordination or understanding of an operator's overall plugging plan and how the out of service falls in there. I'm not quite sure if I'm capturing that out of your list of prioritization. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. It's the first bullet point, deference to operator schedule. So you got it. Forget I said anything. I think I am good to move on from there. Sorry for the interruption.
I'm just going to keep rolling through kind of the other couple of elements that we spent a lot of time talking on. I do, again, want to flag when staff comes back to you on the 14th, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time talking about other rule provisions too, to do a complete walkthrough of all of the regulatory changes. I feel like I maybe glossed over that last time, which was fairly intentional because I wanted to focus on the elements, but I think those rule changes deserve attention as well. So with that, this other topics element might be a lot longer on the 14th. Right now, when we talked yesterday, I didn't hear much around 703. I hope that means that, especially as it relates to the conversation about remediation projects, staff's proposal has appropriately broken down what we consider for single well financial assurance, or for every well drilled in the state, which is that plugging and reclamation are required, but then build in optionality to require additional financial assurance for remediation projects, given that they are less predictable. So I don't know that I heard the need to make any changes on that topic yesterday. Rule 704 was a little bit different. I think that there was a lot of agreement that we should update the surface owner protection bond amount or disallow statewide or something along those lines. But nobody had a really concrete suggestion. And so maybe today is the day to make a concrete suggestion for all of us to think about for the next 3 weeks.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So I brought that up and I'm not ready to make a concrete suggestion just yet. But I may maybe offer a starting point of just doubling the numbers that are in there, and then let stakeholders figure out if that's the appropriate spot to land on. I mean, I'd like to see some consensus from all stakeholders that we should be updating that rule, and then see various proposals on how we should. I think that's a pretty simple thing to address in terms of its limited application. It's a short rule. I don't really have a ton of updates or I don't really suggest any updates to the language so much as I do to the actual coverage of that surface protection bond. So that's where I stand there. But if you're pinning me into a corner and saying, give me a number, I'm just going to say double what we had in there.
Commissioner Menchaca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just really look forward to, stakeholder input on this, but I did do a really quick kind of bit of searching around, and, average property values are, for that kind of ag land, I think I found was around $2,000 per acre. So I would be, I would propose maybe a per acre, based on the amount of disturbance amount, and perhaps based on property value, average property value, or something like that, and perhaps a similar kind of ratio of difference between irrigated and non-irrigated. That's just a very super rough, not totally well-researched proposal, but I want to throw that out there as a consideration.
Good ideas all. Others?
May I ask a question about the role of the statewide blanket bond?
Please do.
Should it continue? Should we have a statewide blanket bond moving forward?
Commissioner Menchaca?
I say no.
My suggestion would be for tier 1 operators only. And I say tier 1, I mean the highest tier of blanket bonding, meaning the lowest risk operator.
think I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez on that front. I don't know how much excitement all this brings me, because I don't think surface owner bonds are used all that much, but if it needs a tune-up, it can get a tune-up. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Yeah, just on that point, I remember asking this probably more than a year ago, whether or how often surface owner bonds had been claimed. And I believe at that time it was 0. But has that changed? I'm curious with various issues that have been, okay, thank
I think
you.
if anything, it's gone less than that, if that is something that can happen. The whole concept of bonding on and is really not something that's happening very much in the world today in the state of Colorado. All right, Director Murphy.
I'm going to infer that I have some latitude to work on this, and we'll bring it back to you and we'll hear from the rest of the world about it. All right, so this rounds out some of the other topics. I'm hopeful that, starting from the bottom, the direction on cross references is that dear staff continue to clean them up. I'm going to skip over sureties. We have a question for staff on the 706 release process. I will admit, it has not been a perfect process, and we've spent a lot of time this fall trying to improve it. We're still not there, and part of why I'm waiting on rolling out changes to that program are pending the outcome of these rules, right? I want to make sure we build out the right skill sets and tools, considering this rulemaking, but we can provide a little more information about that on the 14th. On the comments from sureties, if the direction is go back and look at the comments and think about how we change it and whether we need to make more changes, I think staff can do that. And then on insurance, I will probably need some dialogue amongst the 5 of you.
Sorry, Director Murphy. Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Gonzalez.
So if we're looking for direction on the insurance, I think there was some suggestion by the, oh shoot, I can't remember the gentleman's name from the surety company, but that 5 million is commonly issued for general liability. So I would recommend that we utilize that $5 million for general liability, and then also $5 million for environmental liability, understanding that it may be called sudden and accidental pollution. I had contemplated the difference between urban and rural. I still would be willing to contemplate a difference there, but I never heard back from the stakeholders I asked the question to, and so I'm not sure. I'm not sure there. So if there is, if there's suggestions for a change on that, after this draft is out, then I would consider that, but my recommendation would be 5 million for both.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna raise my hand and say that I think this is something that we can cover pretty easily once we have some suggestions and a little more information on it. But that being said, and since Commissioner Messner went first, I am comfortable with a starting point as he suggested for direction. And then I'm not prepared to agree or disagree with that at this time. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with that as tentative direction, and then I'm gonna wait to hear more and see what I learn over the next couple of weeks and in the next iteration of party testimony.
I took the liberty of filling in where I thought we might be. So you all might want to read this and ring me in.
I think that looks good. Anything more, commissioners? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if we already captured this, so you may have, Director Murphy, but or maybe this did kind of, actually, sorry, now that I'm remembering kind of the conversation. It was the force majeure scenarios in the financial assurance plans as it relates to inactive wells. And, you know, I just wanted to make sure that we have some consideration of that and maybe some treatment in the SBP. You know, beyond what has been presented to us in testimony, I think this is potentially an issue that we could see with other midstream operators, other, you know, related types of scenarios in the future. And especially as the industry overall sort of changes over time, I think it's going to be an important consideration for us. So I just wanted to make sure that that's captured.
Commissioner Nanjapa, those are a couple of slides we haven't dealt with today. I skipped back up to where we have a placeholder for that, or I don't think a placeholder is the right term, where we have specifically identified that point for discussion. If we're good with the last slide that I was on, we have a couple of remaining topics kind of coming back to this question about single well financial assurance for new wells, some wells, and transfers. A couple of, I think, cleanup slides around the financial assurance plan review process. And I have a little bit of information, sorry. A little bit of information about transfers, which I can share now if you all want to think about it. I'm not quite sure what the best path is. I would benefit from having 5 minutes to kind of go through all the slides and see where we have outstanding items. And then maybe we can come back.
Why don't we do that and give you time to sort of look through and see what's left, and then we can come back. It's 4:27, maybe 4:34.
I mean, and we could go 5 if you like round numbers. It's totally your choice.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. 4:34. Okay, we're all back. Was that helpful, Director Murphy?
It was fantastic, truly fantastic. Because as I assessed the 32 slides we've worked to today, 4 of which aren't substantive, so 28. I think we have 4 left. Admittedly, they cover some pretty tricky territory, given the discussions that have already taken place today on single well financial assurance for wells and how that integrates with financial assurance plans and how all those pieces fit together in the context of transfers. My dog is super excited about everything right now. Sorry, I look kind of like a lunatic right now. I think 2 observations. One is if we start the remainder of these slides talking about how and to what degree the commission is involved in reviewing financial assurance plans, right? We know what the tiers are. We understand some context for what the review is. How does that help shape out commissioners' thoughts and perceptions about what I will call the transition from current state to future state that we've heard a lot of dialogue about in the context of bonding or financial assurance for new wells? I thought that might be a place to continue to revisit this issue. As I thought about the tiers last night at some ungodly hour, because I woke up because I'm 40 now instead of 20. We've really done an interesting, it's really interesting for me to think about the tiers in the context of looking at a decline curve from a well, and that's put at a macro level for the operator looking at all of their production. And so it's just, to me, an interesting observation, and then thinking about how do we check in on that and how we go is part of this conversation of reviewing financial assurance plans. So to me, there's a couple of different components. First, what is the commission's role in the first year? I estimate we have somewhere on the order of 400 operators in the state of Colorado that have oil and gas wells. We have a lot more than that registered, but they may not need financial assurance plans for any number of reasons. Is there some sort of regularized review after that by commission, by staff? I think, as I've said before, staff currently reviews financial assurance, and in the proposed rules would very specifically be reviewing annually financial assurance plans to evaluate whether the operator continued to qualify for the plan, whether it was an individualized plan with criteria, whether the operator still fit within the prescriptive tiers identified, which is an important component, but distinction from, I think, some of the lens the commission might bring to looking at a financial assurance plan about whether it's the right approach. And so I want to be clear about, I see some distinction there. And then the third component of this is, are there certain conditions that warrant the commission or the director to look very specifically at a plan? I will also acknowledge in staff's draft, there is clear direction, in my opinion, for the director or the commission to call up a financial assurance plan at any point in time. So on the one hand, there is maximum discretion, but the third bullet point here under certain conditions is, are there certain triggering events that you all deem appropriate for a financial assurance plan to be called up? And I think that there are a couple in staff's draft, and I have to go look them up to be reminded what exactly they are. But so that's the issue. We didn't talk about this much yesterday. We were all pretty tired, and I thought it would be an easier conversation once we understand what the actual tiers are, and we have the benefit of that today. So with that, Chair, I can hand this off. And I also know it's been a really long day, and if people aren't quite as caffeinated as I am and want to sleep on things, I get it.
Well, despite the fact that it's a long day, I think we want to finish up today. So we're just going to have to just roll up our sleeves and get through it. I can start. I like the year one mix of director review prescriptive plans and commissioner review discretionary plans. I think that's a good balanced matrix. We're going to be busy with the commissioner plans. Your staff is going to be busy with both the discretionary plans and the prescriptive plans. But not having to approve the discretionary plans maybe is a good thing. So that's the first spot. What do other folks think about that first bullet, the first component? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. Thereafter, I mean, at this point, I think I'm kind of the opinion that it's like not annually, but maybe it's more like biannually or every 3 years, or if there's been a change in circumstances that the plan is no longer appropriate. There should be some annual report about the plan and how they're doing to your staff or to the director. And then if that annual report shows issues, then that would trigger a review. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm along the same lines as that. I think there should be an annual report no matter what. I think that the easy components of that report, if it's a prescriptive plan, is production, wells, or well count in your portfolio, just whatever the metrics are that we use to quantify the appropriate tier or grouping for that operator. I think would be just an easy couple of bullets to put together in addition to whatever substance is needed as staff deems appropriate. I think in terms of when it comes to us for review, I mean, I don't know that 2 years is right. I don't know that 5 years is right. And I don't know when we would need reviews unless it is a change based on the report to a discretionary plan. If it stays prescriptive, I don't know that we ever need to see it unless it comes before us in terms of a compliance matter or some other matter, the director pulls it up for us. But I think that for any changes or amendments to discretionary plans should probably come before the commission. And that's just my initial thought right now. I'm not cemented in that, but that's kind of what I'm thinking through.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Nanjapa? Sorry, I'm looking at my notes.
Thank you. No, I think I'm generally in agreement with that. If we want to put a couple of finer points on the change in circumstance, I would think it would be, upon a transfer. I would think we already have kind of like upon, enforcement actions. And I think generally speaking, along the lines of what Commissioner Gonzalez said, is as long as the prescriptive plan still applies, or like the overall, sort of net well count doesn't change, and net production level doesn't change. I guess that's sort of the same thing as long as the prescriptive plan still fits. But yeah, and I guess I didn't really mention this before, but I did want to just note that the tiering that Commissioner Messner proposed, I'm still of the opinion that the more discretionary plan should be more like, can you get a comprehensive bond? Do you qualify, for that? Okay, great. If you don't, then there's the 60 barrel BOE and above. And if you don't qualify for that, then and you kind of keep going down. And then if you don't qualify, or you need a special circumstance and you're in that lower production tier, to me, that makes more sense of where we look at the individualized plans. And again, I think that's just, I apologize if this is a little bit peripheral, but it's something that was just kind of in the back of my mind that I meant to raise earlier and I forgot, that I think the discretionary plans shouldn't be available to just anybody, in my view. And so maybe that's something that at least it can at least signal out there for stakeholders to opine on. But I do like the hardship component that Commissioner Messner initially introduced, and that's where we need to think about, sort of special circumstances and all those other things. So that would be a discretionary, one that comes before the commission. And I forget the other one that would come before the commission that was not in the prescriptive. But I think in general, you're going to fall into one of those tiers naturally as it is, which I believe is the way that Commissioner Messner was sort of thinking through it, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Commissioner, if I may follow up, Chair.
Yes.
I think that your recommendation of moving the individualized plan to lower on the list is consistent with what Commissioner Gonzalez had recommended, and I think the tiers are going to have a whole bunch of different names in 2 weeks. So just, roll with it. The concepts will be there. And two, I think that the commission, you all did decide earlier that the qualifier for pursuing individualized plan does need to connote some amount of undue hardship or citation of the act or some EPA criteria. So staff will probably have all of those options available to you when we present them. We may pick one that we think is the most implementable, and then it'll be up to you and the stakeholders to sort out. So I think those pieces are addressed, but I wanted to close the loop on that while it was fresh. And then if I can ask a question, I think you said enforcement as a change in circumstance. And I think that there may be some categories of enforcement that would warrant calling up a plan, but I'm not sure every enforcement actions connotes that level of review. And so I don't know if there's a way to put sideboards on it, or if we can say that if a commissioner is moving through an enforcement action and has concerns about financial assurance, that falls into your general discretion to pull it up. Either option is probably workable. I just probably don't want to have to notice a financial assurance plan every time we send you an AOC.
Yes. And thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I did not mean just any enforcement action, every single NOAV or something like that. I think it's more for like an OFV or one of those situations where we're already kind of proceeding towards a commission hearing as opposed to some other type of enforcement action where there's a enforcement order that comes before us more in the sort of consent agenda style. So if that makes sense, more of like an order finding violation or some of those major situations. But maybe we already sort of have that built in. So I'm just, just noting that would be one of the sort of compliance related issues that I would think would be a change in circumstance that would want us, would trigger us to take a closer look.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think I'm getting a little confused here. So we're talking about when this would get kicked up, would be required to be in front of the commission. I think, and so we're determining here that in the first year, it's a mix of what we're going to review. After that, then the commission will review it if there is these things. And so one of them is that the director determine, so I think there's a couple of things here. If it's going to come to us from a compliance issue, then there has to be a director review of it, right? And so a director review has to determine that there's a compliance piece. Otherwise, it assumes that we're going through everyone's financial assurance plans on an annual basis and pulling it up ourselves. You know what I mean? So I think that determination needs to come from a staff review of financial assurance plans, and then they see red flags, and those red flags could be compliance issues. They could be, any number of different things that we've indicated here. And so I think that's important in determining this. And then I agree just with the change of tiers piece into a prescriptive to a discretionary. So,
If I may, Chair.
Yes.
Thanks. I think if this is in 707, that contemplates that there is an annual review by the director, again, in that space of do you operators still comply with your plan? If we find instances where that answer is no, we would either resolve it if it's a prescriptive plan that we can resolve, or we would elevate it to you. You're correct, Commissioner. In subpart B, however, staff has proposed that if an operator's annual daily per well production from oil and gas wells is less than 5 barrels a day or 10 MCF, or more than 30% of the operator's wells are low producing, the director will seek a financial assurance hearing before each of you. And so that's the kind of piece that is talking about this. That's a condition precedent, or gosh, now I'm getting super fried. That would necessitate commission review. And are there other circumstances? Is that the right circumstance? Are there others that should? And then the second part of B allows that the commission on its own motion to pull a financial assurance plan up. So if at the end of a particular payment of proceeds case or enforcement action or insert event here, the commission decides we need to take a second look at this. You all can decide, and then staff would execute on that vision to have a financial assurance plan hearing.
So the decision point here is whether or not what's existing in the rules is appropriate or not, or whether we should insert these things.
Yes.
Okay. So I think yes, insert these things, not all of these things, most of these things, and no, I'm not sure that there's like a default need to review financial assurance plans at the commission level at a certain production threshold. I think for me, it's compliance with the rules, and I referenced the act and what we did or what are doing with this financial assurance rulemaking, which ensuring that every operator has the ability to comply with, every COGCC rule, paraphrased. So I not certainly not every OFV, for me, not a transfer. But the ones in the second bullet seem appropriate. And the first bullet, so.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think I'm there with Commissioner Messner. I'll just reiterate that to make sure that I am, or that I captured it right. Yeah, I think I'm good to work with the first year plans, and then thereafter, really, for me, it's just on any kind of discretionary plan, anything that's not prescriptive, any changes to it, that should come before us. We were the ones who were required to approve it. We're the ones that are required to amend it. And then beyond that, I think it should be on us to pull it up, or on the director to bring it to our attention, based on a completely open-ended need spectrum, right? Whatever that may be, we have that discretion to do that. When it comes to compliance, we're often going to see it. Certainly, the staff is going to see it, and so if there's any issues that would suggest a higher level of financial assurance or a different type of financial assurance or what have you, then those are, fine opportunities. I just don't think we need to outline everything. So for me, it's our discretion, and it's any compliance plans that we are, any discretionary any discretionary financial assurance plans that are amended. I think that generally captures what you have there.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to figure out, I do think that we very early on heard testimony from COGA that some red flags for when we might want to check in with an operator are these around these compliance issues. And so if we take those out of, there's a time for the commission to re-review and look and make sure that an operator is in the right tier. How are we going to capture that piece? If what I'm hearing Commissioner Messner and Gonzalez say is that shouldn't be spelled out in there. Because I feel like we've had some pretty in-depth conversations. I mean, so when we've had the folks who have given up their wells and said, I can't take care of these wells anymore. It's been around. I mean, there's been red flags that come before it with us in a large number. Well, not that we've seen a large number, in some cases that we've had before the commission. There have been kind of these red flags before it finally even gets to the commission.
Commissioner McGowan, if I may, Chair, my recollection of that is the analysis that COGA put forward in the April timeframe around wells that had been orphaned, and the two criteria that stick out in my mind was one, a fairly dramatic decline in production over the preceding 10 years, and also failure to comply with MIT requirements. But it was a very targeted compliance piece, as I recall.
I feel like some of the issues that had come before us where an operator is no longer able to care for their wells has been another key, has been a lack of communication and responsiveness with our staff. I feel like has been another kind of big component. So I don't know, maybe we can keep working on this piece, but I feel like there's got to be some sort of kind of flag when we see compliance issues.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's an appropriate time for that to come to the commission. I'm not keen on describing that in the rules. You know, I really think that there is an effort by staff and by the enforcement team to improve not just the communication, but the consistency with the application of enforcement and compliance rules. And my hope is that with that kind of improvement, if you will, that these things are identified sooner and that we're not waiting for, you know, just an extended, you know, a super long period of time to pass, or for a lot of free passes before compliance is enforced, I guess, is chased. And so that's where I think it's in the right place for staff to be able to identify those and bring them up to us. I just think that I want to see better enforcement and more focus on ensuring compliance. So I don't know that it's the rule so much as it's the application of our existing rules where I think this could find its way to us.
Anything further?
Would language in the SPP talking about these pieces as guiding when the director should pull things up or when the commission may pull things up be helpful? I'm seeing lots of affirmative head nods.
I think examples are always helpful, including but not limited to examples.
Okay. I think the next slide, I kind of sense that we're wrapping up discussions on this, so I'm going to suggest we move on to slide 26, which is focusing on what information comes into the commission in a plan, in a financial assurance plan, how often is it updated? I think we just answered that in the previous conversation that we want information updated annually. I think when are the first plans are due, staff has proposed a fairly staggered approach based on operator size. And the reason I proposed it in that manner is that the commission will tackle, I think, somewhere close to 80% of Colorado's wells in the first tranche, even though it would be the smallest number of plans submitted. We could shift all of that around as you see fit. The next bucket of conversation is about connecting the type of financial assurance that can be provided for any particular type of financial assurance plan. And this is something that I've heard intermittently from commissioners. And I don't know if you want to define it in the next set of rules. It is important to staff that we prohibit bond writers moving forward. And then there's been discussion around, and I don't think I've captured it quite appropriately here, Commissioner Gonzalez, but where an operator is holding cash in escrow in a trust fund, can that be invested conscientiously? And I think that as we look to the guidance from OWN and its proposal for the sinking fund approach, for lack of a better term, sinking fund trust fund, I think that that's in that and would be embedded in staff's proposal for that tier. And I don't know if that gets us far enough, or if it would be also helpful to articulate that, you know, responsible investment is appropriate when the operator's holding the cash. So again, kind of running top to bottom on where I think we are on three somewhat disparate topics.
And some of these topics we didn't hear a whole lot as much about, which, at least in my opinion, means, you know, maybe staff is in the right spot. But do commissioners want to weigh in on any of these topics? Commissioner Messner, then Commissioner Nanjapa.
I mean, it seems to me like we pretty much weighed in on these topics yesterday, so I'm pretty comfortable with the list as it's presented, and I don't know if there was much more that I have to offer besides what I had offered yesterday on this.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't disagree with what Commissioner Messner just said. The only thing that I was sort of influenced by just the overall presentation from Mr. Gilstrap on the, you know, the processes that the sureties use. And so I was thinking that for those operators that are providing a surety as one of their instruments to then have to get a letter from the surety company that confirms that their status is still the same.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yep, I would say yes to everything on the list, including, you know, I'm in favor of these being invested. I do think that we need some language, and I don't know what that is, that outlines essentially the level of risk tolerance for those investments. I think it should be something greater than just, you know, T-bonds, but, you know, something less than crypto. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe there's a Morningstar rating or some sort of general investment rating for mutual funds that may be a good cutoff. Otherwise, interest-bearing savings, money market accounts, that type of thing. But I think that, you know, some access to investable securities through mutual funds at a certain risk level is probably the highest I'd be willing to consider there.
Commissioner Messner, did you raise your hand or did you just adjust your glasses?
I either adjusted my glasses or put my palm in my face, or I'm not sure what I just did, but I did something.
Okay, if I can recap, I think the only place where we've been fairly specific about what type of financial assurance instrument is appropriate is in the context of the plug or play, or the, as I think of it, the lowest two tiers of production, in which case, to me, it's fairly clear it's a sinking fund or trust fund, but it's cash versus surety versus letter of credit. I want to make sure that's consistent with your all's understanding and thinking. And then I think the only other piece that's really left for me is, I believe staff's draft, actually, let me just.
Commissioner Messner, well, The director is looking.
I would, so I'm a little torn on this one because I do think that tier 4 in the concept, while certainly contemplates a plug and play mechanism that would generally think that it would be kind of a sinking fund cash over time, I wouldn't necessarily want to preclude some portion of that being held in a surety bond if it worked out better for them to do some combination of the two. And I also think if we're contemplating in tier 5, sorry, now I'm screwing up my own tiers. My tier 5, not Commissioner Gonzalez's tier 5, which is the lowest production levels. I mean, in the end there, we're just requiring single well financial assurance. So if they can do it in a surety bond, I don't know why we would preclude that.
So effectively no limits on, no, a very non-prescriptive approach to the type of financial assurance mechanism for any financial assurance plan is what I'm hearing, Commissioner Messner.
And that's kind of where I'm at, as long as they're ultimately meeting their obligation, right?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question on that. Are we, in my view, that would be, it could be a surety bond for a portion and then a trust for another portion, or, you know, something like that as well. Do other commissioners agree with that as well? Okay.
Yeah, I'm nodding my head along with Commissioner Nanjapa and Commissioner Mester's suggestion. I think it should be up to the operator to determine what the most appropriate and accessible and efficient financial assurance vehicle or you know that they want to leverage. I do think it is appropriate, and perhaps it may even warrant prescription in the rules under a financial assurance plan that the types of security of financial assurance that you are going to be securing are identified, right? So you should probably know that on the front end that, hey, I'm going to do this percentage in cash, and then I'm going to seek a bond for X amount. And I'm still short, so I need a sinking fund for the next 5 years for X amount, or whatever that ends up being. So long as they meet the financial assurance requirements, I think that they should be allowed to make any kind of combination. They just got to tell us what it is.
And I think the last piece that I want to close the loop on is that staff's December draft generally requires an asset retirement planning piece of information from the operator, which is a demonstration of how the operator is planning for the retirement of its oil and gas operations based on the projected life of the field, age of the infrastructure, out of service, inactive and low producing wells, and related information. Is that the right category of information? And very specifically to Commissioner Nanjapa, you've been really attentive to this issue of whether that's enough accountability for a plan for inactive wells and whether we need more specificity.
I think I'm comfortable with where this is, like in the 434, but I just wanted to, I think the biggest issue was the time boundaries that I had. So, you know, for how long a well can ultimately stay inactive, even if there's a good reason for why it's inactive at the current time frame. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure.
A little bit. I think from it, I would infer that that information could be submitted in this space, and to our earlier conversation with annual updates to it, we would be able to track over time kind of planning or what is going on. There's nothing in this provision that specifically says thou must deal with your inactive well at a period at a date certain. And so my suggestion to move us along is to clarify in the SBP that we do want to focus on time of inactive and gather information in that space. And if that doesn't end up being kind of the right suite of information or approach, we can refine it.
Yeah, no, I think just generally, why are they inactive? What's the plan for the wells? And, allowing for the time frame that we already have for if they're going to be plugged or for bonding up. So I think just, if there's any reason that they can't do one of those things, then an explanation, or I don't know if that would need, I guess this is maybe a question back for you, is would that require a variance in that instance, or would we allow for some exceptions within the rule? I'm not really sure what the right answer is there, but I think I'm generally okay with just, why are the wells inactive? What's the plan for the future? And maybe some, an understanding that in another 2 to 3 years or something, we're going to review those wells that are remaining inactive and confirming that the plan it has moved forward in the direction that they indicated that it was going to, so in other words, returning back to production within a certain time frame, or being moved into the out of service list, or et cetera.
Commissioner Najaba, I think that the rules as they've been refined today have a definition of inactive, have a period of time during which the operator can take one of 4 paths, right? One of which is bonding up, and which would allow the inactive well to remain inactive for a period of time. I think Commissioner Gonzalez has suggested that under 5B, there's an opportunity to pull a well out of the inactive category also. And so there's some flexibility there. That also gives some oversight. And I think more importantly, that, we can see about refining the regulatory language to be more clear about the expectation for information on inactive wells. Presumably, within 1 plan cycle or 2, a well would be caught and reported out as part of this. So I think that we're on the right step and on the right path to gather that information, and I'm sure.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was a little distracted right before you asked the question, so I'm my brain is not fully with it anymore. But anyway, no, I think that all makes sense. I think at this point, I'm comfortable with you just going forward and drafting, and we'll take a look from there.
Okay, super. I think the last piece for this is if there is to ask whether there are any concerns about the timing for submittal of plans that staff has identified.
Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, I think 2 things. One is I think both, I don't, and I think you have it in there, but I certainly don't want to lose some of the submittal requirements that you had for financial assurance plans in the current draft. And I think West Slope COGA made perhaps some modifications in theirs that I thought were good. And I also want to just acknowledge Mr. Freeman's suggestion as far as some things to consider to include in there as well. And so, I mean, those things are kind of tie around the health of the operator. And so the financial health. And so I don't want to lose those. I don't want to lose those as a thought for things that could be included in the financial assurance plan. So I'll mention that. 2, as far as the timing goes, we heard testimony that it may make more sense to flip the timeline on its head and give the bigger operators the most time and the smaller operators the shorter amount of time as far as when to submit.
Other commissioners with thoughts? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the timing of when the financial plans are due, I feel like the folks who testified weren't the folks who had to submit plans on the timing, if I'm not mistaken. And so I guess I would like to hear from the operators about the timing and what they think they can or cannot achieve. So I think that the comment about who should go first was from a stakeholder who didn't have to actually submit a plan on their own. Based on who they thought was a higher risk or whatever, right? And so I might want to hear from operators who have to actually put the plans together. I'm not necessarily sure. I'm fine with the way staff set it up, mostly because I didn't hear from operators that they thought that was undoable, but
Chair.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate both those suggestions. You know, I was thinking that maybe I don't have an objection to flipping it on its head and having the smaller operators go first, because I was thinking about it in terms of a smaller well portfolio, and a smaller quantification of production and what might end up or what might dictate what the tier is, or what the appropriate financial assurance is. One consideration that popped up when I was thinking about, or that Commissioner McGowan's statements triggered for me, is the possibility that a smaller operator may not take as much time to quantify, you know, their portfolio, but may need a lot more time to really dial in where their financial assurance is going to come from, and so really more of that regime. And so I know that's not helpful, because I'm kind of saying like, oh yeah, this makes sense and this makes sense. I would suggest we leave it as is and have kind of this open-ended question on something that we've discussed here, and maybe amend when we come back on the 22nd, 23rd. But those are a couple considerations that are really conflicting in my head.
I'm good with that.
Me too.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it all on one slide, which is my own neuroses showing very, very strongly right now. Instead of belaboring that, what I may do is stop this. Actually, if I'm gonna import or grab some data that Ms. Danzig shared with me mid-afternoon about the number of wells that have been transferred. Keeping in mind that this reflects wells that actually went through an operator name change, and not those kinds of transfers where a company was bought, but the wells are still operated by the under the same name as prior to the transaction. So if you'll give me just a sec, I don't want to have to do. And to be clear, sorry, this is the data that, or at least a very initial cut at some data Commissioner McGowan asked about in the context of understanding financial assurance for new wells versus transferred wells. And that's a long way of leading into saying the last two slides that I believe we need to address this evening are coming back to the decision about single well financial assurance for new wells in particular, and addressing what financial assurance requirements apply in the context of a transfer. So these are the numbers that we were able to pull in, a 10-minute query. And
Director Murphy, Chair Robbins can ask a question. I'm going to. Director Murphy, are there any outliers here, right? I know you kind of mentioned that that some of these may just capture a name change. And there's been some operator consolidation in terms of, historical subsidies that are rolled up, or we're all going to operate under this name or what have you. Or I'm also contemplating like large acreage swaps that have happened in the DJ during my time there. And I'm not sure if those included wells or not. I thought they did in a lot of instances where, for instance, Noble and Anadarko at one point basically swapped half their wells with each other, or at least half their acreage position. Again, I don't know if that included wells, but that would be, kind of one of those big outliers. And maybe that would be something to consider. I don't know. I think I understand what you've attempted to do here, and I think it's a good first pass, but I think there's some, these numbers don't mean anything to me unless I know a little bit about the outliers.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you have certainly flagged the challenge that I also see in this data. It also doesn't capture if the same well's been transferred multiple times in that period, but it's what we could pull together. My recollection is the land swap that you flagged is in that 2014 timeframe. So to me, it would help explain moving up into a 10,000 well transfer. And because it was a swap, there would be an associated name change. And when I first looked at this list, I did ask specifically about the Civitas merger, because that did affect a significant number of wells in my mind. And I also understand that the individual operating companies continue to be the named operator in those situations. So I'm not sure it would be captured in this data as a transferred well.
Another one would be the PDC SRC merger in the 2017-2018 timeframe.
Right. And that's probably the 2018 bump. I think, and there was also a pretty significant, anyway.
Yeah. That's all I'm getting at is that I think there's some significant outliers there that really were kind of those mergers, those larger transactions.
So with that, do we want to jump to a discussion of transfers or a discussion of revisiting the discussion of single well financial assurance?
I think, Director Murphy, that the only consensus we've got around single well financial assurance on new wells is that we have two approaches and we just want to leave it at that. And then at least that's where I think we ended up. But Commissioner Messner's raising his hand, so maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, I'm going to suggest this. I think at the beginning of today, you had indicated that, decisions that we make today are decisions that we make today and are subject to a 180 between now and our final decision making. I feel comfortable with the argument that I laid out around the opportunity that presents itself with single well financial assurance for new wells. I think I stand strongly behind that. I think it's kind of long range and future thinking. At the same time, I understand we need to get to a point in the draft rules where we're going to have some opportunity for stakeholder feedback. And so understanding that and assuming that we're going to get consensus on single well full financial assurance for or single well financial assurance for all transfers with limited exceptions. I will switch my opinion on that one for right now, but I will hold the ability to change my mind between now and final draft.
For those thoughts. And I echo that we start, we're putting stuff out there and no one's vote is solid, and we'll see where we hear from folks and see where we are. And folks have also seen the other, the point that you articulated. So I have held the thought that we're probably going to hear about both angles. Anything further on that topic?
Just warning that a 3-year-old's about to invade.
Okay, then let's go to the last topic.
I feel very confident about that one. After that piece, I think that I heard consensus that capturing information about the impact of the transfer on the buying and selling operator is important. That staff had laid out good information to collect about the transfer itself. I think other than that, I might need direction.
Commissioner McGowan, Commissioner Najapa, Commissioner Messner.
So I'm not sure that what you typed is exactly what I was thinking, because I'm trying to figure out, like, again, if I'm shifting paradigms and figuring out how to reduce the risk of the entire portfolio, my thought was after April 15th, 2022, any well that is transferred, with some exception, limited exceptions, would require single financial assurance. That's for me, and I'm not sure if Commissioner Messner was on the same page.
Let's hear from Commissioner Najapa first.
I'm going to apologize because I was like thinking about a couple of things as Commissioner McGowan was talking, so I may be saying exactly the same thing or something totally different. But I just wanted to clarify that if we're saying, I think I was hearing a lot of consensus around single well financial assurance for any well that was transferred, in which case, do we need the drilled after April 15th, 2022?
I may have misunderstood that. I may have interpreted consensus slightly more narrowly, that it was, so that's why I felt very confident putting that on as like the first step of the analysis, but not the final step.
Okay. I guess I would be in support of single well financial assurance for any well that's transferred at any time, with the only exception being the acreage swaps scenario.
Commissioner Messner.
Yeah, I think that's what sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's what I had indicated just before, is that single well financial assurance for all transfers, not just ones that were drilled after April 15th, with limited exceptions. And I'll put in acreage swaps because that's one that I've heard. There's the potential for other limited situations. I'm not thinking of any right now, but if there's a possibility for that, understanding that we still always have our variance process for other limited situations. Oh, I know what, I mean, I think that there were situations where we were talked about, lower producing wells being transferred and some challenges around that, as far as being able to come up with immediate single well financial assurance if they were on a tier 4 plan. And so I acknowledge that, but I think that also still can be addressed through our variance our variance process. So I think that's where I know that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thanks, Chair. And again, I appreciate all the input. I'm gonna consider this proposal. This is not direction that I'm giving. I'm not gonna be a broken record on my position on this. I think everyone understands it. So I'm going to consider this and consider it in light of the testimony we'll hear at the end of this month in a couple of weeks. I'm also gonna continue to sharpen my pencil and see if I can, better identify reasoning for the position that I think is the appropriate one. So that's really all I got there. Not going to continue down that path. I think you've got 3 commissioners aligned on the direction there.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I guess the only thing I would add, and I would want the commissioners to think about this, but we did hear, I think, a significant amount of testimony that there are times when the transfer of assets from one operator to another is actually really good for that asset. And if that transfer is not allowed, we may create more of a problem by keeping the asset with the operator that may not be able to function with the asset, et cetera. So I don't know exactly how to capture that, but I, as one person, one commission member, would like that to be an exception that could be allowed and could be done via maybe hearing to commission. I don't necessarily advocate for that to be a quote variance, because variances are hard to get. I think that there is something there that is a good thing for the state of Colorado. And so I sort of throw that out. I don't know how you draft it. I don't know if I've got support from other commissioners, but it is something that is, I think, really a good tool that we could develop for our operators and for our state. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah, I'm just going to add one thing just to piggyback on what you just said, Chair Robbins, is that there are so many reasons and just so many different iterations of what a transfer looks like that perhaps if the single well financial assurance route is the direction we go, perhaps that's more of a presumption towards single well financial assurance, but then there's still an opportunity for a transfer associated individualized plan that will allow that room for more information and for us to understand the particular nuance of a particular transaction. I'd throw that out there as maybe a way to make it, again, just more palatable towards something that I think is a little more than what I think is necessary, given the other protections we've put in place.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You guys are pushing me back towards single well financial assurance for new wells. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with you that there are going to be instances that come up where it's going to be good for Colorado to look at an alternative in a transfer scenario. I mean, I think we developed that variance process. I think it's a good variance process. I don't think in the right situations it's particularly burdensome, and that undue hardship piece. I mean, that's a clear bar in a situation where there's potentially a benefit of this particular transfer. And so I'm pretty comfortable with it going through our variance process, and us as a commission, being able to pragmatically look at that and apply the variance process appropriately. So I don't know as it needs to be outside of the variance process, but I understand the kind of the hiccup you're trying to solve there. I'm just not sure it needs a special exception.
Director Murphy, I think what our direction is that, as you've captured it, single well financial assurance for all wells that are transferred with the limited exceptions. I don't think you can just rely on variance for now for the good transfer exception. And then let's hear back from, and the acreage swap is not a variance, but is something that we could approve via hearing. once they prove up a acreage swap. And then folks that are continuing to listen in can weigh in on this topic as well. Are folks okay with that summary? Okay, nodding of heads up and down.
As far as I can tell, we've wrapped up this evening. I need to clean up a little bit of formatting. But
Very
I
good.
can, pardon me?
I know you have dogs and kids in the house now, so if you're good, then I'm going to talk process to commissioners and with AAG Davenport for next steps. So first of all, great work, everybody. You know, difficult and diverse topics, and I think we did a great job of listening to each other, which is really super critical. At this time, we did make it through the 2 days that we had set aside for the initial deliberations. For those listening in, 60 of you, at this point, the next steps is staff is going to create a red line consistent with the direction from the commission. That red line will be released on February 11th, I believe. And then we will have a work session meeting with the director and staff and ourselves on February 14th. Time to be determined, probably sometime that morning for an hour and a half or so. We then will next take up party kind of closings or 5 minutes, and we're working on that. And that's going to be on the 17th and the 18th. The 21st is a President's Day or some other state holiday, and so we then would come in for final deliberations on the 22nd and 23rd of February. With that, I believe it's appropriate to keep the record open, because we are going to be hearing from folks yet again on the matters that we've discussed. Would remind commissioners that if you speak with folks outside of the meetings, which is perfectly allowed, you just need to disclose that meeting that is held, and we will all be getting all those done. And so with that, I think we're looking to continue this matter to February 14th, because that's the next time we're going to meet. Hearings Manager Larson, did you find a specific time for that meeting?
Yes, at this point, you do have availability. The commissioners have availability starting at 9 a.m. on the 14th. And if you'd like, we could have it run from 9 to 11 a.m. that day.
Okay. Does that work with everybody? Happy Valentine's Day. Okay, and then AG Davenport, did you want to weigh in on process or anything? Did I get all that right in terms of the keeping the record open and the continuance to February 14th at 9 a.m.?
Yes, I don't have anything further to add.
Anybody else with anything for the good of the cause?
Just
With
an
that, I
acknowledgement of all the good work.
all the way around. With that, I encourage a motion to adjourn this matter until February 14th at 9 a.m.
My favorite motion, so moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue the matter to February 14th at 9 a.m. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.